A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Goldbergs. Despite the fact that Molly sees her own immediate family settle back into the former quiet of their lives, the problem of Sylvia Allison and her father possesses Molly's mind. For Mr. Allison is expected to meet a train today, a train that's bringing Miss Esther Miller to Glastonbury. Esther Miller is the woman Allison wanted to marry 15 years ago and didn't because of his children and their demands on him. But Allison is reacting to her coming like, as Jake says, a stripling. It's nearly train time.
Rosalie? Where was you?
Just a minute, Mom.
Rosa, darling, if you're in the hall, you hurry up to Mr. Allison, please, and tell him it's nearly train time to meet Miss Miller on the 440 if he's walking down there, please. There's the train now.
Mr. Allison.
Tell him because he's got to walk. Because he's got to walk, tell him, dear.
I told him, Mom.
Rosalie?
Yeah?
Where was you, dear?
To the post office.
So where's the mail?
They just a card from Mrs. Bloom.
A card from Mrs. Bloom? Merely a postal?
Uh-huh.
Oh, look at the time. You go to Mr. Allison again, darling. He didn't answer you. You come again. Maybe he didn't hurt you.
All right.
Tell him if he's walking, he'll be late for the train.
Mr. Allison.
Well, I need to fit in the train now. Well,
Talking to Sylvia again.
I know that. So where's Mrs. Bloom's postal, darling?
Here, Mom.
Really?
Here.
Give me a chair, dear.
All right.
I didn't have my feet off me today. Let me see what she writes me over on a postal card. She couldn't sit down and write a letter with the same postal. After all these years, she still don't know how to spell very. She spells very with the F.
What did she write, Mom?
Right? Everything is so. Everything is well. It leaves her on the 24th instance. Let's see that. She'd like to come out for a few days, if it's possible, for me and for her also.
That would be nice, Mom.
If Mrs. Bloom wants to come out, but she's not well already.
Well, tell her to come.
But when? I mean, not now. I mean, Miss Allison's friend, Miss Miller's coming.
She's going to stay here?
Where then?
I don't think she expects to stay very long, and certainly not here.
But nevertheless, I'll drop Mrs. Bloom and tell her, but it's retaining my invitation.
Ma?
Why not now?
All right.
Wait, I'll get a pencil and paper. You sure Miss Allison heard you when you...
Uh-huh.
Oh, who knows how Mrs. Bloom feels now? I never liked her gallbladder. So, right, dear.
All right.
Who did you say you saw at the post office over there?
Seymour.
Oh. Suppose you had a very lengthy conversation?
No. He told me everything. I didn't tell him anything.
But?
Everything. He knows everything. He has Mr. Allison married already.
What do you mean?
I don't know, but you know Seymour. He said anybody that could be in love for 15 years deserves the reward of matrimony.
No, so he's right. Right is right. Right is not wrong. So, sit down. So take down the salutation. Right,
Dear Mrs. Bloom.
Mrs. Bloom, of course. Dear Mrs. Bloom. Dear. If all is well and we live, please come up next week. If not, come up the week following this week, which will be more convenient. Correct? Then, because, begin a sentence, make it a sentence. Because at this moment, I'm expecting an unknown guest, which I think will have a great consequence on my life also.
Well, I know how to say that.
Say your word. Say it without the consequence, no. But you have to say, the woman, Miss Miller, is Mr. Allison's friend that he knew for 15 years and was supposed to marry and did not marry. That we should know. And right further, Dr. Cader.
Does she know who Dr. Cader is?
I wrote her last week who Dr. Cader is. Dr. Cader thinks that psychology had a great effect on the life of children. No, don't write it. Don't write it. Scratch it out. Don't write it. She'll come up so we'll have something to talk about. Scratch it out. And so just say, dear friends. Dear friends, I hope that you are very well physical, and that the reason for your wishing to sojourn for a little while in the country is not your gallbladder.
I know.
Period. And dear Mrs. Bloom, I'm learning more than I thought it was possible for one person to know.
Why all that, Mom?
Because you say you have to write a letter. Much more. Much more than we learned in night school, Teller. Much more than the commas and the periods and the verbs and the nouns. I'm learning about people and their relations one to the other. Don't scribble, because you don't want to write
I'll rewrite it, Mom.
All right, so rewrite it. So it will be mailed next week. Yes?
No, I'll write it.
All right.
No.
This is going to be more than a college. My education will be like a diploma. Jay?
Jay.
It's early, no, dear?
It's not late, it's early. Did Allison go to the station yet?
Not yet, dear.
Are you going to go to the station, Pa?
I don't think so. Is Sylvia going?
I don't know. Oh, Miss Allison? Oh, you're going to be late, Miss Allison.
If you're walking for the station, Allison, you haven't much time.
Rosie, I'd like to talk to your father and mother. Excuse me.
All right.
What is it, Allison?
Jake, I want you to go to the station for me. I can't go. I haven't the courage. This thing was over years ago. What am I doing? What am I? A boy of 16? Am I going to start my life all over again now?
Is it because Sylvia...
Yes, it's that. It's everything. Go to the station and meet her. Tell her that I...
What can I tell her? Send her back?
Well, tell her I got a call. I had to leave.
Meet her?
How can I, Jake? You're my friend, Jake. You go and meet her. Tell her I'm gone.
I wouldn't, Miss Alice. Excuse me, I wouldn't. Go. Go and meet her. Nothing may come of it. You may be two different people now after all these years. Don't be afraid.
I am. I'm frightened.
Of what?
Of the consequences.
Consequences? The consequences will be what you make them, Mr. Allison. Think of yourself.
I'm thinking of her.
Think of yourself and her. Not of anything else. Two people who have lived in the present day by day with only the past to keep them apart. See her. Talk to her. Be frank. Be honest. Only good can come of it.
Listen to me, Allison. You said I'm your friend? Then listen to a friend. After 15 long years, you called her. Did you not?
Yes?
And what did you say? You said I must see you at once, no?
Yes.
And what did she say? She said, I'll be there, no?
Yes.
With such a woman, Allison, you should have no fear.
10 after 4, Allison.
Allison, go before you're late.
There's your hat. Rosalie, get Miss Allison's hat.
All right. Here, Mr. Allison.
Take your hat, Miss Allison.
But, Jake,
Go. Miss Allison, if I told you to go, go.
All right.
No?
No.
No. We'll see what we'll see.
What is will be, dear?
He shouldn't only lose his head.
You mean that he shouldn't only forget his heart.
What will Allison find at the railroad station? And what kind of future awaits himself and his daughter?
The Jell-O program, coming to you from Camp Talon, California, presented by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis A. Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
And the
the orchestra opens the program with The Real American.
Jell-O, friends, is a word well known to dessert lovers everywhere. It's a trademark, the property of General Foods, and the name of America's favorite gelatin dessert. For years, Jell-O has stood for grand dessert flavor, And today, those big red letters on the box mean more flavor than ever. Because now, by means of a new Jell-O process, Jell-O's delightful goodness is made extra delicious. Nothing, you know, is more attractive than a big, glistening mold of rich, radiant Jell-O with its bright beauty and scintillating color. And you've never enjoyed anything more than you'll enjoy the swell, tangy flavor of Jell-O. Flavor as lively and refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself, and locked in for your added pleasure. Prove to yourself that Jell-O's flavor really is locked in. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O, and notice how Jell-O's captive flavor comes pouring out. Gloriously rich, thrillingly good. Get Jell-O tomorrow, friends, and enjoy its extra rich, locked-in flavor.
A real American played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Camp Callan, California, we bring you a man who, in my opinion, is the greatest comedian in the world, which is also his opinion, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that was a very nice introduction, but you didn't have to make such a ham out of me. I'm a great comedian. Let us go with that. Say.
Well, Jack, you are a little hammy at times, but it's just my nature to be frank and outspoken.
I see. Well, Don, one more introduction like that, and you're going to be outspoken on some other program. So watch it.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, what's the matter with you? Can't you take a rib?
Only if it's got meat on it. To hear you talk, Don, we're the only two people alive who think I'm clever.
Oh, I don't mean that you're not clever, Jack. All I say is, in this great big country of ours, there must be some people who don't like you.
The man is obviously out of his head. Listen, Don. Now, listen, I want to ask you something. Would you say that these 1,200 soldiers sitting here are a typical cross-section of the American people?
Why, yes, but what's that got to do with it?
Just this. I'm going to prove to you that there isn't one guy in this audience that doesn't think I'm great. All right, fellas. Everybody here that likes me and hates the Japanese, raise your hand. There you are, Don. They love me here. Thanks, fellas. I appreciate your loyalty.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. All that question proves is that these boys don't like the Japs. That's my analysis.
Oh, you and your big fat analysis. I never saw such a stubborn guy.
Here we are at old Camp Callan. All right, boys. Come on, start yelling.
Now, Mary. Well, listen to that.
Thank you, boys. From Livingston. Crestview 46881.
Mary, what's the idea of shouting out your telephone number in front of all these fellas?
The sharp ones will write it down.
I don't care. You can put that silly poem away, too. I'll let you read it later.
You better. Or I'll tell everybody what happened when you were in swimming at La Jolla this morning.
I just took my usual plunge in the surf, that's all.
What happened in La Jolla, Mary?
Well, Jack was out swimming when all of a sudden a big wave hit him and he started yelling, "Help! Help!"
Oh, quiet.
So a lifeguard went out, grabbed him by the hair, and swam for shore.
The lifeguard saved him, huh?
Only his hair. Another guy had to go out for Benny.
Mary, it's nothing to joke about. I darn near got drowned.
But, Jack, a fellow who can't swim too well shouldn't go so far out in the ocean.
Oh, I'm a good swimmer, Don. This was one of those silly accidents that could happen to anybody.
What do you mean?
Well, I was paddling along, and all of a sudden my left foot got caught in the right sleeve of my bathing suit. It was a terrible experience.
Sleeves? Do you mean to say that it has sleeves?
And that's another thing. Imagine being at a ritzy beach like La Jolla.
Never mind.
And wearing a bathing suit that says, "Chew Parboy" on it.
Oh, don't pay any attention to her, Don. Now, Mary, you know darn well that bathing suit is plenty modern.
Well, there's no cuffs on the pants, if that's what you mean.
I mean, it's got a two-way stretch and everything. Of course, the top piece is a little baggy there.
Did that annoy you when you were in swimming?
Not so much when I was in the ocean, Don, but when I took it off in the locker room, about 4 buckets of grunion fell out. A policeman told me I'd either have to get my suit fixed or a fishing license. The beach there is wonderful, though.
I imagine it is. By the way, Jack, where are you stopping?
In La Jolla, I'm at the La Jolla Auto Court. It's a lovely place.
Jack, that's not La Jolla, it's La Jolla. That's how you pronounce it in Spanish.
Oh, I didn't recognize it in print. I'm usually very good at Spanish. As a matter of fact, I used to go with a Spanish girl, Estrelita Fink. Swell gal.
Is that the one that used to duck baseballs at Ocean Park?
She stole the baseball. Get it straight, will you? That's all she did.
Say, Mr. Benny, I tried, but...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, thank the boys, Dennis.
Thank you, boys. Say, Mr. Benny, I tried, but...
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, fine.
Good.
I thought I had dandruff yesterday, but it turned out to be rice from a wedding.
From a wedding? Who got married?
My girl, she's trying to make me jealous.
Well, don't fall for it.
Not me. Say, Mr. Benny, I tried.
Yes?
But nobody wants to buy those grunions you caught.
I didn't tell you to sell them. I told you to clean them. We're going to have a big fish fry tonight.
I couldn't sell any tickets to that either.
I need a fish fry for our own gang. Anyway, kids, the boys here are all waiting to hear you sing, so how about it?
All right. Say, where's Phil Harris?
The maestro? Oh, he'll show up.
I tell you, Jack, Phil's been in the clouds all week.
Well, why not? He's a daddy. Just think, a 7-pound baby girl.
You know, when I was born, I weighed 7.5 pounds.
You did? I weighed 8.
I weighed almost 9 pounds.
Well,
I weighed 43.
He's not kidding, fellas. The stork that brought Wilson had to make a forced landing. Sing, Dennis.
The memory of this moment of love will haunt me forever. A sleepy lagoon, a tropical moon, and two on an island. A sleepy lagoon and two hearts in tune in some lullaby land. The fireflies gleam, reflect in the stream. They sparkle and shimmer. A star from on high falls out of the sky and slowly grows dimmer. The leaves from the trees all dance in the breeze and float on the river. We're deep in a spell, nightingales tell of roses and dew. The memory of this moment of love will haunt me forever. A tropical moon, a sleepy lagoon, and you.
Very good. That was Sleepy Lagoon, sung by Dennis Day. Say, Dennis, while you were singing, I noticed something flopping around in your coat pocket. What is it?
A grunion.
A grunion?
Yeah, I picked the best one out for a sample.
So put it with the others. We're going to fry them. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
You're not going to fry this one. We're pals.
All right. And now, folks, I've got a very important announcement to make.
You'll have to save it, Jack. Look who's here.
Well, the proud father. How are you, Daddy?
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, fellas. Applaud loud. The baby's listening in.
Ah, that's the truth, folks. Mr. and Mrs. Harris are the proud parents of a bouncing baby girl. Well, Phil, congratulations, but you know it's customary for a proud father to pass out...
Oh, yes. Come on, fellas. Have a cigar. Here you are, Jackson.
Well, a Corona. Say, they're expensive.
Have a cigar, Don? Thanks, Phil. You, Mary?
What?
No, thanks. I chew plowboy.
Oh, Phil's so nervous.
Here you are, Dennis. Have a cigar.
No, thank you.
Go ahead, kid. Take one.
But I don't smoke, Mr. Benny.
Now, Dennis Day, you take that cigar.
Oh, let the kid alone, Jackson. If you don't want a cigar, that's up to him.
You stay out of it. Now, Dennis, are you going to take that Corona or not?
Okay, but you'll have to smoke it for me.
All right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mary, stop staring at me. Ooh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce...
Say, Jackson, I was going to bring the baby down here to watch our program, but Alice wouldn't let me.
Well, naturally, the child is only 5 days old. My goodness.
What are you talking about? When I was 5 days old, I could lace my own shoes.
Well, the reason I know that's a lie, Phil, is because you didn't wear shoes until the day after I hired you. I dragged your whole band over to Floorshine. Remember?
Oh, yeah. It took 4 salesmen to hold my guitar player down.
That's right, but you can't blame Frankie. He thought they were going to brand him. And when they put the shoes on your piano player, he tried to gnaw his right foot off at the ankle. He thought he was caught in a trap. Yeah. Thanks, Tuppy. What a bunch. And now, fellas, for that announcement I was going to make. It's a very important message about next season. So everybody pay attention. You too, Dennis.
Okay, hold my grunion.
Put that back in your pocket. Now get this, fellas. As you all know, next Sunday will be our last performance for Jell-O. And beginning October 4th, we will be on the air for a different product. Great Nuts Flakes.
Oh, that's a
Yes, sir. It's for the same company, General Foods, and will be on at the same time every Sunday night over the same network. And we'll have a lot of fun.
Say, Jackson, I just happened to think of something. How are you going to identify yourself with this new product?
What do you mean?
Well, you always start off with Jell-O again. What are you going to do with Great Nuts Flakes?
Yeah, that's right. Gee, Grape Nuts Flakes. Gee, I can't say grape again. Or flakes again.
Why don't you say nuts again?
No, that wouldn't work, would it, Don?
Don't ask me, Jack. You know, I'm pretty upset about leaving Jell-O.
But, Don, folks will still be buying Jell-O, and there'll be another Jell-O program. We're just going on for another General Foods product.
Well, maybe you're right. I guess I'm just a little bit too sentimental.
You certainly are. Now, you still have this week and next to talk about Jell-O, so go ahead.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go down to your neighborhood grocer, why not ask him for a package of tempting and appetizing Jell-O? It's not only economical and easy to make, but with its new locked-in flavors, you will find that Jell-O is America's favorite gelatin dessert.
There we go,
Don, control yourself. Don. Don't be such a softy.
Oh, leave him alone, Jackson. The guy has a right to be lugubrious.
What?
Lugubrious. That means sad.
I know it does, and you got it right. Where'd you ever get hold of a word like that?
My baby taught it to me.
Oh, stop with that. He's so proud of his child.
Say, Dennis, you want to come out to the house and see the baby the stork brought me?
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'd like to see the stork.
Dennis. Well, there's no use waiting. I got to have a talk with that kid. Now, Don, dry your eyes. Don, dry your eyes. Dry your eyes either from laughing or crying. I don't know which. And Phil, let's have a band number and brighten up the atmosphere around here.
Okay.
Hold it. Come in. Well, I'll be a...
Hey, you bug!
Andy's a bug! Well, Andy, this is really a surprise.
Hello, Mary and Dennis. Hey, congratulations, Phil. What is it, a boy or a girl?
7-pound girl, Andy.
Well, girls are all right, but don't get in a rut like Eddie Cantor.
That's the fit. Say, Andy, you forgot to say hello to Don Wilson.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Don.
Glad to see you, Andy.
You put on a little weight, haven't you?
Golly, that's the second time that gag was good, wasn't it? You ought to get a load of this pair, folks. They look like a couple of barrage balloons in civilian clothes. Say, Andy, what are you doing around here?
Well, I was fishing down at San Diego, and I thought I'd drop in and say hello.
Oh, fishing, eh? Have any luck?
Nope, didn't catch a thing.
You should have had Jack's bathing suit on.
Never mind. Say, Andy, how are your folks? Are they still battling?
Yeah, they're at it worse than ever. Pa came home with a snootful the other night, and Ma knocked him cold with a welcome mat.
Oh, my God. Won't your father ever learn to behave?
Well, Buck, I figure if they ever ration gasoline in California, he'll straighten right out.
Why, Andy, you don't mean to say your pa drinks gasoline?
He's got to. He swore off a liquor 10 years ago.
What?
He's working out at Lockheed as a blowtorch.
Well, that's the worst yet. Stick around, Andy. Phil's going to play a band number, then we'll go out and have something to eat.
Oh, I'd love to, but I got to go now. My girl's waiting for me out in the car.
What, your girl's outside alone with all these soldiers around? You're liable to lose her.
Oh, no, I won't, Buck. I got her chained to the front bumper.
Good idea. So long, Andy.
So long, Buck.
Gee, it was good to see Andy again. Doggone it, I should have sold him a bucket of grunion. Play, Phil. That was three little sisters, played by Daddy Harris and his 18 musical diapers. Musical meaning what the boys think they are, and diapers meaning I'm going to change them. Not bad, eh, Phil?
That's a fine way to talk after I went and named my baby after you.
What? You named the kid after me?
Certainly. Alice J. Harris. J is for Jacqueline.
J for Jacqueline. After me.
J for what?
You heard him. Jacqueline. Well, thanks, Phil. That's quite an honor. And now, folks...
Oh, Camp Callan, near La Jolla.
Wait a minute, Mary. If you insist on reading a poem about Camp Callan, do it right. What's the title of it?
Can't you hear me, Callan, Caroline?
Well, I guess that's silly enough. Go ahead.
Oh, Camp Callan, near La Jolla by the sea, where Jack Benny goes in swimming and catches fish for you and me.
That's right. There's plenty for all.
I met a soldier here last eve who had chevrons on his sleeves. He kissed me, and I must confess, if he's not a bugler, I miss my guess.
Mary, do you have to kiss every soldier you meet?
Well, I'm not stuck up like you are.
What's that got to do with it? Go ahead.
We went walking neath the moon. I said to him, come on, let's spoon. But he wouldn't even flinch. You'd think I was an oozlefinch.
Oozlefinch? What's that?
A goofy-looking bird. It's the mascot of the Coast Artillery.
Oh, I see.
Last verse.
Good.
Here's to the Coast Artillery. You defend us by the sea. If Japs come near, you won't be nice. Because Ack guns ain't filled with rice.
You said it. Mary, that's one of the finest poems you've ever written.
Thanks, Bub.
Go on. My daughter can write a better poem than that.
Phil, your daughter's only 5 days old.
Well, I don't care. She's very talented, and when she grows up, she's going to be a musician.
Well, she'll be the first one in your family. And I'm not kidding.
Since when ain't I a musician?
Since any time. That's since when?
Atta boy, Jacqueline.
Dennis, take your grunion out for a drink of water, will you? And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, next Sunday will be the last broadcast of the season. So for this occasion, we have arranged a special... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. Where are you?
I'm over here at the Jolly Auto Court.
Rochester, I found out that's pronounced La Jolla. It turned out to be a Spanish word.
Doggone, I should have known that.
You?
Yeah, I used to be a toreador in the washroom at the McCambo.
Never mind that. What did you call me about?
I'm having a little trouble packing your bag, boss.
What do you mean, trouble?
After I got all them fish in, I didn't have room for your blue suit.
What? You put those grunion in my brand new alligator bag?
But, boss, alligators love fish.
Only if they're alive. This alligator happens to be a suitcase.
Well, just the same, every time I snap it shut, it snaps back at me.
Now, Rochester, take those fish out of that bag.
Okay.
Then get in the Maxwell and come right over here to Camp Callan.
But, Mr. Benny, that's about a 12-mile trip, is it not?
Yes.
And it's uphill, is it not?
Yes. Now, when will you be here?
Boss, that's a mechanical and a military secret.
Well, start right now, and you ought to be here before sundown. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I took your bathing suit down to the surf and rinsed it like you told me to.
You did?
This time, one of them little Jap submarines fell out.
Oh, my goodness. What did you do with the Japs?
They're in the suitcase with the grunion.
Nice going, Rochester. So long.
So long, boss.
Well, that is news. Maybe I ought to turn my bathing suit over to the government. I think I will. Play, Phil.
Think of spring and you think of strawberries. Think of strawberries and quick as a wink, your thoughts turn to strawberries and Jell-O, one of the grandest of all desserts. Just try Jell-O's new recipe, Fresh Strawberry Supreme, and see if you don't agree. It's gloriously good and so simple to make. All you do is dissolve a package of Jell-O imitation strawberry flavor in 1 pint of hot water. Chill until cold and syrupy. Then place in a bowl of cracked ice and whip with a rotary egg beater until fluffy. Next, fold in 1/2 cup of heavy cream whipped. Then arrange sweetened sliced strawberries in sherbet glasses and pile the whipped Jell-O lightly on the berries. Chill and serve, and you'll have one of the most delightful, flavorful desserts you ever tasted. Rich, juicy red strawberries covered with a creamy topping of whipped strawberry Jell-O. Order strawberry Jell-O tomorrow and try this marvelous treat. And be sure when you buy to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O gives you the extra goodness of locked-in flavors.
This is the last number of the 34th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Now I'd like to thank General Hardaway and Captain Westerfield and all the boys here at Camp Callan for a swell time and a thrilling visit. Don't forget to tune in next week, ladies and gentlemen, for our last broadcast of the season. I know I will. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program is written by Mel Blanc and Ed Beline and is broadcast each week by special facilities to our armed forces throughout the world. The presentation of this program from Camp Callan has been for the entertainment of the personnel stationed here and does not constitute an endorsement of our product by the War Department or its personnel.
Say, have you tried those new Jell-O puddings? They're made by the makers of Jell-O, and like Jell-O, they're swell. Try Jell-O Butterscotch Pudding. It's gloriously smooth, a rich, mellow pudding that simply tops for golden butterscotch flavor, and so creamy and good. Jell-O puddings require no additional sugar to make. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, order Jell-O puddings, too, in all three flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. The program came to you from Camp Callan. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Encoded by N2MP3.
Important problem confronting the country today is that of gasoline rationing. We must all conserve as much gas as we possibly can.
Yes. Boss, we never use more.
You see, Rochester, the gasoline shortage is not a product shortage. The problem is one of distribution and transportation. And it's up to us to get more miles out of every gallon of gas that we use.
But, boss, your Maxwell gets over 80 miles to the gallon now.
My car is an exception. Now, Rochester, even in the states where gasoline isn't rationed, people must cut their consumption to the minimum.
But, Mr. Benny...
They can do this by organizing their shopping to avoid unnecessary trips, driving under 40, and keeping their carburetors adjusted. That goes for us, too. So adjust our carburetor, Rochester.
We don't have to, boss. We're using it for a radiator cap.
Well, put it back where it belongs. And remember, Rochester, we should all do our bit, because everybody is a part of this war effort.
The Jell-O program, presented by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Salute to Gardner Field.
It was more than 40 years ago, friends, that the first package of Jell-O was handed across a counter, carried home, and served to a delighted family. And in the years since that first family enjoyed Jell-O, this swell dessert has been many times improved. Now today, it's been made even better than ever, because by means of a new Jell-O process, Jell-O's grand goodness is locked in, protected for your added pleasure. Every package of Jell-O that you buy today gives you extra enjoyment thanks to this new Jell-O process. Every radiant, shimmering mold of Jell-O that you serve your family these days is more delightful, because Jell-O now brings you a new high in flavor. Let your next package of Jell-O prove to you that Jell-O's flavor really is locked in. Open the package. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O, and out will come Jell-O's captive flavor in a rush of richness. Get Jell-O tomorrow. Its flavor is locked in, so it's extra good.
Salute to Gardner Field, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on his final appearance for Jell-O, we bring you that delicious comedian with the locked-in bankroll, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny, Jell-Oing again for the last time. Next season, it'll be Grape Nut Flakes. And, Don, I guess you've got a right to be silly on our final broadcast. After 35 weeks, I'm a little slap-happy myself.
You're right, Jack. People don't realize how strenuous radio can be. I tell you, I'm worn to a frazzle.
Well, Don, you're the biggest frazzle I ever saw. Anyhow, we've got a very important sketch tonight, so let's get started. Is everybody here?
I am. I don't know about Dennis.
I'll go up and get him.
You're here now. Say, where's Phil, our proud father?
He's over in the corner practicing.
Practicing what?
Making three-cornered pants with his handkerchief.
Oh, yes. Hey, Phil, come over here.
Okay, Jack, I'll be right with you.
And take those safety pins out of your mouth. My goodness, you're certainly getting domestic all of a sudden. Now, fellas, the reason I wanted you here early tonight is because we're going to do a very important sketch. A cavalcade of 8 years with Jell-O.
Gee whiz, Mr. Benny, have you really been 8 years with one product?
That's right.
Remember when you first started out, you had 8 products in 1 year?
They hated me then.
No kidding, Jackson. Did you have 8 different jobs your first year in radio?
Yep. I went on the air for Bixby's Biscuit Batter, Belcher's Buggy Whip, the You Walk Up and We'll Come Down Clothing Company, Happy Hour Auto Courts Incorporated, Corrigan's Classy Corned Beef, the Easy Pull Zipper Company, and Moxley's Mucilage. Those were the days.
Moxley's mucilage. I use that all the time on my hair.
Mucilage? On your hair?
Yeah, mine's not going to fall out like yours did, by golly.
Now, wait a minute. Mine hair didn't fall out. It was pulled out by a beautiful waitress in Lincoln, Nebraska. You want to know? Well, let's get going with our big production, fellas, so everybody pay attention. You too, Dennis.
Okay, hold my grunion.
Put that fish back in your pocket. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is our final appearance for good old Jell-O, we have prepared a cavalcade of 8 happy years with America's favorite gelatin dessert. Some of the highlights which we hope you will remember. Take it, Don Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, during our long and pleasant association with Jell-O, we've had many memorable situations. And one of the outstanding among them was the first time Jack Benny met Rochester. A few years ago, Jack and the whole gang were en route here by train from New York. And Rochester was a Pullman porter. A Pullman porter, if you remember, who didn't know where Albuquerque was.
Oh, gee. Gee, what a long trip.
Say, Jack, look out the window. They sure dress funny here in Hollywood.
Those are Indians. This is New Mexico.
Oh.
Hey, Porter. Porter.
Yes, sir.
What time do we get to Albuquerque?
What?
Albuquerque.
I don't know. Do we stop there?
Well, certainly we stop there.
My.
I better go up and tell the engineer about that.
Yes, do.
What's the name of that town again?
Albuquerque.
Albuquerque. What they going to think of next?
Albuquerque is a town.
You better check on that.
I know what I'm talking about. Now, how long do we stop there?
How long do we stop where?
In Albuquerque.
There you go again. And, of course, many of you will remember the series of sketches we used to do called Buck Benny Rides Again. Mary was Daisy Carson, Phil was Frank Carson, her father, and Jack was that rootin', tootin', shootin' sheriff, Buck Benny.
Well, here's the Carson house. Woo, partner, woo.
Steady now. Here's an oat to chew while I'm gone. Thanks very much. I got a talking horse, and vaudeville has to be dead. I hope Daisy's home.
Come in.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and bow-legged.
Well, gal, you wouldn't exactly have any trouble straddling a barrel yourself. Say, Daisy, how's your pappy? Been drinking much lately?
Only when a snake bites him.
Well.
And if they don't, he teases them.
By the way, Daisy, where is the old boy?
He was papering the room here this morning, and that's the last time I saw him.
Gosh, this is new paper, ain't it? Wait a minute. What's that big lump there on the north wall?
Here comes Pappy now.
Hello, Frank.
Hello, Buck. Is the blackout over?
What blackout? You papered yourself on the wall. Now listen, Frank. I hear them rustlers stole some of your cows again last night. How many you figure they got?
I don't know.
Well, look out the window there and tell me how many head of cattle you got left.
Can't tell you, Buck. They're facing the other way.
And let it go. Well, don't worry, Frank. I'll find them cattle before the sun goes down. Buck Benny rides again.
Folks, do you remember the time gravel-voiced Andy Devine took a trip up to San Francisco to join us? And the next day he told Jack all about it.
Well, Andy, I didn't expect you up here in San Francisco. You told me you couldn't make it.
Well, I didn't think I could, Buck, but Ma and Pa wanted to come, so I thought I'd treat them to a little vacation.
Oh, what did you do, motor up?
No, we took the night train. Ma slept in the lower berth, and Pa and me shared the upper.
Well, two of you in an upper berth. You must have had trouble getting undressed.
Undressed? We couldn't even get our hats off.
That must have been awful.
Well, we wouldn't have minded that so much, but our dog wouldn't get off the pillow.
Oh, your dog was in there, too. My goodness.
Yeah, she sure picked a fine time to have pup.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
And, of course, the cavalcade of Jell-O would be incomplete without some mention of the Benny Allen feud. It all started when Fred Allen accused Jack Benny of being unable to play the bees. On one of our most memorable programs, it occurred when Jack explained how he had once saved Fred's life years ago in vaudeville. Allen had been rushed to the hospital, and the doctor was telling Jack that his condition was critical.
Mr. Benny, when Fred Allen was juggling that cannonball and it dropped on his foot, it severed the femur and part of the tibia.
Well, heavens to Betsy.
And there's only one thing that can save his life. He must have a blood transfusion immediately.
A blood transfusion? Thank you, Butterball. Well, Doctor, if my blood can save Alan's life, I am ready.
Are you ready, Miss Stewart?
Yes, Doctor.
Then hand me that ice pick.
Wait a minute. Don't I get an anesthetic for this?
Yes. Oh, nurse, fan Mr. Benny with a herring.
You do, I'll snap at it. Take it quick, Doctor.
All right. I'll just tap this vein here and attach a hose to it.
Go ahead, Doctor. I'm not afraid. I'm in awful pain now, folks. See what I went through for that rat?
There we are. All right, Miss Stewart. Open the valve and draw the blood.
Yes, Doctor.
Oh, my goodness. Hey, shut me off! That's not ketchup, you know.
During the last 8 years, the Jell-O program has satirized many great motion pictures. And one of the most successful of these parodies was Lost Horizon, in which Jack played Ronald Coleman's part, that of a man who had found Shangri-La. Remember the scene where Jack met the Grand Lama?
Come, my boy, it's growing late, and I've promised to present you to the High Lama. He's 900 years old.
900 years old.
Isn't he awful wrinkled?
No. We have him pressed once a week.
Gazooks.
Quiet. The High Lama approaches to greet us. Be prepared.
900 years old. Gee, he must be all dried up.
Yes. Don't light any matches around him.
Oh, boy, am I nervous.
He will not harm you, my son. Here he is. Behold, the High Lama. Your Excellency, I beg to present Jack Benny.
Your Excellency.
Hello, stranger.
Slapperman.
Quiet, I'm a llama now.
Well, tell me, Slap, how are you doing in Shangri-La?
Oh, Jackie boy, am I making money? Everybody here lives to be 300 years old, 400, 500. There's no limit. I tell you, Jack, I'm cleaning up.
What do you do?
I sell birthday candles.
Birthday candle? You must be making a fortune. Say, is your wife here with you?
Who else could make me 900 years old so quick?
Oh, that's right.
Well, kiddies, I gotta toddle along now to the Shangri-La airport.
Oh, do you have an airport here?
Yeah, this is where the bombers leave for Tokyo.
Oh, yes, I heard about that.
About 3 years ago, a young man named Dennis Day joined the program. Dennis didn't say much in those days. His mother handled most of the conversation. Perhaps you remember his first appearance.
Well, how do you do, Mrs. Day? Come right in.
Thank you. Come along, Dennis.
Well, I'm glad you found the studio all right. Did you take a cab like I told you to?
Yes, it was $1.65. Here's the slip.
Oh. Oh, well, I don't mind.
Then smile.
How can a baritone have a tenor for a son? Mrs. Day, I want you to meet the, Mrs. Day.
Yes.
I want you to meet the members of my cast.
How do you do?
And this is her little boy, Dennis.
Say hello to the people, Dennis.
Hello to the people.
Oh, fine. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
What song have you selected for your debut on the Jello program?
I'm going to sing.
He's going to sing a delightful new number entitled When You Wish Upon a Star.
Now, before you sing, Dennis, I thought our audience would like to know your age. How old are you?
59, including mother.
Well, that's not what I meant, but let it go. Now, go ahead, Dennis. We're all anxious to hear you. This is the microphone.
How do you do?
Right. My, you are nervous. Go ahead, kid.
Now remember, Dennis, breathe deeply.
Yes, Mother.
Don't forget the words.
No, Mother.
And come here. Let me fix your tie.
Oh, don't bother, Mrs. Day. You know, this isn't television.
You're quite fortunate, Mr. Benny.
Very good, Mrs. Day. Sing, Dennis. Oh, boy, I'd like to give her a hot foot.
When you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are. Anything your heart desires will come to you. Like a bolt out of the blue, they stepped in and sees you through. When you wish upon a star, your dream comes true.
That was swell, Dennis. And now for the second chapter in our cavalcade of Jell-O.
I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, most of you remember the letters and telephone calls that Mary used to get from her mother. One of the most amusing of these calls occurred about 4 years ago when...
I'll take it. Hello? Who? Plainfield, New Jersey? That must be for you, Mary.
Oh, gee, I'll bet it's Mama.
Yeah, Tugboat Annie is on the wire.
Oh, hello, Mama. Gee, this is a surprise. What? You've been listening to the program? How is it? Oh, it does?
She should be critical.
What, Mama?
She was thrown out of the Florodora sextet for having an anchor tattooed on her leg.
Look, Mama, we're going to Waukegan in a few days, so why don't you and Papa come to visit us? You can see the premiere of Jack's new picture. Oh, I don't know. I'll find out. Jack, are they going to...
No, certainly not.
No, Mama, no free dishes.
Tell her to stay home, Mary. I'll be busy enough this week. Your mother is a character, if I ever...
And here, ladies and gentlemen, is a routine which I'm sure all of you will remember. The quiz kids were on the show at the time, and right in the middle of it, Rochester called up with startling news. Here it is.
Well, what about my polar bear, Rochester? What's Carmichael done now?
Well, he was supposed to be sleeping in the basement, and the gas man went downstairs to read the meter.
Yes?
And all of a sudden, it sounded like feeding time at the zoo.
Oh, my goodness. Well, what happened to the gas man?
I don't know, but I doubt if we get a bill this month.
Now, that's silly. Carmichael wouldn't hurt a fly. He was just playing, that's all.
Yeah, but where's the man?
Stop being so pessimistic. Now, look, I forgot to feed Carmichael this morning, and he must be pretty hungry.
Uh-huh.
So give him some roast beef out of the icebox.
Uh-huh.
But don't let him eat too fast. This is his first meal today.
His second meal. Where's the man?
Forget about the gas man. Forget about him.
We of the Jell-O gang have made a lot of trips to New York, Palm Springs, Yosemite, and various naval and military posts. But some of our most hilarious moments have been spent right at Jack's home in Beverly Hills. And when we speak of Jack's home, we can't forget Jack's bewildering boarder, Mr. Billingsley.
Oh, Jack, here comes your boarder.
Oh, yes. I wonder why he's wearing that turban. Hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benny. Digging in your garden, I see.
Yes, I thought I'd get started early this year.
I do hope you plant pistachios. They're delightful.
But, Mr. Billingsley, pistachios are nuts.
Well, who isn't?
I didn't look at it quite that way.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny. I'm going out for a little stroll.
Goodbye. Oh, by the way, Mr. Billingsley, you look just like a Hindu. Is that a turban wound around your head?
No, that's a bed sheet. I slept like a top last night.
Oh, well, we've got to run along to the studio. See you later, Mr. Billingsley.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, thanks. I never touch it.
I wish I could figure him out. Oh, well.
And, folks, one episode which many of you will remember and which I personally will never forget was the time I invited Jack over to my house to meet the little woman. But unfortunately, I forgot to telephone her ahead of time. And for weeks afterward, Jack kept saying to me...
Call her up, your wife. Call her up, I said. If I said it once, I said it 5 times. Let's not barge in on the little woman. But no, you had to be a wise guy. Call her up, I said. Call up the little woman.
gentlemen, as our sentimental journey approaches its conclusion, many of you may like to hear again a portion of one of our popular New Year's fantasies. Jack, you remember, always plays the old year in these annual playlists. And as we tune in now, it's almost midnight, December 31st, 1941. And the little New Year is waiting to make his entrance.
There's the fourth stroke of midnight. Come in. Hello, young feller. Are you the little New Year?
This ain't a sarong I'm wearing.
That's good. You're going to need a sense of humor, kid. Come on in. I want you to meet Uncle Sam and his wife, Columbia.
Glad to know you, folks.
Hello, Sonny.
Hiya, Bub. Make yourself to home.
Well, son, I hope you brought some good things with you. You'll like staying in this house. It's the finest home on the block.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Well, you better be moving along, old-timer. I've got work to do.
Yep. Might as well be moseying along. But before I go, I want to give you a little advice. First, take good care of Uncle Sam here. Let him get mad when he wants to, but see that he don't fly off the handle.
Them gall-darn pests.
See what I mean? And take care of his friends, Mexico and Brazil, and all his good neighbors in the South, too. And don't forget that Dutch uncle of his.
Leave it to me, old-timer.
And look, you may have to put out the lights here in the house once in a while, but see that torch at the front gate is always burning. And say, before I forget it, Uncle Sam's got a nephew named Franklin that's taking mighty good care of the old boy. Ain't he, Sam?
You darn toot.
So keep an eye on him, son, and give him all the help you can.
Franklin, huh? I'll write that down.
As long as you're writing down names, here's another one for you. Put down Winston.
Winston?
Yep.
Franklin and Winston. What are these two fellows' last names?
Ain't necessary, son. Everybody knows them.
Anyone else?
Well, let's see. You can put down Chiang Kai-shek and Marshal Timoshenko. Nice fellas, believe me, they're just as tough as they are to pronounce. Oh, there's a lot more of them, but Sam will give you the names later. Well, got to be leaving. So long, Sam.
So long, old-timer.
Here I go.
So long, 41.
So long, Columbia. Keep 'em flying.
Here's a dessert, friends, that you'll want to add to your favorites the very first time you try it. The name of this treat is Cherry Fruit Pudding, a tempting blend of juicy red cherries, golden grapefruit, and rich tart cherry Jell-O. And what an easy dessert it is to make. Simply dissolve one package of Jell-O imitation cherry flavor in 1 pint of hot grapefruit juice and water, and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 1/2 cup each of diced grapefruit sections and seeded fresh cherries halved. Then mold, and just see what a hearty welcome this swell dessert gets from the whole family. The tang of fresh, juicy cherries and the sunny flavor of grapefruit combine beautifully with the delightful goodness of bright crimson cherry Jell-O. So try it soon. Tomorrow, order cherry Jell-O, and be sure you get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O's flavor is locked in for your added enjoyment.
Well, folks, that was the last number of the last program that this gang is doing for Jell-O. And we'll be back on the air the first Sunday in October at the same time on the same network, but broadcasting for Grape Nut Flakes. In the meantime, have grape nuts for breakfast and Jell-O for dessert. Now, before I go, I'd like to thank all of our listeners, my cast, my sponsors, and my writers, Bill Morrow and Ed Beloin, for their splendid cooperation and support. Good night, folks. See you in October.
arranged by Malin Merritt. The Jello program is broadcast each week by shortwave to our armed forces throughout the world.
The same folks who make Jello puddings. Rich, luscious puddings with a real old-fashioned homemade flavor. There's Jello vanilla pudding, a wonderful dessert, smooth, creamy, and mellow, and simply brimming over with the flavor of real vanilla. This delicious pudding makes a grand, creamy filling, too, for pies, tarts, and cakes. And it requires no additional sugar to make. When you order Jello, ask for Jello puddings. Jello puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents transcribed the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Phil has never been a jealous husband, believing that Alice's life only began when she met him. Today, a surprising bit of Alice's past comes to light. More about that later, but first this word from RCA Victor. The most important difference between one radio and another is the way it sounds. It's the tone that really counts. And that's why you should choose an RCA Victor radio, because there's nothing to compare with RCA Victor's Golden Throat tone system. Music is brought to you virtually free of distortion. From the deep low notes of a cello to the sharp highs of a flute, music fairly floats from the Golden Throat. So if you want brilliant tones and beautiful music, you'll want an RCA Victor radio like the Blaine, for example. The Blaine is RCA Victor's lowest price table radio with the Golden Throat. It's inexpensive, superbly styled, and the Blaine comes in 7 smart decorator colors to fit any color scheme. So visit your RCA Victor dealer tomorrow and get this dramatic new table model, the RCA Victor Blaine. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. This morning, Alice had an unexpected phone call. An old boyfriend of hers came into town and phoned her. However, Alice was at rehearsal with Phil, and William took the message.
Oh, Alice, I could hardly wait for you to get home. Guess who called while you were out? George Henderson.
George Henderson? Oh, no, not George Henderson. Willie, are you sure it was George Henderson?
That's who he said it was, George Henderson.
Well, now that we got the names set, may I ask a question?
What?
Just who is this Sam Mankiewicz?
Stop kidding. George is an old boyfriend of mine. He was my first love. Didn't I ever tell you about Georgie Porgy?
Not that I remember. Georgie Porgy.
That's what I used to call him. Oh, gosh, he was so cute. And he called me Alicey Wallacey.
How'd you two ever manage to grow up without getting shot at? Just who is the guy?
Well, I told you, he's an old boyfriend of mine. I used to go out with him when I was 16.
You never told me about this Henderson guy.
Oh, I did, too. I mentioned him several times. I used to tell you about going out with George. Don't you remember?
Yeah, but I thought you meant George Arliss.
Oh, now, don't be catty. George Henderson was young and extremely good-looking. In fact, he's the best-looking man I've ever seen.
How long have you had bad eyes, kid? You married the best-looking man you've ever seen.
Oh, Phil, stop being conceited.
I ain't conceited. I just happen to have everything.
Everything?
Yeah.
I'm lovely to look at, delightful to hold, and haven't to care. A combination like this is something you never thought that you would see. Imagine getting a dream like me. Look out. Let me hold that note a little longer.
Say, Willie, what's George doing in town?
Well, he's here on business. He's staying at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and he said he'd like to see you, so I invited him over.
Oh, Willie, you shouldn't have done that.
Why not?
Oh, I'm no longer interested in him, Phil. When I married you, I put all other men out of my mind. I don't even remember what George looked like.
You don't?
No. Except that he had blue eyes that twinkled when he laughed, a dimple in his left cheek when he smiled, blonde wavy hair parted on the right side, and he was 6 feet 1 3/4 inches in his shoes, which were size 9.5B.
How you like that? She even cased his feet. Look, Alice, there's just one more thing I'd like to know about this man that you can't remember. Was his liver in good condition?
I don't recall, but if you're really interested, I'll go up and get his x-ray pictures out of my hope chest. It won't take...
Never mind.
No, Phil, on second thought, I think I will have George over for old time's sake. I'd like to have you meet him.
Well, I don't want to meet him. And I ain't having no old boyfriends coming over here trying to steal you.
Oh, Phil, don't be silly. I'll admit George is impetuous, but I'll bet that's George now.
Oh, it is, huh? Well, you wait here. I'll take care of him. I'll show this guy he can't come over here and take Alice away from me. Beat it. I know why you're here. You're in love with my wife and you're trying to steal her.
That's only partly true, Chris. I don't really love her. I'm just after her money.
All right, Bramley, just forget about it. I thought it was somebody else.
Whom were you expecting?
Alice's boyfriend.
Which one?
Hey, Remley, let me ask you something. Now, concentrate for a minute. When I'm away, do you ever see a boyfriend of Alice's hanging around the house?
What does this guy look like?
Well, he wears a 9.5 shoe, and he has his x-ray pictures of my wife's hope chest.
No, I haven't seen Marvin around lately. But I've seen the other guy.
What other guy?
The one that wears a 6 7/8 derby and keeps his beard in your wife's bureau.
I'll stop if you will.
Okay. Now tell me, what are you talking about?
No, on the level now. There's an old boyfriend of Alice's in town, and she wants him over for dinner, and I don't. And I got to think of some way to discourage Alice.
Why?
Because she raved about the guy. She said he was one of the handsomest men she ever saw when she was young.
Well, that was ages ago. This guy must be 100 years old by now.
Hey, you know something? You're right. I never thought of that.
Now, the best way to discourage Alice is to have him over here. She remembers him as he used to be. Today, he's probably an old, bald-headed guy with a paunch and whiskers.
Yeah. Yeah, then when she sees him wheeling them in, she'll appreciate what she got.
What she got?
She's got me. But you know something, Remley, you're right. I'm going to let him come over, and then when Alice sees this broken-down character, I'll have nothing to worry about.
That's right.
Hey, I'm going to tell Alice I changed my mind.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. Hey, Alice! Hey, honey, come in a minute. You sure the guy's old, huh, Remley?
He's got to be.
Yeah.
Did you call me,
Oh,
Phil?
yeah. Look, Alice, I changed my mind, honey. If it'll make you happy to see your old boyfriend, then by all means you should see your old boyfriend.
Well, that's very considerate of you, dear, but aren't you afraid that, well, we might pick up where we left off?
No, I ain't the least bit. Where'd you leave off?
Sweethearts, and I was madly in love with him.
Then why don't you marry him?
Oh, we were too young. And I'm glad I didn't, because later on my true love came along. One night I walked into a nightclub, and there on the bandstand stood a curly-headed band leader. He was handsome, sophisticated, and charming. I fell madly in love with him, and I married him.
I didn't know you were ever married to Rudy Valley.
He's talking about me. Ain't you?
Of course I am, honey. You're the only man I ever think about, and... Oh, that must be George now. I'm going upstairs and powder my nose and comb my hair and change my dress. I can't let him see me like this. You let him in, Phil.
She's certainly anxious to see her old boyfriend.
Is she in for a surprise? Yeah. Hey, tell me again, what's he going to look like, really?
He'll be bald and paunchy with heavy jowls and bags under his eyes.
Oh, poor Alice. Wait till she sees this Rip Van Winkle. I'll let him in. Come on in, Rip.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was expecting someone else, and Hey. Ain't you Van Johnson?
No. People are always mistaking me for him. My name is George Henderson.
Tilt!
Handsome, ain't he, Curly?
Remley, I'm going to kill you. This guy looks like a Greek god. I got to keep Alice from seeing him.
Does Alice Faye live here?
Who?
Alice Faye.
Ever heard of her? Rummy, you know anybody by the name of Alice Faye?
Faye?
Yeah, Faye.
Faye. Sounds vaguely familiar. Wasn't there an old movie star by that name?
I wouldn't know. She must have been before my time.
Well, I guess I made a mistake. I'm sorry to trouble you, and I see...
Phil, is that George Henderson?
Wait a minute. Who was that? It sounded like Alice.
Oh, no. That was my parrot you heard.
Your parrot says, is that George Henderson?
Yeah. Strangest thing about that bird. He never did learn to say Polly wants a cracker. All he ever says is that George Henderson? Very unusual bird.
Phil, will you please come up here and help hook me up?
Oh, who was that?
His parrot. She's having trouble getting into her corset.
His parrot wears a corset?
Yeah. See, we're fattening her up for Thanksgiving. We're too poor for a turkey.
Curly, I think you've gone about as far as you can go.
Mister, that was Alice's voice. I recognize it. Now, look, may I come in?
Yeah, all right, buddy, all right. Step right in here. Go ahead. Go on in there in the living room.
Thank you.
So the guy's changed, huh, Remley? If Alice ever sees us Adonis, I'm dead.
Curly, maybe he hasn't changed, but, Alice has.
What do you mean?
He hasn't seen her yet, and if we discourage him enough, he wouldn't want to see her.
Yeah, that ought to work. Hold it a minute. Mr. Henderson, are you sure you want to see Alice?
Well, of course I'm sure. I'm very anxious to see her. You know, I haven't seen her for quite a few years. She certainly was a beautiful girl.
Was, yes. Is, no. You see, she's changed.
Changed? Well, in what way?
Oh, it's difficult to describe. Poor creature. For your own sake, mister, I don't think you ought to see her.
But I want to see her. I insist.
Very well. That'll be 40 cents, please.
40 cents for what?
You don't think we show the thing for nothing? In 5 minutes, it'll be feeding time.
Overdo it. Pay no attention to him, George. Alice hasn't changed that much.
Well, I didn't think she would. She always had a gorgeous figure. Tell me, does she still have it?
Oh, yes. Of course, it's hard to see under all those layers of fat. But I imagine it's still there.
Alice got fat? Well, is it noticeable?
Oh, only when she tries to come down the stairs. She keeps getting wedged in between the banister and the wall.
She gets wedged between the banister and the wall?
Well, not if I remember to butter her hips.
Well, look, maybe I'd better run along. I'm a little late.
Yeah, you run along, and I'll tell Fatso you couldn't wait. I'll tell her
Here
that...
I am. George.
Alice. Alice, you shouldn't come down without your fat on. You catch cold.
What's that?
Yes, that's what I'd like to know. Alice, your figure hasn't changed a bit. Oh, you're just as beautiful as you ever were.
Oh, George. You know, you haven't changed either. You're just as handsome as you ever were.
I've never forgotten you, Alice.
And I've never forgotten you either, George.
We were so much in love, Alice.
Yes. Yes, we were. Did you ever get married, George?
No, I didn't. Did you ever get married, Alice?
No, I didn't. Oh, yes, I did. I forgot.
What do you mean you forgot? Alice, tell that guy who I am.
Certainly. George, I want you to meet my husband.
Alice, this is your husband?
George, please don't look at me like that.
Well, why did you marry him?
I couldn't help myself. It was during the war and there was a shortage of everything. I had to take
Alice, it's remarkable how the years haven't changed you at all. Why, you're the same girl I used to take out and go to dances with.
Do you remember those dances?
Oh, how could I forget? We used to dance and you'd sing to me. Hey, could we do that now just for old time's sake?
Oh, I'd be glad to.
Hold it, Buster. You ain't putting your arm around my wife.
Oh, but Phil, I was just going to sing while I danced with her.
Never mind. You just sing. I'll dance with her.
Mon chéri, I adore you. Mon amour, I implore you. Donnez-moi un peu baiser, which means give us a little kiss, please, Miss Faye.
Voulez-vous, this is what I want from you. Voulez-vous, this is what I want from you. Un verset from your lips, even kiss my fingertips. Et l'amour, ooh la la. I better run to my mama. She has always taught me to beware of things like this. But hugs and kisses thrill me.
Why miss all this bliss while I miss?
So voulez-vous, you know how much I love you. Voulez-vous, now I ask you, voulez-vous?
Je vous aime beaucoup. Pour toujours, tout l'amour.
Voulez-vous, mon chéri, mon amour c'est très grandeur. Voulez-vous, c'est amour je désire pour vous.
Un baiser from your lips, even kiss your fingertips.
C'est l'amour, ooh la la.
Better run to your mama.
Oui, she has always taught me.
Yes, to beware of things like these.
Oh, but hugs and kisses thrill me.
Why miss all this bliss while I miss? So voulez-vous,
you know how much I love you.
Voulez-vous, now I ask you, voulez-vous.
Thank you. I enjoyed that very much.
Don't mention it, George. You were very light on your 9.5.
I was talking to Alice. Alice, this is just like old times.
Oh, we used to have a lot of fun together.
Ah, we sure did. Say, do you remember the day we went to Coney Island and rode on everything?
Yes. And you remember the time we went to the zoo in Central Park and fed the animals?
Oh, yes. But the time I'll never forget is the night you and I went moonlight canoeing. Well, I remember I put my arm around you, and you looked up at me.
George, don't tell them.
Let that boy talk.
What happened, Mr. Henderson? What happened?
Nothing happened.
You know, George, I still have pictures in my album of that day at Coney Island. Would you like to see them?
Oh, I'd love to.
Yeah, let's go in and look at them.
You stay here, Phil. They wouldn't interest you. Come on, George.
Wait a minute. I'm coming with you. I'm not...
Curly, don't. You can't go in there.
Why not?
The young folks want to be alone.
But Frankie, she's going to show him the album. They'll be sitting close together.
Curly, don't get excited. The joke's on him. He'll never get to see the pictures.
Why not?
Alice just turned the light out. Now she's locking...
She is not! What are you trying to do, Remley?
I'm just preparing you for what might happen. After all, this guy is younger than you and better looking.
I know. So what if he is better looking? I'm more romantic than he is.
I know it, Curly, but you got to prove it to Alice. And I know how you can do it.
How?
You and George have a kissing contest with Alice.
How's that work?
You each take turns kissing Alice and see who's the best.
Supposing I lose.
You can't. Just to help you out, I'll get in on it, too. One of us is bound to beat him.
I'll do it on one condition. You got to add your score to mine. Come on, we'll go in and challenge you. Wait a minute. There ain't going to be no kissing contest with my wife as the target.
Where is your competitive spirit?
Remley, this is serious. For the first time, I realize I might lose Alice.
Well, so what? You still have me.
Still have sinus trouble, too. Don't help any. Don't you realize, Remley? Why, if I ever lost Alice, I don't know what I'd do. She does everything for me, and she means so much to... Oh, Remley, I can't go with you.
Anybody home? I brought the ground.
I just couldn't bear to see it.
Well, if it ain't the little white cloud that's fried. What's the matter with you, Mr. Harris?
Oh, Julius, I'm in a terrible spot. I'm afraid I've lost my most valuable possession, the thing that means more to me than anything else in the world.
Don't take it so hard. You can always get another corkscrew.
Julius, don't jest with Mr. Harris. He's reached a crisis in his life.
That's right, kid. My wife may leave me tomorrow.
Why?
Well, there's another man.
I don't mean that. Why is she going to wait till tomorrow?
I think I'll ignore that. I can't understand it, Remley. No woman had ever left me before.
Maybe you've lost your appeal, Curly.
Rubbish. It isn't Hey, Julius, I want to ask your honest opinion. Do you think I'm attractive to the opposite sex?
The opposite sex of what?
Ignore him, Curly. Well, look, if Alice prefers George to you, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Might as well give up.
What kind of a man are you? You gotta fight for the woman you love. Show her that you're a better man than he is.
Yeah. And I know exactly how I can do it. I'm going to beat him by using my brain.
Why pick your weakest weapon? Mr. Harris, your only chance is by physical prowess. All you gotta do is prove you're a better athlete. Show him up.
Yeah, and I'm just the guy who can do it. I'll show him up right in front of Alice. I'll show him I'm a better man than he is. Watch me.
Get set, Curly. Here they come.
Oh, the pictures were wonderful, Alice. They certainly brought back a lot. Harris, what are you doing?
Standing on my hands? Let's see you do it.
Oh, Phil, stop being ridiculous. Stand on your feet.
All right. Fellas, you can let go of my ankles now.
Right.
Harris, Alice invited me to dinner. I'd like to wash up before. What are you doing now?
Touching my toes with my tongue? Let's see you do it.
Look, all I want to do is get washed. Where's the bathroom?
I'll show you where it is.
Oh, thanks.
I'll start you even and race you there and back.
Look, I don't want to race.
Get down on your hands and knees.
All right. I think it's stupid, but if it's the only way I can get to the bathroom, I'll do it.
Come on, get down on your hands and knees. Get on your mark, get set, go!
Well, Harris, now that I raced you, I hope you... well, where is Harris?
He's still on his hands and knees. He ain't been able to get up yet.
Well, it ain't my fault. The kids left some chewing gum on the rug and my knee got stuck to it. I'm not at my best on land anyway. You just come on out in the swimming pool. We'll dive in and race 4 lengths.
But I don't want to swim.
No, afraid, huh? Well, you're going to swim whether you like it or not. Come on.
Well, Harris, now that I beat you, are you satisfied that... Oh, where is he now?
I don't know. He dove in. That's the last we saw. He's been down there 5 minutes now. What do you think we ought to do?
Let's wait 10 more minutes, and if you don't show up, we'll go in and have dinner.
Oh, he beat me at this too, huh?
Yeah, but we ain't giving up. We'll get him this time. Come on out of the pool and put these boxing gloves on.
Boxing gloves, that's it. I'll knock his brains out. All right, Henderson, put on them gloves. Let's get started.
But, Harris, I don't want to fight.
Don't stall. Put the gloves on. Let's go.
Well, Harris, are you satisfied now? Can I go in and...
Shh. Don't disturb him. He's still unconscious.
Oh, what hit me? I hurt so... Ooh, what's this big lump under my ear?
Your nose.
Well, Alice, honey, I guess I'm not much good. So if you want to leave me for George, go ahead.
No. You need me, Clyde. Come on upstairs and I'll put you to bed.
All right, honey. Then you don't prefer George to me?
No, of course not.
No, Alice, you're a wonderful wife. You're the best wife a guy ever had. I don't know what I'd do without you. And, darling, if I'm too heavy for you, you can put me down.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. This is the season for portable radios, the season to enjoy them at the beach, at the ballpark, or out at the picnic ground. So make sure now your portable is in top condition for summer listening. Have it checked by your local radio dealer or serviceman. He's an expert and knows portables best. And he knows the radio batteries that give the best performance. That's why he features RCA radio batteries. The batteries that are radio engineered for extra listening hours. So no matter what make of portable radio you own, have it inspected now by your local radio dealer serviceman. And if it needs new batteries, remember, there are RCA batteries to fit your portable regardless of make. Buy them from your local radio dealer. And this summer, enjoy extra hours of portable listening pleasure.
This is Phil again. In the flood areas of our country, remember that it is your Red Cross which has set up shelters for the homeless and is providing food and clothing and medical care. So So ask yourself, where would flood victims turn if there were no Red Cross? When you think of that, you'll want to contribute whatever you can to the present emergency. Please help if you're able to do so. Thank you very much, and good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
This program is produced and transcribed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air stars Madeleine Carroll over NBC.
Take it or leave it. Time to sharpen your wits with Eversharp. Yes, take it or leave it. Presented by the makers of Eversharp Skyline pens, repeater pencils, desk sets, and Eversharp Red Top lead. Take it or leave it. The most exciting game you ever played. The game that doubles in interest with every question asked. And so, I give you the man with the $64 questions, Eversharp's distinguished master of ceremonies. Here he is, Bill Baker.
Thank you, Ken Niles, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to Take It or Leave It, which goes all the way from California, where everything is sunshine, to New York, where everything is dewy. Now, it was quite a turnout election. I walked up to one fella and said, "This is a long line of people for a Hollywood voting booth." He said, "Hollywood voting booth, nothing. This line is from a place in Santa Monica that's got coffee." Yes, indeed, times certainly changed. The expression used to be, "What's cooking?" Now it's "What's freezing?" But let's get on with Take It or Leave It before they put a ceiling on contestants. I just want to remind our guests this evening that should they win any prizes, they may take cash or war-saving stamps. And here is our first contestant, who is Mr. Chief Philip Jacobs of the United States Coast Guard. Good evening, Chief Jacobs. You can put your hat down.
Good evening, sir.
Welcome to Take It or Leave It. How are you feeling tonight, sir?
Very fine, thank you.
Is this the first time you've ever been on our program?
It is, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Are you having fun? I mean, do you like appearing on the stage, or is this something old for you? Have you appeared on the stage
Brand
before?
new, first time.
First time?
Yes, sir.
You're not nervous, are you?
Just shaking a little bit.
Shaking a little. Are you having a good time in Hollywood?
Having a fine time, sir.
You seen any movie stars?
Saw plenty of them.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Who's your favorite?
Of the girls?
Of the girls. Yeah.
Dorothy Lamour.
Well, that was so wrong, a man ain't got a friend, I say. Well, you know, I may turn out to be an actor myself. Sam Goldwyn and I were up all last night working on several deals. He snarted me 3 times. What did we talk? Huh?
Must have been Claviage.
No, it was gin rummy. You've heard of gin rummy. Well, what do we talk about tonight, Chief Jacobs? What have you chosen off that board?
Football team.
Football.
Number 6.
Very good. Okay, here we go with football. You're to tell me what college football team is known by each of the following nicknames for $1. Bruins or UClans.
UCLA.
That's correct. You get $1. I got to stop making these dollar questions so tough. Think you'd like to try another team?
Yes, sir.
Okay, for $2. What college football squad is known as the Ramblers or Fighting Irish?
Notre Dame.
That is correct. Yes, sirree. You get $2. Football was a dangerous game when I used to play it. I had to wear a helmet, head guard, nose guard, rib pads, and all that stuff. I never knew when I might faint and fall off the bench. Why, You have $2. Would you like to try for 4?
Yes, sir.
What team is known as Tar Heels?
North Carolina.
Nothing could be finer. Yes, sirree. All right, you have $4. Are you bucking the line for the $8 question or sticking with the Tar Heels and $4? You can take it or leave it.
I'll try again.
Try for 8?
That's right.
You know your football, don't you? I can tell.
Just a little bit, not so much.
Just a little. Okay, for $8. What team is known as Gophers?
Gophers.
No help, please. Take your time.
Wait a minute.
I don't think you know this one.
Minnesota.
All right, you have $8. You're on the 8-yard line. Will you try a quick run to the $16 mark?
Yes,
Stop
sir.
at 8. You try for 16. Here we go. What team is known as the Wolverines?
Wolverines is Wisconsin. Oh.
Take your time now. Wait a minute. Think. Wolverines.
Wait a minute. Wolverine.
Wolverine.
Michigan.
Michigan, yes, sirree. Right with Evershaw. Just take it easy, my friend. Now you have $16. What'll we do? Would you like to take it or try for 32?
One more time.
One more
Just
time? What do you think he ought to do, folks? All right, here we go for $32. What team is known as Badgers?
Badgers, Wisconsin.
Yes, sirree. All right, you have $32. Would you like to take your 32? What do you mean by
ooh? That's a lot of money. I'll go for it.
You'll go for 64.
Yeah, I'll go for it.
All right, you're on the 10-yard line with 10 seconds to play. You want to try the $64 question. What team is called Panthers?
Panthers?
No help, please.
Panthers. Whoa. Whoa.
Panthers.
Gee, you got me.
Huh?
I'm afraid you got me. Panthers.
Panthers, yeah. What? No, don't ever do that. Come on, the Panthers. No help, please. Did you hear that? The lady said Pittsburgh. I heard it.
I didn't hear it.
You didn't hear it?
My word of
well,
honor.
I'm going to give you an alternate. Would you like an alternate?
Please,
$64?
Yes, sir. I'll eat coffee.
All
Everything
right.
else in a minute.
Here we go. What team is known as the Blue Devils?
Blue Devils.
Yeah.
Blue Devils.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. Blue Devils. The Blue Devils.
Yeah. The Blue Devils. The Blue Devils. Well, I can't paint pictures for you. I'm sorry.
The Blue Devils.
Yeah. Do you know?
The Coast Guard?
No, I'm sorry. Do you know this one?
The Blue Devils.
Yeah. We have to get on. I'm sorry.
Can't get the Blue Devils.
Don't
wait a
know.
minute. No, wait, just 1 minute.
All right. I'll wait. I got a cigarette? Oh, I mean,
Yeah, I got a cigar.
The Blue Devils. Okay. No help from the audience. I'm sorry, sir.
No,
Do you know this
I
one?
didn't listen. I didn't hear him.
Yeah.
The Blue Devils.
Do you
The
know?
Marines.
The Marines? No, I'm sorry. The Blue Devils is Duke University. Better luck next time. Stand by for the jackpot. All right, here we are with our next contestant, who is Miss Eleanor Owen of Los Angeles. Good evening, Miss Owen.
Good evening.
You're a secretary?
Yes, I am.
Are you employed at the moment?
Yes, I am.
I'm sorry, because I don't like this one, and, oh, I love her. Tell me, what did you receive as a gift, please?
An Eversharp pen.
An Eversharp pen. You'll like it even more when you write with it. Eversharp Skyline pens are streamlined for perfect balance and finger-fitting comfort. Now, what do we talk about, Mr. Owen?
The orchestra and accordion.
Oh, thank you. That gives me a chance to play. Well, aren't you nice? Cookie Fairchild, the orchestra, and your humble servant are going to play a group of tunes, and each one is about a person. You tell us who that person is. Okay, Cookie? Well, you've got $1. Would you like to try for 2? This one is on
Yes,
me.
I'll try for 2.
You will?
Dinah.
I didn't hear it. That's all I know. Okay, you've got $2. Now would you like to try for 4?
Yes.
Okay, let's take it, Cookie.
My darling Clementine.
Clementine, yes, sirree. What a gal, Clementine. You may have noticed that all the boys in Cookie Fairchild's band carry little suitcases. The union sends them here to convalesce after a hard week's work. Well, that makes $4. How about trying for 8?
I'll try.
This one is on me again. Let me play a couple of bars.
Sweet Lalani.
Okay, the musical score is $8 now. Is it Home Sweet Home, or would you like to try it for 16?
I'll try for 16.
All right, Cookie, that's you. You have 3 by 5 and 1. That's 16. Would you like to try it for 32?
Yes.
All right. This is an oldie. Now think. You know that? Huh?
I can't think of the name.
You don't know this one?
Can't think of the name.
You can't think of it. It's rather old. I'm sorry. The name is Mandy. It's an old song. Better luck next time. Well, I don't know. I have something to say here. Ken Niles, you look as snug as if you'd answered the $64 question. Thanks.
And indeed I have, Phil. The $64 Christmas question. You've seen handsome desk sets before, but nothing to compare to the sparkling beauty of the new Eversharp. Cast your eyes on this one. The base made of rare Argentine onyx, perfectly veined, clear down into its crystal heart. And blue-green, which means this is a choice selection. Add to that a streamlined Eversharp Skyline pen in Dubonnet red or jet black, and you have a truly magnificent gift. Yet, now listen carefully. This desk set is priced at only $7.50. Others, in a wide selection of styles, on bases of wood, leather, ebony glass, and onyx, are priced at $10, $15, $20, and up. Magic Feed prevents flooding, drying, or clogging, so your Eversharp writes instantly and keeps on writing clear down to the last drop of ink. And service on the pens is guaranteed. Not for years, not for life, but guaranteed forever. Tomorrow, compare. Comparison proves. Give Eversharp, and you give the finest.
following through with Take It or Leave It for Eversharp. And here's our next contestant coming up to the microphone, who is Mr. Jack Bennett. Bennett?
No, Benny. Jack Benny.
Jack Benny. Oh. Jack Benny.
B-E-N-N-Y.
B-E-N-N-Y. Thank you, sir. And where are you from, Mr. Benny?
Well, I'm Waukegan.
That's right near Chicago, isn't it?
Yeah, it's right between Chicago and Milwaukee.
It is. Nice town, is it?
Pardon me?
Nice town?
Well, we're mighty proud of it.
Tell me, Mr. Benny, what business are you in, sir? Please.
What business?
Yes.
Well, I'm a musician, a violinist.
Have you an orchestra, Mr. Benny?
An orchestra?
Yes.
Well, not anymore. I used to be in Waukegan. I used to be with Ken Rappaport's Riveting Rhythm Boys.
Well, what category do you think you'd like to talk to me about, Mr. Benny?
Well, how about that news making?
That says no smoking. That's
I think
What seems to be the trouble, Mr. Benny?
Having my glasses with me.
Would you mind standing just a little closer to the microphone, please? And you're a bit nervous, aren't you?
Well, I'm not quite used to this thing.
Would you like some coffee?
Coffee?
Yeah, have some coffee.
Thank you. I will.
Don't spill it, Mr. Benny. You feel a little better now?
Yes, thank you.
Feel better. Well, that's fine. Just relax, won't you, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Now, look, Mr. Benny, as long as you're a musician, maybe you'd like to talk about music.
Yeah, that would be fine.
All right, here we go with musical. You've got musical. With musical history. Now, for the first question, for $1, tell me, who wrote Mendelssohn's Spring Song?
Well,
Mendelssohn's Spring Song.
A Mendelssohn?
That's correct. You get $1.
Thank you.
That gives you $1. Now, will you try for 2?
No, thank you. I'll take the $1.
But, Mr. Benny, everybody tries for at least the $2 question.
Well, it's all the same to you. I just can take the $1 and go.
Oh, come now, Mr. Benny. This next question will be very easy. Take a chance.
Well, I'd rather not, but then if it's easy...
What do you say, Mr. Benny? Come on.
Well, if it's easy,
yes,
it's an easy one.
All right. For $2, tell me, who was it who fiddled while Rome burned?
Nero.
That was Nero.
Nero. I knew it was Nero. I had Nero in mind. I knew it was Nero.
What Nero?
Yeah, it was King Nero.
It was Emperor Nero.
Oh, Emperor. Give me the $2. It was Emperor Nero.
Don't you want to try for the $4 question?
No, thank you. Just the $2.
Well, but, Mr. Benny, all of these questions are easy. Take a chance on the $4 question, will you?
Well, if they're easy, I will. Okay.
All right, then. What do you say? For $4?
Yeah.
Here we go. For $4, tell me. See if you can tell me the name of 2 out of 3 very famous violin makers.
Well, there was Stradivarius.
That's good.
And then there's that famous Italian violin maker, Amati.
Very good. You get $4. By the way, Mr. Benny, tell me, what did you receive as a gift tonight?
A pencil.
Can you tell me what kind of a pencil?
A lead pencil.
Oh. That is a genuine Eversharp repeater pencil.
The man in front of me got a pen.
That's the Eversharp Skyline pen.
Yeah. The man in back of me got a pen, too. I got a pencil.
I heard you. I know. Well, would you like to try for the $8?
Pardon?
Would you like to try the $8 question?
The $8 question?
Yeah.
Well,
very easy. Why don't you try?
Well, all right. I'll
okay.
try. Easy.
For $8, tell me, what Russian composer just completed one of the greatest and longest compositions called the Seventh Symphony?
Shostakovich, is it? Or
Shostakovich. Shostakovich. You'll get $8. You're doing wonderfully. Tell me, Mr. Benny, have you ever been to this program before?
34 times, and I always got a pencil.
Well, you know our pencils are guaranteed not for years, not for life, but forever.
Well, how do I know where you'll be 50 years from now?
Well, now, look, would you like to try the $16 question? They're quite easy.
All right.
Well, for $16, tell me what famous musician was once premier of Poland? Paderewski. Right with Eversharp. Well, Mr. Benny, you certainly know a lot about music, don't you?
Pardon?
I say you know a lot about music.
Well, I lived with Ben Burney for 5 years.
Let it count for it. Now, how would you like to try the $32 question?
No. I think I brought some people with me. I'd have to ask them.
Your family?
No, my lawyer.
Your lawyer.
3 of them.
Well, what do you think you ought to do? Start with $32?
Well, if it's easy.
All right, here it is. For $32, what famous orchestra conductor appeared in the picture 100 Men and a Girl? Stokowski. You have $32. Yes, there is. Now then, you see how easy these questions are, Mr. Benny. Wouldn't you like to try it for $64?
No, thank you. No, just the $32.
That's well, look, 64 is, come on, try the $32. Won't you please?
No.
For 64 out of it?
Well, I don't... Are they easy, the $64?
Well, this one is rather easy.
It is?
Yes.
It is? Well, then All right, I'll take a chance.
For $64.
I'll take a chance for 64. Remember, I wanted to quit, of course, at 32, but
well, you do want to try for 64.
I'll try it.
All right. Here's the $64 question. Over a period of 75 years, at least 100 great musical composers have attempted to write an ending for Schubert's immortal composition, his Unfinished Symphony. Can you name at least 37 of these composers?
Now, wait a minute, Baker. I want my $32.
Mr. Benny, I can't give you $32. You tried for the $64
I don't care. You coaxed me into it. I beg to stop after $32.
Now, just a minute.
I'll see my lawyers.
I can't help it, Mr. Benny. You've got to answer the $64 question. Can you name those 37 composers?
I can't even name the Blue Devils. Now, look, I don't want to have anything to do with this thing.
Now, look, I'm sorry, Mr. Benny, but you can't have
$32.
Stop screaming, Mr. Benny. You've got 34 pencils.
Yes, and I'll take those 34 pens. I'll write 34 letters to your sponsor.
All right, I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. Get off, will you, please? This wasn't a meatless day. I'd bite him. If Corporal Leroy Wellman, one of the contestants on last week's program, is listening in, will he please get in touch with me as soon as possible? I have a check for $64 for it. His answer to a question about the official Army magazine was technically wrong, but there is a newspaper called Army Times. And because he was so close to the mark, Eversharp wants him to have the $64. So, if anyone listening in knows Corporal Wellman and his... Where is he? Is he in the audience? The contestant is Private John Bercia of the United States Army. How do you do, Private Bercia?
Oh, pretty good, man.
You all right?
Yeah, so far.
You all right so far? Are you on furlough?
No.
You're not on furlough. You've been to the canteen?
Okay.
The Hollywood canteen?
Once before, man.
It's quite a place, isn't it? Well, you must go there a lot. You're perfectly welcome. The place is open for you fellas. What have you chosen off that board to talk to me?
Number
15 is a man named Lawrence. Okay, here we go. These men have These men all have one thing in common. Their first name is Lawrence. You see if you can identify each one from the following descriptions for $1. This Lawrence is one of the 5 sons of John D. Rockefeller.
Lawrence Rockefeller.
That's right. You get a buck. Right on the first bound. Would you like to try for 2?
Mm-hmm.
Then see if you can identify this Lawrence. He played Heathcliff in Wuthering Heights. He's married to Vivian Lee.
Lawrence Oliver.
Olivier. Yes, there is. Okay. There's a guy. The greatest gift to women since the two-way stretch. You have a steak of $2. Do you want all that meat and 4 potatoes?
Give me the meat.
Okay, here we go for $4. This Lawrence is nicknamed Larry. He's a harmonica virtuoso.
Larry Adler.
Yes, sirree. You get $4. All right. We just have a few moments now. You have $4. Would you like to try for 8?
Yes.
Here we go. This Lawrence is a Metropolitan Opera baritone. You've undoubtedly heard him sing Figaro, Figaro, Figaro. Tibet. Yes, sirree. You get $8. Now you have $8. Would you like to try for 16? What do you think? You take your 8.
I'm coming.
With $16. Here we go. This Lawrence, nicknamed Buster, is a famous swimmer and Tarzan player.
Crab.
Crab. That's the boy. All right, that gives you $16. Would you like to try with 32 or take your 16?
Can I get you an outfit, honey?
He wants to know if he can get his honey an outfit.
My wife.
Oh, your wife? Well, wonderful. I'm rooting for you.
All right, let's
go. You really want to take this next one? It's a tough one.
Forget about it.
Give the boy $16. Now, wait a minute. Now, just less for fun, see if you knew the $32 question. This Lawrence was co-author with Maxwell Anderson of What Price Glory? No help. You don't know. No. Well, you get $16 and stand by for the jackpot. All right. Our jackpot amounts to $98. Now a word from Ken Niles, then we'll be back with the jackpot question.
Big men who take big things in their stride are naturally attracted to the rugged, sturdy Eversharp Executive Pen. It is built to husky yet streamlined proportions, with giant satin smooth point that stands the gas, and massive barrel that holds far more ink, perfect for the man who works longer, harder hours. This pen writes more words more smoothly, requires less refilling, and Magic Feed prevents flooding high in a plane, so on ground level too. Deep pocket clip meets military regulations. Designed to sell at $10, mass production economies permit this pen to be priced at only $8.75. You get the complete set with giant Eversharp repeater pencil to match, with service on both pen and pencil guaranteed, not for years, not for life, but guaranteed forever. Compare. Give Eversharp, and you give the finest.
Thanks, Ken Niles, and now we're ready for the jackpot question. Our jackpot amounts to $98. If more than one person answers correctly, the money will be equally divided among the winners. But if nobody answers correctly, the money will be given to the Army and Navy Relief Society. All right, here's the jackpot question. What lieutenant general led the British 8th Army to victory in Libya? You have 30 seconds to write your answer. Okay, Cookie Fairchild? Here are the jackpot answers. No answer on this one. Incorrect. This one is wrong. Montgomery is correct. Montgomery is correct. Montgomery is right. Montgomery is correct. Montgomery is correct. Montgomery is correct. Congratulations to Lieutenant General Montgomery, and congratulations to our jackpot winners. And now a word from Ken Niles.
Service on all Eversharp pens from $5 up and on all Eversharp repeater pencils, regardless of price, is guaranteed forever. Now, this means if your Eversharp should fail to give you satisfactory service at any time, we will put it in good order for a flat charge of 35 cents to cover postage, insurance, and handling, provided all parts, regardless of their condition, are returned. Remember, this service is guaranteed. Not for years, not for life. Guaranteed forever.
Niles, before we sign off, I'd like to inform my listeners that after the program, the time consumed by Jack Benny will be given to another contestant. We hope all of you listening have enjoyed Take It or Leave It as much as Eversharp has enjoyed bringing it to you. We'll meet you all again next week at this same time, so let's make it a date. Meanwhile, don't forget to sharpen your wits with an Eversharp. This is Phil Baker saying good night for Eversharp. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Herewith, Mr. Jack Benny in a highly unusual fantasy about an angel who was sent down from higher places to destroy the earth. A story which contains more than first meets the ear. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bentley finally got here, and tonight we present him with Mr. Claude Rains in, of all things, The Horn Blows at Midnight. This is the Ford Theater.
Welcome to a full hour of the finest dramatic entertainment with celebrated stars of Broadway and Hollywood. Presented by the Ford Motor Company, builder of Ford cars, Ford trucks and farm tractors, Lincoln and Mercury cars, including the new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan, America's most distinctive fine car, unrivaled for superb performance and luxurious appointments. Now, to introduce this evening's program, here is the director of the Ford Theater, Fletcher Markle.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, all disputes, all threats, pleadings, persuasions, and all kidding aside, we're proud and pleased to welcome to the Ford Theater one of the great comedians of the world, Mr. Jack Benny. And co-starring with Mr. Benny in the long-heralded Horn Blows at Midnight, we're very happy to have with us one of the most accomplished actors of Broadway and Hollywood, Mr. Claude Rains. This is the second program, by the way, in our Festival of Smiles, which concludes next week with Mr. Bing Crosby. The theme of the Warner Brothers picture on which tonight's broadcast is based caused much comment when it was released some seasons ago. Being a fantasy having to do with the destruction of the earth, the picture clearly raised a controversial issue. And we of the Ford Theater firmly believe that while a radio version of The Horn Blows at Midnight will not end any arguments, it will at least add zest to them. So come with us beyond the Earth's atmosphere, uncounted light years through space, to a place very high above us, the office of the Chief of the Small Planets, an important executive in the system of the universe. You'll be hearing Claude Rains as the Chief, with Mr. Benny as a minor angel named Nathaniel. And, of course, any similarity between these characters and any characters living is quite impossible. Mr. Benny, Mr. Rains and company, please to begin.
Horatio, I tell you, something has to be done about it. Here it is, 1949, and that dreadful little planet is worse off than it ever was. What's the name of it again?
Number 33974. It is called Earth.
Oh, yes, nasty little globe. It's always given me trouble, but now it's absolutely out of hand. 2 world wars, persecution, hatred everywhere. Greed, intolerance, bloodshed. I'm just about fed up.
What are you going to do, Chief?
I'm going to destroy it, Horatio. I'm going to wipe it off the face of the I'm going to destroy it.
Without any warning?
Well, the front office has warned them often enough. Quakes, floods, droughts, plagues, everything. But they pay no attention. Those Earth people aren't satisfied with making a mess of their own planet. Why, they're even working on rockets to get to the moon.
What do they want up there, Chief?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they're overloaded with Ritz crackers, and they believe that stuff about the moon being made of green cheese. I'll buzz for Elizabeth, my secretary. I'm going to settle this once and for all.
Did you ring, Chief?
Yes, come in, Elizabeth. I want you to take down some notes. I'm destroying one of the smaller planets, and I want you to send copies to the recording angel.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
It won't make a hit with the recording department. They're swamped with work.
Oh, it's always something. What's their complaint?
Same old thing. Shortage of angel power. I'm drawing up a new personnel questionnaire.
Another one? More red tape. I never saw such incompetence, such inefficiency. You know, this place needs a few big businessmen to run things up here. We need them, and they better start letting them in. That's all I've got to say.
What planet are you destroying, Chief?
33974. It's called Earth.
Earth. Well, that was created rather hurriedly, as I remember.
Yes, it was a 6-day job. Practically slapped together. Well, I'm going to slap it apart.
How are you going to do it, Chief?
Well, usually our demolition expert descends, blows his horn, and poof.
Just poof?
Well, for some of the larger jobs, it's poof, poof. But this happens to be a one-poof planet. Anyway, our demolition expert is busy on another assignment, and I'll have to find someone else. Elizabeth, who would you suggest?
What about Nathaniel?
Nathaniel? That nincompoop? That blundering nitwit?
He's not a nincompoop, and he's not a nitwit either. And you shouldn't call him those names, Chief. Remember, he's an angel.
Some angel. I don't see how he ever got his wings. Elizabeth, what do you see in him anyway?
Well, he's sweet and kind and understanding, and he plays the trumpet beautifully.
That's right. He does play, doesn't he?
He's been 455th trumpet in the Ethereal Philharmonic Orchestra for over 300 years.
And he certainly ought to be able to blow the horn. Go fetch him, Elizabeth.
I will, Chief, immediately. He's rehearsing with the orchestra now.
Nathaniel, please. Once again, gentlemen, and all together this time. Nathaniel, step up here, please.
Yes, Mr. Beethoven. What is it, sir?
For 120 years I've been conducting this orchestra. And for 120 years you've been playing the wrong notes. Why? Tell me why.
Well, it's a hard number and it takes practice. I'm sure I'll get it if you'll just be patient a little while longer.
A little while longer?
Yeah, besides, what's the rush? We're not going anywhere.
What has that got to do with it? We've got 10,000 men in this orchestra, 9,999 musicians, and you.
Huh?
Why did you have to take up the trumpet? With lips like yours, you should be a glass blower.
A glass blower? Yeah, I tried that when I was on Earth. But one day, instead of blowing, I inhaled. Then I had to walk around with a sign on my back marked fragile.
Look, Nathaniel, I don't care what happened to you on Earth. I only care what happens to me up here. Now go back to your place, and please don't be flat.
But, Mr. Beethoven, the music says B flat, doesn't it?
That doesn't mean you should be flat. That means play B flat.
Oh, I wish I'd have known that 100 years ago. Could have saved so much trouble. All right, Mr. Beethoven, I promise you.
Nathaniel!
Huh? Oh, hello, Elizabeth.
I have wonderful news for you. The chief wants to see you.
The chief? Is there something wrong? What do I do now?
Oh, Nathaniel, don't be silly. You couldn't do anything wrong.
Oh, no? You don't think so? Stay around and listen to him play the trumpet. It's better he should have the mute in his mouth.
I don't use a mute. I use a derby. Gee, Elizabeth, I'm so excited. Imagine the chief wanting to see me. How do I look?
Fine.
I'm so nervous. Is my halo on straight?
Oh, it's perfect. Now, come on. Don't keep him waiting.
All right. Will you excuse me, Mr. Beethoven?
With pleasure. All right, gentlemen. Now we can play.
Elizabeth, it's been so long since I've seen the chief. I want to know how to act.
Just be yourself, and don't let him frighten you. If he seems gruff, it's only because he's terribly busy, like all the other deputy chiefs. He has billions of small planets to look after.
I know. What a job that must be, keeping them in their own orbits. Well, we're almost there, and I'm so nervous.
Hello, Elizabeth. Hello, Daniel.
Hello, Paul. Yeah, it's a beautiful horse Mr. Revere rides. I wonder why he still carries those 2 lanterns.
Nathaniel, you can ask him later. We haven't got time now. The chief is waiting.
Horatio, you may not realize it, but getting rid of the Earth will be a big help in balancing the budget. Think of all the rain and snow we'll save.
Yes, that is a native.
And don't forget the thunder and lightning that little planet uses up. Why, we'll cut our electric bills in half. And, by the way, Horatio, remind me to talk to Halley about his comet. There's no point to its traveling around the Earth anymore.
Yes, Chief. Oh, here comes Elizabeth with Nathaniel.
Yeah, about time. Let him in.
Here's Nathaniel, Chief.
Yeah, I know. He hasn't changed a bit. Oh, well. Nathaniel, how long have you been up here?
300 years, Chief. I'm from New Amsterdam, you know.
What's your rank?
Angel, junior grade, 3rd phalanx, 15th cohort.
Still junior grade, eh? I don't know why I sent for you.
Was it possibly about changing my rank, sir?
No. I see no reason for demoting you.
Thank you, Chief.
I've been going over your record, and it's not too bad. It says here, deportment B, application B, virtue A, mentality. Well, this job doesn't require a genius anyway. You'll do.
Do what, sir? Do what?
Destroy planet number 33974.
33974? Why, that's Earth, my home planet. What will all those people do without it? Where will they live?
Well, some of them will come up here, and some of them will go to the other place. We have no time for sentiment.
But, Chief, why are you destroying the Earth?
Why? Simply because there's been nothing but trouble there. Now that the Second World War is over, it's in a bigger mess than it ever was. No peace, no harmony, no cooperation. If they want to end civilization, I'll end it for them. Elizabeth?
Yes, Chief?
See to the Nathaniel wears his proper clothes for a visit to the Earth. You can attend to all that.
Yes, I will, Chief.
Gee, it'll be nice wearing buckled shoes and long stockings again. I still have good-looking legs, you know.
Nathaniel, men's styles have changed on Earth since you were there 300 years ago.
They have? Women's, too?
Oh, yes, many times. But now they have the new look, and they're right back to where they used to be.
Oh. Well, don't men wear long stockings anymore?
Oh, no. But don't worry, Nathaniel. Your knees will be covered. You'll wear long trousers.
Why can't I just wear my toga? I'm so used to it now.
Because, my dear Nathaniel, we don't want you to be conspicuous. You've got an important job to do.
Oh. Well, Chief, how do I go about destroying the Earth?
Horatio, hammer that horn.
Yes, Chief. Here you are, sir.
Now, Nathaniel, you simply blow 4 notes of the Judgment Day Overture on this horn, and that will be the end of the Earth.
Gee, it's the most beautiful trumpet I've ever seen.
It is not a trumpet.
Oh.
It's a very special kind of horn. Now listen carefully to these instructions. You'll proceed to New Amsterdam.
It's called New York now, Chief.
Oh, New York, then. Mercurius will arrange for your transportation. You will then check into the Waldorf Biltmore Hotel, and a few minutes before midnight, you will go to the roof.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is very important, Nathaniel. The horn must be blown at midnight sharp.
Yes, sir.
Remember, that means precisely 12. 11:59 won't do. 12:01 won't do. It must be 12 on the dot. Got that?
Yes, sir. I'll see that the horn blows at midnight. Leave it to me.
All right, now get going. If you do a good job, when you come back, you may find yourself an Angel Senior Grade.
Me, an Angel Senior Grade? That means a raise in my base pay. God.
But if you botch the job, you'll be back scrubbing clouds for the next 500 years.
Yeah, I hope not. My knees are still wet. But don't worry, Chief. I won't botch it. I'll make good.
That's the spirit. Now, are you ready to,
The interplanetary phone, Chief.
Department of Small Planets. Chief speaking.
This is the salvage department. Any instructions, Chief?
Yes. Stand by to pick up a load of scrap at midnight. That'll be all, Nathaniel. Are you sure you remember everything?
Don't worry, Chief. I won't forget a thing. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Come back here. You forgot the horn.
Oh, that's because I'm so excited. Well, goodbye, Chief.
Goodbye. Elizabeth, you stay with him until he leaves. See that he gets away in time.
Yes, Chief. Come along, Nathaniel. I'll walk you to the edge. I'm going to miss you, Nathaniel.
You are, Elizabeth?
Yes.
Well, I'll only be gone.
Hello, Nathaniel.
Oh, hello, Noah.
You going away?
Yes, but I'll be home tomorrow.
Well, when you get back, drop in. I'm having a little gathering in the Ark.
In the Ark?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good, good. Who's coming over?
Oh, just a few couples.
Oh, well, thanks. Thanks very much. I'll see you later. Da-da-da-ding, da-da-da-ding. What are we talking about, Elizabeth?
I said that I was going to miss you.
Oh, well, I'll only be gone one night, and then I'll come back, and we can spend the next 100 years together. Just talking about my trip. Gee, these earth clothes are funny. What do you call this again?
That's a vest.
And is this a doublet?
No, that's a coat.
Oh. But what is this label? I wouldn't want to wear someone else's clothes. Who are Hart, Scheffner, and Mark?
Don't worry, Nathaniel. And by the way, I'd better give you some money. Here.
What are these? Guilders?
No, these are dollar bills.
Oh. Well, I wouldn't know about that. Gee, they feel nice and crispy.
And these are $5 bills.
Oh, I like these better. They feel even nicer and crispier. Look at the pictures on them. George is on one, and Abe is on the other.
Yes. Yes, you'll need them, Nathaniel. And now you'd better go.
I'm on my way, Elizabeth.
Nathaniel! Nathaniel!
Oh, that's the chief.
Gosh, I hope he isn't calling me back.
Nathaniel, I'm glad I caught you before you left. There's one very important thing I forgot to tell you.
What is it, Chief?
Before you blow that horn, be sure to check with Petrillo. I don't want any trouble with him.
Oh, I will, Chief. I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Nathaniel.
Goodbye.
Watch that first step. It's a pip.
I will. I will. See you tomorrow.
You're listening to the Ford Theater, which tonight is bringing you Jack Benny, starring in The Horn Blows at Midnight with Claude Rains. A brief pause now before Act Two, and some timely hints on car values from Frank Martin.
There's an exciting time in store for many of you in the coming week that can make a world of difference in the pride and enjoyment you get out of motoring. That's the time which your Lincoln dealer invites you to spend behind the wheel of a new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan, America's most distinctive fine car. And in just a few miles, you'll discover why the Lincoln Cosmopolitan has no rival. You'll see at first glance that here is an automobile truly distinctive, exclusive in its styling, with lines and looks that lift it apart from every other car on the road. You'll recognize as you sink back into the soft foam rubber cushion seats that no other car offers a more luxurious interior, more elegant interior refinements. You'll feel rich custom upholstery. You'll discover unhampered visibility through the huge one-piece windshield of curved safety glass that is almost 5 feet wide. You will whisk the windows up and down at the mere touch of a button. And as you drive this outstanding 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan, you'll discover performance that you have never before known in a fine car. For the great new Lincoln V-Type 8 engine is unsurpassed for dependability, economy, and efficiency. It's so powerfully smooth, so thrillingly quiet, so effortless in its range of acceleration. You can't believe it until you drive the new Lincoln Cosmopolitan. In all the world, there is no other fine car so beautifully new, so thoroughly owner-proven, so superbly engineered as this new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan. Yet it costs very, very little more to own than an ordinary car. Take just a few minutes in the coming week, or even better, tomorrow, to accept your Lincoln dealer's invitation to meet this superb 1949 automobile, the new Lincoln Cosmopolitan. You know you're driving America's most distinctive fine car, and so does the rest of the world when you drive the new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan. Now again, Fletcher Markle.
And here's the second act of The Horn Blows at Midnight, starring Jack Benny as Nathaniel with Claude Rains as the chief of the small planet. Now, Nathaniel, having arrived in New York City, is strolling down Broadway with the horn tucked under his arm. Since it was 300 years ago that he last saw this famous street, it's small wonder that he marvels at the changes.
So this is New York. I wonder why they changed the name. Look at that sign over there. Baseball today. Boston Red Sox and New York Yankees. Well, I guess it does sound better than New Amsterdam Yankees. Gosh, this place certainly is built up. I wish Peter Stuyvesant could see it. How they laughed when we bought Manhattan Island for $24. I bet we could double our money now. My, what big buildings. I never saw so many horseless carriages. What are those yellow ones? See, they go around the corner on 2 wheels. I wonder if they could...
Get back on the curb, you jerk. You wanted to kill?
No, thank you, not again. The records would be all mixed up.
Hey, mister, you better wait for the light to change before you cross the street.
Light? Light to change?
Sure. You must be a stranger. Ain't you never been in New York before?
Oh, yes. I come from New York, but I've been away for a long time.
Say, that's a good-looking trumpet you got there. Yeah. How about giving us a little bebop?
Bebop?
Yeah. It's that bebop-a-rebop.
Bebop? Is that music?
Is it? It's out of this world.
Well, that's where I've been, and I've never heard of it. Bebop-a-rebop. Huh?
What band are you with?
Beethoven's Ethereal Melodians. It's a very fine orchestra. 10,000 pieces.
10,000? Gee, they must sound louder than Spike Jones.
Spike who?
Jones. Didn't you ever hear him play All I Want for Christmas Is My Two-Front Teeth?
No, but it sounds like a very interesting selection. I'll suggest it to Mr. Beethoven.
Beethoven, huh?
Yes, I play 455th trumpet. I've been playing it for nearly 300 years.
Hey, Johnny, this guy must be a little utzmade, like a fruitcake. What's your name, Methuselah?
No, but I know him very well. In fact, I went to his birthday party last month, and he had the biggest cake. Took us 2 weeks to blow out the candles.
Hey, Jerry, let's get out of here before the wagon backs up. Yeah. Well, so long, Grandpa. Give my regards to Beethoven.
I will. Look at them run away. They were nice youngsters, though. You know, people aren't so bad down here. My, the streets are certainly crowded here in New York. Look at all those men and women going into that theater. Hamlet by William Shakespeare. Good old Bill. Wait till I tell him about this. He'd be so happy to know he's finally got a hit. Gee, look at all the saloons on this street. I wonder what kind of a drink television is. I don't remember it. What's that big bird doing up there in the sky? So noisy, too. Spelling out something. I.J. Fox. Must be a store up there. No, that would be impossible.
There he is, officer. That's him.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll handle him, kid. Hey, you there. You with the horn.
Huh? Were you speaking to me?
Yeah. Well, I understand you've been playing that trumpet you got there for the last 300 years.
Yes, sir. I'm with Beethoven's Ethereal Melodians.
Oh, you are, eh? Well, what's your name?
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort.
Uh-huh. And exactly how old are you?
355. Of course, I tell everyone up there that I'm 339. I'm really 355.
Oh, naughty, you're a bad boy.
Well, it's only a white lie. You know, I just can't get over how this town has changed, and the people, too. Where are the Indians?
In Cleveland. Yeah, Bob Hope's got them now.
Bob Hope?
Sure, the big radio comedian. Don't tell me you've never listened to Hope.
No, what did he say?
Now, would you mind if I ask you...
Look. I may be wrong, but I think that's the spot right there.
Huh?
The place where I was killed 300 years ago.
You were what?
I was killed here 300 years ago. I was run over by a cow. I really was. A hit and moo driver. Mister, Beethoven gets mad when I tell jokes like that. But it was my own fault, you know. I shouldn't have been out so late.
Yes, well, look,
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort.
Yeah. Look, Nathaniel, when did they let you out?
A little while ago.
Well, you're going back, aren't you?
Oh, of course. I just have to blow a few notes on this horn tonight, and then I'll return immediately.
Oh. Well, why wait till tonight? Why not blow the horn now?
Oh, I couldn't do that. You see, the chief said it wouldn't work unless it was exactly midnight on the top.
The chief said that, eh?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Well, I guess there's no harm in letting you run along. But you'll remember to go right home as soon as you blow the bugle.
Oh, yes, I will. I certainly will. Just as soon as I blew it, I will. Well, goodbye. I'll see you later.
Oh, no, you won't.
If you've been good, I will. Goodbye. My, what a nice man.
Step right inside the store here, folks. The auction is about to begin. Now, friends, I have here my hand a timepiece that is acknowledged all over the civilized world as the finest example of watchmaking that human hands can create. Why, friends, just look at this watch. Look at the solid 14-karat gold-type case.
Gold-type case?
The jewel die, consisting of 24 genuine artificial diamonds. The real synthetic alligator strap fit for a king's wrist.
Gee.
Ah, you like it, don't you? Well, I don't blame you, friends. Now, who'll start the bidding at $300? I'ma bid 300, 300, 300. Who'll say 300? $1. $1. I'm bidding $1. All right, who'll make it $1.50? Why, friends, the movement alone is worth that much. Who'll say $1.50? $1.50? $1.50? Can anyone say $1.50?
I can say $1.50. $1.50. See, I said it.
So, to the intelligent-looking man with the horn for $1.50. Congratulations, sir. Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Why, friend, you have a watch there that will last you 100 years.
100 years? What will I do with it after that? Oh, well, I'll think of something. I wonder where the Waldorf-Biltmore Hotel is. That's where I have to go. I better ask someone.
Watch Street, get your pipers here. Watch Street, read all about it.
I beg your pardon, but I'm...
A piper? You want a piper, mister?
Piper? What's a piper?
A paper.
No, thank you. But could you direct me to the Waldorf-Biltmore Hotel?
Oh, certainly. It's 1 block down and 2 blocks to the right.
Thank you. I understand it's a lovely place.
At the best. I wouldn't live nowhere else.
Oh, then you live there?
Sure, I got the penthouse there. I just sell these papers for a hobby. My dad owns the 4-way code tablets.
Oh. Well, if you have the penthouse, we'll be neighbors. I'll see you over there. That is, if you get home before midnight. Well, thanks again. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I don't know where they come from, but I always get them. Pipers, get your pipers here. Pipers.
Da-da-da-ding. Da-da-da-ding. Yeah, it was nice of him to direct me to the hotel. The earth can't be so bad with people like him on it. I wonder if the chief isn't making a mistake. Maybe I shouldn't. Oh, I didn't say it, Chief. I was just thinking. It's just that it seems such a pity. I mean, there's so many nice people. I'll do it, Chief. Don't worry, I'll do it.
You see, Elizabeth, he's weakening already. I told you he was the wrong one to send.
But, Chief, he'll do it. He said he would. He's on his way to the hotel now.
I've got a good mind to recall him and send someone I can rely on.
Oh, please, Chief, don't do that. Nathaniel's all right. It's just that he has such a soft heart.
Well, I should have sent an older angel. Nathaniel was only 339. Anyway, that's what he says.
But, Chief...
How he got to look like that in only 339 years, I'll never know. I'm worried, Elizabeth.
Oh, why don't you wait and see? I'm sure everything will be all right.
Better be. If that horn doesn't blow at midnight, I'll drop him out of the phalanx.
So this is the Waldorf Biltmore. My, what a beautiful hotel. Sure is crowded, too.
Paging Mr. Davis, Mr. Charles Davis. Paging Mr. Davis.
Paging Mr. Caesar. Mr. Caesar, please.
I'll take it, boy. Is that for Julius?
No, sir. Irving.
Oh, I don't know him.
Paging Mr. Caesar. Mr. Irving Caesar.
Oh, fiddlesticks. I wanted to ask him how to get to the roof. So near midnight. I'll ask that man at the desk.
Boy, take this luggage up to 1023, huh?
Oh, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Could you tell me how to get to the roof?
Why, yes, sir. You take that last elevator. It's an express.
Thank you. And, is that clock up there on the wall correct?
Yes, sir. It's exactly 10 minutes before midnight.
You're quite certain?
Oh, yes, sir. The sun rises and sets by that clock.
I'm afraid you've been misinformed, if you don't mind my saying so. See, the sun's movements are completely independent of this planet. However, I will accept the time as 11:51 p.m.
Thank you very much. I'm sure Western Union will be deeply grateful.
Oh, that's perfectly all right.
Are you stopping at the hotel, sir?
Yes, for a short time.
You staying overnight?
No, and neither are you. Well, goodbye.
Going up?
Yes, the roof, please. It's a lovely elevator you have here.
When you've seen one, you've seen them all.
I suppose so. Is your name Otis?
Yeah, how'd you guess? Otis J. Elevator, that's me.
I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort. Why, it's nice in here, so intimate and cozy.
It ain't so cozy when you have to stand in it all night long.
All night long?
Well, from 6 at night till 2 in the morning.
Really? Then I have good news for you. Tonight you're getting off at 12.
Hey, that's funny. The chief didn't tell me anything about it.
Well, he told me.
Well, I hope you're right. Here's the roof, sir.
Thank you. Da-da-da-dee. Da-da-da-dee. Yeah, I wish I could get that right. Da-da-da-dee. What a beautiful sight up here on the roof. And all the stars are out tonight. There's Jupiter, Mercury, and Venus. Hello, Venus. Gee, she's pretty. Well, it's only 5 more minutes till midnight. Better get ready to blow the horn. Here's a good place to stand, right near the edge. I think I'll... What's that? Is someone there? Why, it's a girl, and she's crying. Don't cry, miss. Whatever it is that's troubling you will be over very soon.
It'll never be over. Never. Never.
Oh, yes, it will, in just a couple of minutes.
Please go away. Let me alone, can't you?
But I assure you, you have absolutely nothing to worry about.
He doesn't love me. He's sending me away. Well, I won't go back home. I won't.
You can't very well go back home if you're not alive.
Not alive? Yes, of course. That's the answer. The only answer. It's all clear now.
Well, I'm very happy to have been of service. Less than 2 minutes left.
I'll show him. I wonder what he'll say when I'm gone. Well, here goes. Goodbye, Andrew.
Wait, you mustn't. You mustn't jump.
Let me go. Let me go.
No, you can't.
Why not? It was your idea.
But suicide is a mortal sin.
You let go of me.
Be patient. Just a few more seconds.
No, I won't be talked out of it. Let me go.
You've got to listen to me now. There's very little time.
Hey, Peggy!
Andrew!
What? Who's this?
Oh, Peggy, darling. Hey, you get your hands off my girl.
Let go of me, mister. It's midnight. I've got to blow my horn.
I ought to jam it down your throat.
My horn?
Oh, let him go, Andrew. He didn't do anything.
Oh, Peggy, I've been such a fool. Can you ever forgive me? As soon as you left, I realized what a mistake I made.
Oh, Peggy, I'll never let you go again, believe me.
Well, let go of me then and put your arms around her. Please, Andrew, it's midnight. I gotta blow the horn.
Oh, Andrew, I'm so happy I could start crying all over again.
Look, not tonight, baby. We're going to celebrate. Come on.
Wait, give me back my horn.
Here you are, Bud. Catch.
Whoop! I missed it. It's falling all the way down the street. I won't have time to get it. What am I going to do? Now I'll never get to be an angel senior grade. What am I going to tell the chief? I couldn't help it, Chief. I couldn't help it. Give me another chance. Please, Chief, please. Just one more chance. I want to be a senior.
That's Act 2 of tonight's Ford Theater presentation of The Horn Blows at Midnight, starring Jack Benny with Claude Rains. Time out again very briefly, and Frank Martin speaking for the Ford Motor Company.
A gold medal is quite an impressive thing, particularly when it's awarded to the car chosen as the fashion car of the year. That gold medal has just been awarded to the 1949 Ford. Bearing out the judgment of millions of Americans, the Fashion Academy of New York, after examining all cars in all price ranges, picked the 1949 Ford as embodying all the essential qualities of good taste, modern design, and subtle harmony in line and color. Yes, the style experts have officially awarded the gold medal to the 1949 Ford for its beauty and advanced styling that set Ford apart in its field. And this recognition of Ford styling is not an accident. The 1949 Ford is the only completely newly designed car in its field. Ford engineers, designers, and stylists redesigned the Ford from roof to road, creating a completely new car to give you better, safer, easier driving. Truly modern motoring. And one basic part of that redesigning is Ford's new style, an advanced style that suits a truly advanced car, a style that expresses in steel and glass and chrome the power, comfort, safety, and solid roadability, the advanced performance of the new Ford. Back of every point of Ford styling, you will find a good reason. More headroom, legroom, seat room, luggage room. More visibility, more safety, more comfort, more efficient performance. And above all, better, easier driving. The 1949 Ford, alone in its field, was completely redesigned to give you those things. And it does. The 1949 Ford is not just a remodeled pre-war car, but the most advanced car in its field, the truly modern, truly post-war car. You can tell how advanced 1949 Ford styling is by looking at a new Ford and then looking at other new cars of older style. But you won't know how truly advanced it is until you drive a 1949 Ford, until you take the wheel and feel the difference. Feel the big difference that Ford's advanced design makes. Why not ask one of your friends to let you drive his new Ford, or see your friendly Ford dealer? When you drive a Ford, you'll feel different. Drive a Ford and feel the difference. The Ford Theater presentation of The Horn Blows at Midnight will be resumed after a brief pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Fletcher Markle again, and now for the third act of The Horn Blows at Midnight, starring Jack Benny as Nathaniel and Claude Rains as the Chief.
Elizabeth, of all the angels who could have done the job, you had to recommend Nathaniel.
But, Chief, it wasn't his fault. Nathaniel was only trying to stop that poor girl from committing suicide. A mortal sin.
Well, that wasn't his job. He should have obeyed orders. There are too many people down there committing mortal sins. That's why Earth has to be destroyed.
Please, Chief, give Nathaniel another chance. After all, you've only lost one day.
I know, but Nathaniel has botched up every assignment I ever gave him. Remember 2 months ago when I put him in the weather department? All he had to do was to see that the clouds went in the right direction, and what happened? He got the elements so mixed up it snowed in California. Nathaniel Bond.
No, but, Chief, that was an accident. After all, he was new on the job, and he just didn't know.
Imagine snow in California. He knows very well it's not even supposed to rain there. That's where we keep our smog. No, Elizabeth, I have no alternative. Nathaniel must be recalled.
Chief, if you recall Nathaniel now, you'll destroy all his confidence. He tried so hard to make good. He was so happy at the chance to become an angel, senior grade. If you take that chance away from him, you'll break his spirit. And that's all he's got left. Oh, please, Chief, be just a little more patient with him, won't you?
Elizabeth, I don't know why I let you talk me into these things, but you always do.
Then you'll give Nathaniel another chance? Oh, thank you, Chief, thank you. You're so good and kind, and he'll be so grateful.
Well, you better blow that horn at midnight tonight, or else. And that's my last word. Else. I'll thunder him his directions.
It certainly was nice of the chief to give me another chance. Lucky this horn didn't break when it hit the street. I'll just have to make good tonight. Let's see, there's still a little time before midnight. Guess I'll sit here in the lobby for a while. Certainly is a busy hotel.
Paging Mr. Caesar, Mr. Irving Caesar, please.
Same one he paged yesterday. I'll have to ask Julius if he has any relatives down here. Julius is so nice. I think Brutus was definitely out of line. Well, I got about 15 minutes yet. Yeah, I hope nothing goes wrong this time.
Pardon me. May I sit down here?
Oh, why, certainly. There's plenty of room.
Oh, thank you.
Whoops. Wait till I remove the horn. There you are.
Thank you. Isn't this a beautiful hotel?
Yes, it is.
I had such a busy day. And, you know, in about an hour, the limousine is coming back for me. And I have to go to a midnight supper at the Stork Club.
Really?
Yes. And then I'll have to go home and get some rest because tomorrow I have so much more to do. I'm going to Saks Fifth Avenue and buy a complete wardrobe for my trip to Honolulu.
Oh, you're going to Honolulu?
Oh, yes, I have to go. You see, I hit the giant jackpot on singing again, and I've been traveling ever since.
I don't understand.
And not only that, they painted my house inside and out, and it looks so strange now.
Oh.
I loved it the way it was.
Well, look, lady.
I'm Mrs. Watson.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Watson? My name is Nathaniel.
Nathaniel.
Third phalanx, 15th cohort.
Oh, I've never been there.
Oh, no, it isn't a place.
Paging Jack Benny. Mr. Jack Benny, please. Paging Jack Benny.
Mrs. Watson, what I meant to say...
Oh, wait a minute. Did you hear that?
What?
They're paging Jack Benny.
Jack Benny?
Yes. Haven't you ever heard him on the radio?
Well, no.
Oh, I hope he's living in this hotel. I might see him. He's simply wonderful. I listen to him every Sunday, even though I can't win anything.
Oh, well, what does this
You
Benny...
know the thing I like about him?
What?
He pretends to be stingy and cheap, and I'm sure he's not that way at all.
He isn't?
No, I can tell just by listening to him that he's the sweetest, kindest, and the most generous man in the whole world.
Oh. Well, it's nice to know there are people like that.
And you want to know something? I almost met him a year ago.
You did?
Yes, I guessed he was the walking man, but they never called me on the phone.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, I better wait out in front of the hotel now. The limousine will be coming any minute.
The limousine?
Yes, Governor Dewey is the one who has to take me to the Stork Club. That's part of the jackpot.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Watson. It was nice talking to you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Phalanx.
No. It's Daniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th cohort. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, now, that was the sweetest old... Oh, my goodness. That nice old lady thinks she's going to Honolulu tomorrow. And I have to... Oh, no.
Look, Elizabeth, look. Nathaniel is weakening. Who cares whether anybody goes to Honolulu or not?
He cares, Chief. He worries about everything. That's why he's so...
Stupid? That's what he is, stupid. I still say we sent the wrong angel.
No, you didn't, Chief. He still has time. He'll go through with it.
Then what's he sitting there for? Why doesn't he go up on the roof and get ready? Look what he's doing down there now, biting his nails.
Well, he's nervous.
Nervous about what? Destroying one of our smallest planets? It's ridiculous.
Well, warn him again, Chief, so he'll know it's almost midnight.
All right. I'll send him another thundergram.
Yes, Chief, I know. Well, I still got about 7 minutes. Gee, I hope nothing goes wrong this time.
Hello, monsieur.
Huh? Oh, hello, little girl.
Hello.
Are you lost?
No, monsieur, I am not lost.
Oh, I thought the way you were looking at me, you wanted to ask me something.
No. You just seem so sad, sitting here all by yourself.
I am sad.
Why, monsieur?
Because of something I have to do at midnight. I'm worried about it.
Well, you mustn't worry. My mother told me, even when we were in the camp, not to be sad, because someday everything would be all right.
The camp? You were in...
A prison camp, monsieur, back in France.
Oh, I see. Did you do something wrong?
No, monsieur.
Well,
Would you like a piece of my candy bar, monsieur?
No, thank you. Although I haven't had a bite since I came down here, except my nails.
Then please take a bite of the chocolate bar.
Well, thanks. What's your name?
Angelique.
Angelique? That means little angel in French.
Oui, monsieur.
You know, I'm an angel, too. I'm a big angel.
You are? What's your name?
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th cohort. What's your cohort?
I don't know. Je ne comprends pas.
Oh, then you haven't been in this country long?
No. We just came on the boat this morning from France.
Oh, and did you say you were in a prison camp?
Yes, me and my mama. For 3 whole years. Then the Americans came and got us out.
Oh. Well, where's your mommy and your daddy?
Well, my mama is right over there. But I don't know where my daddy is. He used to be a soldier.
Oh, well, Angelique, how is it that you speak English so well?
Mama has been teaching me a long time. 3 whole years.
3 years? I suppose that is quite a long time for a mortal. Especially such a small mortal. And you don't know where your father is, huh?
No, monsieur. But Mama said he was the most wonderful man in the world. And we're all going to be together again someday. Angelique, it's me, Mama. Here I am.
Oh, I was worried when I did not see you.
Oh, she's quite all right. We were just sitting here talking.
He is a very nice man, Mama.
Angelique, were you annoying this gentleman?
Oh, no, not at all. We had such a nice chat, and Angelique was telling me what a wonderful man her father is, and you're all going to be together again. Is he in New York?
No, monsieur. Angelique would not understand, but he was a great hero.
Oh, I see. And you just arrived from France this morning?
Yes. Tonight we are going to take the train to Chicago. We are going to live with relatives there. I have not seen them for over 10 years, but they have asked us to come to them.
Well, that will be nice. Then your little girl can grow up in a good home like... Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, my goodness. What am I saying?
You look sad again.
Yes, I just remembered something.
Mama, can I have another piece of candy?
Angelique, I just gave you a whole bar.
I know, but I offered to share it with this man, and he ate the whole thing.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just meant to take a bite.
Here's the money. You can buy another bar right over there.
Thank you, Mama.
You know, Monsieur, Angelique does not know that her father is dead.
Yes, I realize that.
She's too young to understand. You see, she was just an infant when he was killed. Monsieur, you don't think there can be another war, do you?
Well, not if I... No, I don't think so.
Another war would mean the end of everything. There is not a country in the world that could go through it again. Not the way they fight wars now. People would just destroy each other.
They would?
Oh, yes, Monsieur, yes. And yet it seems very simple for a lot of people to forget about the time of war. They do not want to remember. But we must remember, Monsieur. All of us. And take care, or we will die for it. Now it is time for people to get to know each other. Now it is time for people to come together in the world.
But there's very little time left, you see.
I know, Monsieur.
Oh. You do?
Of course. If we do not change ourselves soon, it will be too late. Though the war is over, there is much still not settled. It may take 5 years or even 10 years before we find the answer to real happiness and understanding. But we will find it, Monsieur. We must now reach out to each other and find out about each other. By coming here, Angelique and I have a chance to do that. And we are grateful. We must find peace with each other, Monsieur, or we are lost.
Yes, I'm sure you're right. But you see...
Mama, I have another candy bar. Would you like to share it with me, Monsieur?
No, thank you. I've had enough.
Well, come on, Angelique. We must go. Goodbye, Monsieur. Monsieur...
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort. Goodbye, Angelique.
Goodbye, Monsieur.
Goodbye.
What a cute little girl. Spent 3 years of her life in a prison camp. Well, it's getting near midnight. Better take the elevator up to the roof.
Going up, sir?
Yes, the roof, please.
Well, here's the roof, sir.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Well, it's almost midnight. I'm sure glad it's a nice night. It's the last one. Keep thinking about that little girl, Angelique, and her mother. They seem so nice. All they want is a chance to live together in peace. Maybe most people are good. Maybe the war has been a lesson. If that's true, then the Earth shouldn't be destroyed. Chief, do you think that I ought to go... But, Chief, you heard what she said, that little girl's mother. They've never had a chance before. Let them have it now while they... But, Chief, look, there must be millions of others just like them who need time to get to know each other. Who have such hopes for the future. That's what Angelique's father gave his life for, to give other people a chance. And now you want to take it away from them. Chief, let's wait a while. Look, Chief, look. Now, suppose all these people down here don't get together. Suppose there is another war. Then the whole world will destroy itself. They'll blow the earth to pieces. And then remember, Chief, that would take the responsibility off your shoulders. You won't be to blame. See? See what I mean, Chief? You've waited this long, thousands and thousands of years. What harm is there waiting a little longer? Give them a chance. Maybe they'll get to work and live together in peace. Everything will straighten itself out, and it'll be the way you want it to be. What was that, Chief? Oh. Then I won't have to blow the horn? I'm glad you changed your mind. Well, I'd like to come back now, Chief. I'd like to see you and Elizabeth and Horatio, and I'd even like to see Mr. Beethoven, too, even though he does holler at me all the time. From now on, I'm going to practice real hard and make him proud of me. Thanks, Chief. I'll leave right now.
Going down, mister?
Yeah?
Going down?
No, thank you. Up.
From the Ford Theater in Hollywood, you have just heard Mr. Jack Benny starring in The Horn Blows at Midnight. Tonight's version for listening was prepared by Hugh Wedlock and Howard Snyder, and the original musical score was composed and conducted by Cy Feuer. The Ford Theater, a full hour of dramatic entertainment, is brought to you every Friday by the Ford Motor Company, builder of Lincoln and Mercury cars, Ford trucks and farm tractors, and the new 1949 Ford car, officially chosen as the fashion car of the year. It's Ford for the new look in styling, and it's Ford for the new feel in driving. Drive a Ford and feel the difference. Now again, Mr. Markle.
May a director identify the principals in our cast tonight? In the foreground,
The Chief.
was played, of course, by Mr. Claude Rains, who will soon be seen in the Hal Wallace production, Rope of Sand.
Elizabeth?
Was played by Mercedes McCambridge.
Angelique.
Was Anne Whitfield.
Angelique's mother?
Was played by Jeanette Nolan.
Mrs. Watson.
Was Jane Morgan.
Mr. Beethoven.
Was Hans Conried.
Jerry. And Johnny.
Were played by Jerry Farber and Johnny McGovern. Actively assisting were Paul McVeigh, Miriam Wolfe, Eddie Marr, Joseph Kearns, Jay Novello, Julian Upton, Sidney Miller, Herb Vigran, Byron Kane, and Shirley Mitchell. Anybody else?
Yes, Nathaniel.
Was played by Jack Benny. Jack, I've got a confession to make.
What is it, Fletcher?
After all the kidding we did on your program about The Horn Blows at Midnight, I have to admit now that I never saw the picture.
You didn't?
I just couldn't bring myself to walk into the theater.
Why?
It's a complex I have, Jack, the fear of being alone.
Oh. Well, anyway, Fletcher, I want to tell you it was really nice doing this show for you tonight, and I promise you one thing. If I ever make another bad picture, you can have first crack at it.
Thank you, Jack. And by the way, just one more question before I give you your check.
Oh, the check. Yes. It slipped my mind.
Get your hand out of my pocket.
Oh. Yes, excuse me. What is it you wanted to ask me, Fletcher?
Well, you always kid so much about your age. Tell me, Jack, and be on the level this time. How old are you, really?
Fletcher, I'm 39. So long, Fletcher.
Goodbye, Jack, and see you again. You'll be listening to your regular program on CBS this coming Sunday night, and Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman will be your guests. Now it's for next week. Next week on the Ford Theater, we're going to have a story with music. Our star is Mr. Bing Crosby, and our story is one of his most recent films, Welcome Stranger. It's a pleasant portrait of a young doctor who goes to a small New England town so that the local physician can take his first vacation, and then suddenly find himself an unwelcome stranger. We're very happy to have with Mr. Crosby Mr. Barry Fitzgerald playing his original role, and we'll be welcoming back Miss Ann Blythe for a return visit. We hope you'll be with us. And now until next week, until Bing Crosby, Ann Blythe, and Barry Fitzgerald in Welcome Stranger, this is Fletcher Markle with a good night and thank you from all of us in the Ford Theater.
The Horn Blows at Midnight was presented to the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of the Academy-nominated Johnny Belinda, starring Jane Wyman and Lou Ayres. The Ford Motor Company invites you to join us again next week at this hour to hear Bing Crosby, Barry Fitzgerald, and Ann Blythe starring in Welcome Stranger. This is Frank Martin speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Every song that I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Palmolive Shave Creams. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benadera, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing, I've Got My Love to Keep Me Warm.
The snow is snowing, the wind is blowing, but I can weather the storm. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm. Can't remember a worse December. Just watch those icicles form. What do I care if icicles form? I've got my love to keep me warm. Off with my overcoat, off with my gloves. I need no overcoat. I'm burning with love. My heart's on fire. The flame grows higher. So I will weather the storm. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm.
Three men out of every four get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
This is not just a promise, not just a claim. 1,297 men tried the new, different Palmolive Brushless way to shave. And no matter how they shaved before, 79%, 75% got less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 82% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves.
But you be the judge. Try the new Palmolive Brushless way to shave. Just do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Soap your face thoroughly again and apply Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream, smoothing it upward into your beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
That's all. But remember, Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream offers you proof that 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
Well, tonight, our friend Mrs. Anderson is giving a formal dinner party, and her guests are to be the very cream of Weaverville's socially elite. And now get ready for a shock. Among those in attendance will be our young hero, Dennis Day. It seems that with several husbands out of town, the party lacked men, So Mrs. Henderson invited Dennis, hoping her guests wouldn't notice the difference. We find him now being suitably garbed for the occasion as he tries on Mr. Anderson's old tuxedo.
Gee, I don't know, Mr. Anderson. Does it really fit all right?
Oh, it's a dream, my boy. Oh, does it... just look at those beautiful square shoulders.
Hang her out.
Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
Gosh, I don't think I can wear it, Mr. Anderson. It's awfully tight, and besides, it's all green.
Well, what of it?
Well, I feel like a pimento in an olive.
Nonsense. It isn't tight at all. Maybe a trifle snug here and there, but there's certainly no reason to... Dennis, didn't I warn you? There you go breathing again.
I can't help it. I feel I ought to every once in a while.
Well, can't you just breathe in?
Yes, sir.
Now, here, try on the trousers.
Gosh, aren't they a little short for me?
Oh, don't worry about that. We'll tell them it's the latest thing. Formal pedal pushers.
Yeah, maybe so.
Of course, we'll have to get those pink spots off somehow.
I doubt if we can. Those are me showing through the moth holes.
Well, after all, you can't expect it to look like it did when I first wore it, Dennis. You know what happened to me in this tuxedo?
No, what?
I was married in it.
I knew it couldn't be anything good.
Ever since, I've referred to it as my straight jacket with lapels. In a joking way, of course. Well, I better be going. I still have to set the table and get my roast ducks in the oven.
Hi, Daddy. Dennis.
Oh, hi, Mildred.
Hello, Mildred. I'll see you kids later.
Okay.
Oh, golly, Dennis, I was so happy when Mother told me she'd invited you to the dinner party. It shows that deep down inside her there's something very...
Fighting into a worm and finding an apple.
Oh, Dennis.
But, gee, I'm happy she invited me, too. You know whose name I saw on the guest list? John Van Rensselaer, who owns the big department store downtown. At last I'll have a chance to talk to him.
You mean about a job?
Sure, I've been trying to see him for months, only I can never get past the secretary.
Oh, golly, maybe you can talk Mr. Van Rensselaer into giving you a job, Dennis. Especially when he sees tonight how socially acceptable you are.
And I will be, too, Mildred. I'm going to get right into the spirit of your mother's party. As soon as we start the kissing games, I'm going to grab every woman there and...
Dennis, no.
Huh?
We're not going to have any kissing games.
This is a party?
Certainly, but not that kind. This will be very dignified.
The donkey and ollie oxen free?
Look, Dennis. These people just aren't the type who play games or enjoy card tricks or jokes. Now do you understand?
Yeah, well, I guess we all have to go sometime.
Just be on your best behavior, that's all.
Oh, sure, but I don't see why your mother has to invite all these stuffed shirts when... Ooh.
So, Mr. Day, my guests are stuffed shirts, are they?
Oh, no, Mrs. Anderson, I didn't...
I suppose you think I'm a stuffed shirt, too.
Oh, that's ridiculous. If you're anything, you're a stuffed dress and
What?
Oh, no, I mean, you're as fine a piece of stuffing as I've ever...
Never mind. I've too much on my mind now to argue with you. Mildred, hand me that guest list and I'll figure out the seating arrangements.
Here, Mother.
Now then, Mr. Van Rensselaer on my left, of course. Next to him, Mrs. Carter. Then there's the Wilsons, the Manhoffs, Mrs... Oh, good heavens.
Mother, what is it?
I just noticed. There's going to be 17 of us. I've invited 17 people, and I only have service for 16.
Oh, Mother.
One of the guests would have no knife, fork, spoon, or plate.
Gee, sounds like a pretty sloppy way to eat a duck.
No one's going to attempt it, and I can't duplicate my Wedgwood pattern anywhere in town. Well, I'm afraid there's only one thing to do, Mildred. Cancel an invitation.
Huh?
We'll simply have to make our excuses to one of the guests.
Who?
Who else?
Yes. It's too bad, Dennis, but you can see my problem. I can't let anything interfere with the success of this dinner. I'm sorry.
Oh, golly, Dennis, this is awful. This was your one chance to see Mr. Van Rensselaer. Your whole future may depend on it.
I know. Oh, gosh, I just got to get to that dinner somehow. Mildred, is there any possibility one of the other guests won't show up?
Oh, not a chance. They wouldn't miss a social event like this for... Dennis.
Huh?
Mrs. Miller.
The woman who always has to get a babysitter when she goes out?
Yes, if she couldn't get a sitter tonight.
Or if the one the agency sent over was so bad she was afraid to trust her baby with her.
Perfect. I'll call the agency and cancel the sitter she's ordered,
Yeah.
and you rush right over to her house. Only don't forget, You've got to convince her you're the biggest dope on earth.
Oh, don't worry, Mildred. I can do it if I put my mind to it.
Yes?
Hello? Well, here I am with my diapers and SMA milk. I'm the babysitter from the Wendell Agency.
The babysitter? But they told me you were going to be a girl.
Oh, gosh, no, ma'am. I don't think I could ever make it.
But I mean, well, you just don't look like a babysitter.
Why, shucks, ma'am. I've been sitting on them for years.
You sit on them?
Oh, sure. That way I know where they are every minute.
But isn't it dangerous?
Oh, I don't know. I ain't never been bit yet.
Well, you're certainly not going to sit on my boy.
No, huh? Why not?
Why not, indeed? You're liable to hurt him.
Well, if the kid's a weakling, now's the time to find it out, Toots.
Good heavens, you're a monster.
Oh, shucks, thank you, ma'am, but let's not start any romance we can't finish.
Oh, this is incredible. Isn't there another sitter at the agency?
Nope, I'm the only one.
Well, if that's the case, I'm going to cancel my appointment for the evening and stay home.
That's the way to talk. I like your stuff, babe.
And as for you, if I ever catch you around here again, I'll take a broom to you. Do you understand?
Yep, but be careful to aim high, ma'am. I'm a babysitter, and I wouldn't want you to damage my place of business.
Oh, Dennis, you're wonderful.
Oh, Mildred, you're right. She'll phone your mother. She'll phone your mother any minute and to say that she can't come to the party, and then I'll be invited again. Boy, now we're all set for Mr. Van Rensselaer.
Hello, children. Mother around Mildred. I have some news for her.
Oh, news, Daddy?
Yes, Miss Miller just phoned and said that she wouldn't be able to make our dinner tonight.
Oh, gosh, isn't that too bad?
Oh, no, it's okay. I called Ruth Baker and invited her in her place.
Oy vey.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Oy vey, it's from the Gaelic. It means, have I got Saurus?
I'm afraid
Oh, Daddy, it was Dennis who got Mrs. Miller to stay home so he could come to the party. You see, Mother only has 16 plates, and now we have 17 guests again.
Oh, my pulsing sacroiliac. Well, say, Dennis, if you were so successful with Mrs. Miller, maybe you could get some other guests to stay home.
Yes. What about that stuffy old Mrs. Carter? Nobody really likes her anyway.
Yeah. Here, why not? Give me the phone. Operator, I want Mrs. Carter on Oak Drive, please.
But, Dennis, what are you going to tell her?
Oh, don't worry. I got the perfect story. I'll tell her your mother's in jail for smuggling Chinamen.
Dennis, you can't say that.
A murder rap?
Of course not, Dennis. It's...
Oh, hello? Is Mrs. Carter in? Oh, I see. Dr. Barry, huh? No message. Thank you. Goodbye. She's out shopping now, and then she's got an appointment with Dr. Barry.
Oh, the psychiatrist downtown. I heard she was going to one.
Yeah. Let's see. This Dr. Barry is in the Taft building, isn't he?
Yes, but why?
Well, suppose I could get the psychiatrist out of his office on some pretext or other, and then psychoanalyze Mrs. Carter myself and tell her, ooh, what an idea. Ooh, am I a dirty sneak? Ooh, where's my hat? Dr. Barry.
Yes?
You gotta come right away. It's awful. It's terrible. Please, my poor brother. You gotta save him. You gotta come.
Wait a minute. Calm down, young man. What about your brother?
Sometimes he thinks he's a cocker spaniel and chews up the rug. And sometimes he thinks he's a lamb chop and sits on the dining room table with paper pants on.
What?
Yeah, we have a feeling he may not be right in the head.
Good heavens, I agree, but tell me, what's he up to today?
He thinks he's a beaver. He's in the bathtub trying to build a dam with his tail.
By George. This is the most advanced case of schizophrenia I've ever encountered.
Yeah, ain't it a beaut? But you gotta hurry, Doc. There isn't a moment to lose.
Wait, not so fast. I must know some of the background of the case.
The background?
Yes, tell me about your brother's childhood.
Well, most of it took place when he was very young.
I don't mean that. What type of parents did you have?
One male and one female.
No, I mean...
Please, Doc, we're wasting time. You gotta go see my brother right away.
Young man, I have an appointment here in a very few minutes. I can't just leave the office like that.
Oh, I'll stay here and explain to your patient. Please, Doc. My brother may think he's alive now and be eating up my poor mother and father.
Well, what's the address?
Why, 165 Oak Street.
165 Oak. Why, that's on my corner, and it's an empty lot.
See that? He's eating the house.
What?
Oh, no. I mean, it's the 365 Oak Street. Doctor, go on. Hurry.
All right, stop pushing me. I'm going.
Good. Here's your hat. Hurry now, will you?
I'm going. Only you stay here. When I get back, I want to take a look at you.
Boy, that gets rid of him. Now for Mrs. Carter. Where's that white coat of the doc's? Oh, here we are. Gosh, I sure hope that Miss Carter... Wow. I just got the doc out the back door in time. Come in.
Hello, Dr. Oh, but you're not Dr. Barry, are you? Oh, of course. You're that foreign colleague I've heard him speak of so often. Dr. Fleurot, isn't it?
Oui, madame. You see...
No, that wasn't it. Dr. Fleurovitch. Now I have it, haven't I?
Da, babushka.
Of course, Dr. Heinrich Wilhelm von Fleurovitch of Vienna.
Ach, jawohl, mein Herr.
I'm glad I finally got it straightened out.
Yeah, me too. We was on quite a trip there.
Well, this is quite an honor, Doctor. I was hoping that someday you'd analyze me.
Oh, good. We go right ahead now with the analysis.
Splendid.
Now, first, you lie down on the couch. That's right. Now we must get nice and comfortable. So, completely relaxed. Ah, yeah, fine, good.
May I ask a question, Doctor?
What?
Shouldn't I be lying on the couch?
That's the way Dr. Barry does it?
Why, yes.
A quack. In Vienna, we got the new system. The doctor lies on the couch, and while the patient talks, the doctor turns from side to side. We call it the Vienna rolls.
Don't say.
Ja, sure. Now then, what seems to be the trouble mit mein little gehachte Lieber? You know, mit der head there.
Doctor, it's these terrible dreams. I keep dreaming of hippopotami.
Is that a fact, hippopotami? That's more than one hippopotamus, no?
Yes, and I dream of them every night.
Ha! Tell me, mein Herr, do you only have these dreams when you're asleep?
Why, yes.
I thought so. Nothing to it. You got what is known to us psychos as a Swedish complex.
A Swedish complex?
Yeah. Subconsciously, you hate someone with a Swedish name. Maybe like Larsson or Olsen or maybe Anderson.
Why, Doctor, how do you know?
Simple. Ever been to Sweden? Not a hippopotamus in the whole place.
This is amazing. As a matter of fact, I do know an Anderson, a Clara Anderson. I'm going to a party at her house tonight.
Ach, don't go near her.
No?
No, you see, subconsciously you hate the woman. The thought of her gives you these very bad dreams.
Well, who would ever have thought of that?
Me.
Well, now that you mention it, she is sort of a loudmouth.
Oh, yeah.
Come to think of it, I never did like her. Oh, I feel better already. I'll call her and say I won't be there tonight. Oh, Doctor, you've straightened out my psychosis.
Well, wear it in good health. And like we say in Austria, arrivederci, mein Cherie.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hi, Mr. Anderson. Well, I'm back.
Well, don't take your hat off. You're going out again.
Huh?
Remember how all this trouble started because we had just 16 plates?
Yeah.
Well, when I went in to set the table a few minutes ago, 2 of them fell from the top shelf of the cabinet onto the kitchen floor.
And smashed?
How did you know?
I majored in physics.
Well, you're right. I'm sorry, son. I guess I've killed your last chance to join us at dinner.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Why give up? Why should it be any harder to get rid of 2 people than 1?
What? But how? Who?
The Wilsons. They may not know it, but they're on the verge of the biggest fight they ever had in their married lives.
But are you sure that that'll keep them from coming? They're always having fights.
Fair skirmishes. This means war. Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, hello, Dennis. What are you doing here?
Didn't you hear that door doorbell. Answer the door.
I did answer the door, you dope.
Well, who is it? My mother?
No, why would your mother be at the door when she can fly right in through the window?
Listen here, you... Oh, hello, Dennis. We were just dressing for the party over at your place.
Yeah, you sure look sharp, Mrs. Wilson. I'll take you over the redhead any day.
Redhead?
What redhead?
Oh, you know, the one your husband was having lunch with the other... Uh-oh. Did I say something I shouldn't have?
What redhead was my husband having lunch with?
He's crazy.
I want to know what redhead.
Oh, let's not be hasty, Mrs. Wilson. I didn't get a very close look, and maybe he wasn't having lunch with a girl at all. Maybe it was a red-headed man in a strapless gown.
Now, you listen here, Terry.
Even if it was a girl, Mrs. Wilson, she was very young. She kept calling him Daddy.
Oh, she did?
Honey, are you going to believe him or me?
Him.
But you can't believe him, Florence. He's making it up. He didn't see me with any redhead.
Oh, yes, he did.
How could he? Why, we were in Hooperstown, 50 miles from here.
Oh! Hey, what do you know? I struck oil.
So it's true, Sam Wilson. I thought
now,
so.
Florence, wait. Florence, put down that jar.
I certainly will.
Oh!
Gee, what a place to put it.
I can't understand it. First Mrs. Miller, then Mrs. Carter, and now the Wilsons.
Well, it's just as well they all decided to stay away, Mrs. Anderson, because now we have just the right number of plates for the rest of us. Can I help you put them on the table, sir?
Certainly not. After what my husband did, no one touches these dishes but myself.
Yeah, he was kind of careless.
He's always breaking dishes. He doesn't know how to hold them properly. Dishes should be held like this. And this is the way my silly husband holds them.
Ooh. Gee, works every time, doesn't it?
Dennis, one of the dishes.
Yeah, mine again. Okay, I give up. Have a nice party, Mrs. Anderson.
Dennis, did I just hear...
Yeah, another dish, Mr. Anderson. I guess I just wasn't meant to go to that dinner tonight.
Oh, and it's really my fault, too. By George, I don't know why you're so anxious to be at that dinner, but you're going to be. I'm going to see to it personally.
Really? Oh, bless you, Mr. Anderson. You're the nicest, grandest, finest, sweetest, most wonderful man in the world.
Oh, nonsense. I'm just somewhere in between that opinion and Poopsie's.
You mean you actually did it, Mr. Anderson? You actually got rid of one of the guests?
Sure. Didn't I tell you I'd fix everything?
Boy, oh boy, how'd you work it?
Oh, just gave him a simple excuse. I told him our house had burned to the ground, and we now felt that our living room might be a little too drafty to hold a party in.
Wow. Now I'm going to be there after all.
You sure are. But say, you've never told me why you're so anxious to be at this dinner in the first place.
To meet John Van Rensselaer. This party's going to mean my whole future.
John Van Rensselaer?
Sure, he's the one I've been... Mr. Anderson, why are you looking like that? What's the... Oh, no. No.
Yes, he's the guy I just got rid of.
Herbert Henderson, you...
No, Dennis.
You...
Please. Wait, not with the fire tongs. Oopsie, help!
Ladies, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care, doctors prove you, too, may win a lovelier complexion with Palmolive soap.
But to win this lovelier complexion, the kind men admire and women envy, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap the way doctors advise.
Remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advised 1,285 women, many with complexion problems, to use Palmolive this way. Some have dry skin, some oily, some coarse-looking. Using Palmolive soap alone, 2 out of 3 won lovelier complexions. Now, here's what the doctors advise.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap, massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive's soft lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But doctors have proved this way, using nothing but Palmolive, really works. So forget other beauty care. Use Palmolive soap alone for a lovelier complexion.
For loveliness all over, use Big Thrifty Bath Size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
With the music of Charles Dance and his orchestra, here's Dennis to sing his brand new RCA Victor recording of Tarara, Tarara, Tala.
Tara, Talara, Tala. Play peekaboo with a star. Hush-a-bye, baby, when shadows creep. Dreamland is not very far. Tara, Talara, Tala. Just like the angel you are. Rock-a-bye, baby, now you're asleep. Tara, Talara, Tala. Hush-a-bye, baby, when shadows creep. Dreamland is not very far. Tara, Talara, Tala. Just like the angel you are. Rock-a-bye, baby, now you're asleep. Tara, Talara, Tala. Tara, Talara,
Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week for Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, The Halls of Ivy.
In all the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Dr. Hall, William Todhunter Hall, the president of Ivy, has problems shared by Mrs. Hall, the former Victoria Cromwell of the London stage. Problems not entirely curricular. Their immediate worry concerns the sudden and so far undiagnosed illness of a last night's dinner guest, Mr. Clarence Wellman, who's now recovering, everybody hopes, from an outrageously swollen nose in the extra bedroom.
Toddy, may I tell you something?
Of course, my dear. What is it?
You are the only man I know who can pace back and forth while sitting motionless in a chair.
Well, I'm worried, Victoria. Seeing the nose of the chairman of the Board of Governors turn a violent crimson immediately after he has dined as a guest in one's house is a privilege granted few college presidents. I'd say privilege in the sense that seeing the Grand Canyon at sunset is a privilege. Do you think Penny did something to his gluten bread?
There's nothing you can do to gluten bread. You either eat it or throw it away.
But Mr. Wellman's illness distresses me. He and I have clashed over policy ever since his election to the board, and he's almost certain now, consciously or unconsciously, to lay both his nose and his stomach squarely at my door.
Well, really?
Well, you know what I mean. Do you suppose he'll recover in time to participate in the Charter Day ceremony?
I doubt it. He'd never have stayed here all night unless he really felt awful, and his nose looked it. Couldn't you postpone it for a while?
Postpone the Charter Day ceremony?
Yes. Why must it begin precisely at 10 o'clock?
Well, for the same reason that the guards at Buckingham Palace wear those towering bearskins instead of our freshman beanies. It's traditional. It's been traditional for the Charter Day ceremony to begin at 10 ever since that morning back in 1640, when the governor of the colony granted a small group of pirates, smugglers, and slave dealers the right to found the college for the propagation of all virtues. Virtues which, by the way, if practiced by the founders, would have kept them much too poor to do anything of the sort. Now, I...
Lost the thread?
I seem to have lost the entire spool. Yes. I was discussing tradition. Now, I hold no brief for tradition as such, but there are some traditions which are valuable and should, I feel, be maintained. Especially in these days, when the notion prevails that the highest aim of all human endeavor is to guess correctly, for a fabulous prize, the name of some popular song. I also...
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, what is it, Penny?
A young man at the door. Says he's a photographer from some picture magazine.
Oh, yes. Have him come in.
Yes, sir.
A photographer?
Yes. The publishers phoned yesterday and asked if they could send someone to take pictures for an early issue. In addition to shots of the ceremony, they want a few of me. You know, the sort of thing, the president of Ivy having breakfast, donning his cap and gown, and silly, of course, and a bother, but perhaps of value to the school.
Shall I leave?
Oh, no, not at all. I don't think you'll disturb him. He'll merely photograph me at this end of the room. Where are my cap and gown?
On the chair behind you.
Do I look all right?
Like the very model of a college president.
Dr. Hall?
Yes, good morning.
I'm Luther Bland of Exposure Magazine.
Of course. How do you do? Victoria, may I introduce Mr. Bland? Mr. Bland?
Vicky Cromwell, isn't it?
Why, yes. Well, that is, I was before you.
I was in love with you once for a whole week.
How nice.
When you entertained the troops at Anzio. Oh, you don't remember me, of course, but I can still hear you singing, "Cool Ain't I the One, though."
Mr. Bland, I was thinking that if you did come here to take pictures...
Oh, yes, sir.
Perhaps one of me is standing here, near the window.
Would you mind raising the blind, sir, for a bit more light?
Yes, sir. Now, how's that?
Swell. Now, Mrs. Hall, if I could trouble you for a smile.
Like this?
Yes. Dr. Hall, you're throwing a shadow on her. Perhaps if you stood behind me.
Oh, yes, of course.
Good. Now, hold it, Mrs. Hall.
Now, this might make a good one. One of me sitting at the table.
Mrs. Hall, I'd like one of you... Well, one of you with your eyes sort of crinkling above the rim of the coffee cup.
How's this?
Dr. Hall.
Yes?
If you held back the curtain, there would be a better highlight in her hair. Good. But stand back a bit further, or you'll be in the frame.
Yes, we mustn't have that, must we?
A bit more crinkle, Mrs. Hall. Good.
That's a very nice camera you have.
I even remember the dress you wore at Anzio.
Well, it was intended that everyone should.
I used to own a camera.
We remembered you all right, Mrs. Hall. The dress and everything in it.
I'm very flattered, Mr. Bland.
It was a Brownie box camera. First prize for Sunday school attendance.
Sort of hold up the coffee pot, Mrs. Hall, as though you were about to pour. That's it.
Had a little carrying strap, I remember.
Now, Dr. Hall.
Yes?
How about one of you?
Well, if you have any film left,
Well, one of you with Mrs. Hall. Now, let's see now. Suppose she sort of fixes your tie.
Oh, like this?
Exactly. I think I'll shoot it over Dr. Hall's shoulder. No, don't turn your head around to me, sir. Look at her.
Yeah, well, if I may suggest a caption, the former Miss Victoria Crumble, star of English stage and friend.
Well, I think that will give me all we need on this angle.
Really? All you need?
Mm-hmm. Now, sir, can you tell me something about the ceremony itself so I'll have an idea on how to plan my shots?
Well, at 9:55, there will be a knock at my front door.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be a messenger from the chief proctor. Customarily, the messenger is the youngest member of the student body.
Who is it this year?
A prodigy named Merton Savada, who is, I believe, not quite 14.
A freshman at 13?
No, not a freshman. He is at present working for his master's degree. He took his A.B. at Columbia last year. Then, at 10 o'clock, the procession will come to a halt in front of this house. And the chief proctor will knock upon the door 3 times with his staff of office. Your readers may be interested in a picture of that staff, because picture magazines do have readers, don't they?
I think some of our subscribers can read.
Yes. Well, the proctor's staff was fashioned from the limb of a walnut tree.
Mm-hmm.
Sent as a gift by the University of Paris, and brought to this country by Benjamin Franklin. At the knock, I open the door, and, accompanied by the chairman of the board, stand on the front steps. At our appearance, a tenor soloist sings Gaudium Zigiter a cappella.
It's very, very impressive, Mr. Bland. I get a lump in my throat every time I see it.
Well, then the chairman of the board takes his place at the head of the procession and leads it to the chapel. I follow. Once there, several hymns, a few speeches, the reading of the charter, and it's all over.
Well, it sounds most interesting, Doctor. Thanks very much for your help, sir. I'll be going over to the North Gate now.
Yes, I hope I didn't spoil any of your pictures by getting my shadow into them.
I don't think so. I was pretty careful. Goodbye, Mrs. Hall. Wonderful to have seen you again.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Right. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Ah, what a nice young man. How well you describe the chart today, Toddy. There's so many things that puzzle me about these school ceremonies. You always manage to make them so clear.
Well, thank you, but what sort of things, Vicky?
Well, for instance, why is it that ceremony where you award the diplomas called commencement when it always comes at the end of the school year?
That's a very good question.
I thought so.
Well, commencement, as everyone knows. You know, Vicky, I have a theory about Mr. Wellman's nose. I suspect that it's the result of simple, ordinary stage fright.
Stage fright?
Yes. I think that he is so terrified at making his speech at the Charter Day ceremonies that his subconscious mind has come rushing to his aid with a geranium effect on his nose. He wants to be excused from speaking and doesn't even realize it.
Well, I certainly know a lot of ways to treat stage fright.
For example?
Well, it's all a matter of psychology. Every actress is a practicing psychologist, you know, whether she knows it or not.
Yes, but in Mr. Wellman's case...
In Mr. Wellman's case, we must first make up our minds that we will simply ignore his nose.
That's quite a hurdle, Victoria. It's a bit like asking a traveling architect to ignore the Taj Mahal.
Nevertheless, dear, we must not concentrate on the very thing we're trying to relieve. In his case, his nose.
Well, what do we concentrate on? If I may end a sentence with a preposition, and in my own home, I think I may.
We must not refer to his nose. We must build up his confidence in himself with praise. We must say nice things to him. What can we say nice about Mr. Wellman?
Can you give me a few minutes on that?
Certainly, dear.
Now, let me see. I have never seen him actually kick a dog.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Before we return to the halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, let's visit a psychology professor on another campus. He wants to tell you how scientific curiosity led him to make a pleasant discovery.
Well, I'm a professor, all right, but not the absent-minded variety. This is somewhat of a disappointment to my wife and 2 daughters who would like nothing better than a good excuse for directing my activities. As it is, they do pretty well without one. After last semester, for example, they packed me off to a dude ranch for a vacation. My instructions were to forget psychology and experiments. I tried. But the very first day, circumstances forced me to conduct what I like to call my favorite unsuccessful experiment. I was watching a group of guests come in from a horseback ride. It was hot that day, and they were tired and dusty, but our host seemed to know just what to do. He hustled out cool bottles of beer. Schlitz, I noticed from the labels. This beer was greeted with smiles of welcome that changed to looks of pleasure as the guests drank. I began wondering, as a psychologist, mind you, what there was about Schlitz to cause such a marked reaction of pleasure. So I tasted Schlitz, and my experiment collapsed. How could I maintain my scientific attitude when I wanted so hard to concentrate on the famous Schlitz flavor? I waited till next day to try another glass, and again had the same wonderful reaction. Now that I'm home, I keep my own supply of Schlitz. Of course, I'm no longer experimenting. I drink Schlitz for the pleasure it gives me. And when I serve it to my friends and I see the looks of satisfaction on their faces, I can't help thinking to myself, no wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
Now, Now that Dr. Hall has had a few minutes to think of some redeeming feature of Mr. Wellman's character and to remember not to concentrate on his nose, maybe he... No, too late. Here's the subject himself.
Good morning, Mr. Wellman.
Good morning, Mr. Wellman.
Good morning to you both.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Is there something amiss with my necktie? You both keep staring at me.
No. It's a very handsome necktie. I was admiring it.
Thank you. My daughter gave it to me. I have always believed she has excellent taste.
Oh, her good taste is quite obvious, Mr. Wellman. As plain, in fact, as the...
As the shoes on your feet.
That's rather an odd simile.
Well, I do hope you're feeling better this morning.
I'm still a bit queasy.
Oh, that's too bad. I wonder if you'd care to try a rather old remedy many people I know have used with much success.
I would be grateful for almost anything.
Well, what did you have in mind, Victoria?
Have we any shingle nails, William?
Shingle nails?
Shingle nails? Isn't that a rather ridiculous...
Well, never mind. Let it go. I knew you'd think it was ridiculous, Mr. Wellman.
No, Mrs. Hall, I'm sorry. Tell me, I don't care if this idea was suggested by a Hindu voodoo man. You were saying something about shingle nails. How do I eat them?
No, you don't eat them, Mr. Wellman. You place the point of the nail against your left thumb, put the head of the nail against your right thumb, and think about something else for 5 minutes. Will you go get a shingle nail, William?
Well, don't just stand there, Dr. Hall. Get her a shingle nail.
A shingle nail? Yes. I'll see if I can find one.
Thank you, dear.
See if I can find one.
Thank you, dear. Now, please sit down, Mr. Wellman.
Thank you. No, I'm too restless, Mrs. Hall. This a shingle nail thing. I've often wondered just how much scientific basis there was for some of our odd superstitions. Perhaps this shingle nail business has some magnetic property that, now steel now, an electric, a negative, and a positive, and all that.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
I'm sorry, Vicky, but I couldn't find a shingle nail. But here's a horseshoe nail. Would that do?
Wonderful, William. Simply wonderful. It really takes a horseshoe nail. I had no idea it was one in the house. But I think a shingle nail is a good thing to have in reserve, just in case. Take another look, will you, please?
Yes, I'll be very glad to.
That's a dear.
I think I know exactly what you want.
Yeah.
Well, let me take the nail, Mrs. Hall. Now, how do I hold it? Like this?
No. The point against the left thumb.
The point
That's
against
it. Now, the head against the right thumb.
Yes.
Now, just hold it. We just talk. Get your mind off it.
What shall we talk about?
Oh, the weather, television, stock market, your speech. That's it. Your speech. What did you plan to say at the Charter Day ceremony, Mr. Wellman?
Well, I open by saying, ladies and gentlemen.
That's very good, very good.
It is?
Of course it is. Because after all, the people you're talking to are ladies and gentlemen. Now, keep the point of the nail against your left thumb.
Oh, yes. It struck me as being a rather good way to start.
Oh, yes, it is. Now, keep the head against the right thumb. See, that's it. Now, then what do you say?
And then I say, we are gathered here today.
Ah, that's nice.
You like that, Mrs. Hall?
Yes, I do, Mr. Wellman. After all, it is today. And they will be gathered there. It has something of the truth and simplicity of the Gettysburg Address. And then how does your speech go, Mr. Wellman?
And then I say, we are gathered here today to honor the men and women who, by their noble deeds and humility...
The door.
Yes, dear, I heard it.
But that's your cue.
Yes.
I mean, you're on.
Vicky, I may be on, but I'd prefer to have the reminder couched in slightly more formal terms. This is an occasion of some importance.
May I go with you?
Of course.
Well, I just stand here off stage and watch.
That's funny, I thought...
Good morning, sir.
Oh, there you are, down there.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Master Scholar.
It is my pleasure, sir, as well as my duty to inform you that I bear a message from the Chief Proctor.
What is the message, Master Scholar?
Sir, the faculty and the students escorting the charter bearing the seal of the colony are approaching.
Thank you, Master Scholar, and good morning.
Good morning to you, sir.
Now, shouldn't you be getting ready?
Well, the procession will take a little time to get here, but I should get started.
Let me help you on with your robe, Toddy. Now, there, that's it. Oh, you do look pretty.
Thank you, my dear. Where is Mr. Wellman? Has your medicine cured him?
I think so. He told me so himself. Oh, he wouldn't miss the boat. Not that I'm against boat missing. In fact, darling, I like people who miss boats.
And if that's a personal reference, my dear, missing a boat was the most intelligent thing I ever did. Young Professor Hall on board ship, with only a few minutes remaining of his 5-month sabbatical in England. His last few dollars invested in a passage from Southampton back home to New York. And his emotions invested in a beautiful actress whom he would probably never see again.
William, dear, that's the last going ashore warning.
Yes, I know.
And I haven't got a ticket. So if you don't mind letting go of me, I'd better be...
No, that can't possibly be the last warning. They must give several. Good heavens, they don't expect people to dash aboard, hand somebody a basket of fruit and dash off again. Oh, Vicky,
I wish they'd play something a little less sentimental, don't you?
Yes.
It's difficult enough to wish a friend goodbye on New Year's Eve. Without underscoring it like that.
Oh, I hate saying goodbye to you anywhere at any time, Victoria. Oh, mere words at times like these.
I haven't many words either, William. About 3, in fact. Little ones.
3 little words for me? Vicky, you don't mean...
Yes. I'll miss you.
Oh. Oh, yes. That is 3 words, isn't it? You know, it's going to be hard to concentrate on my work when I get back to the United States.
I like that.
I'll forever be thinking such thoughts as... This is Monday. It was on a Monday that Victoria and I drove to Stratford to see Shakespeare's home.
And stop for buns at Banbury Cross on the way.
Then on Tuesday... It was a Tuesday that Victoria and I visited Madame Tussaud's waxworks.
Yeah, and you tried to tip the wax doorman.
Yes. And on a Thursday... Oh, Vicky, I wish we had it all to do over again.
Perhaps we can. Sometime soon.
I'm afraid not soon, dear. Professors don't get sabbaticals every year.
I know. But the play I'm in might be produced in New York.
When? Has it been... Did you... Has anything been said about it?
No, but something's going to be.
Oh, good. Vicky.
Yes?
Will you remember the address I gave you and write to me?
Yes. Of course I will, dear. I promise. And if you let go my hands, I'll cross my heart.
I don't want to let you go, Vicky. Ever.
William, dear, I must leave.
Yes, I know. Vicky, I love you very much. Will you marry me?
Oh, you know I will. I thought you were going to leave without asking me.
I almost did. Oh, darling. What's that? Oh, it's the steward. Yes, steward, take my luggage ashore. I'm not sailing. Come on, Vicky.
William, dear, it's Mr. Wellman.
Oh, good. He's just in time. I say, Wellman, take these bags off the ship. I'm taking the next one. Hurry now. That's a good chap.
No, William. It's Mr. Wellman, our guest.
Well, why doesn't he take the luggage, eh? Well, our guest.
Were you talking about me, Dr. Hall? And what? Luggage?
What luggage? Did I say... Oh, it's you, Mr. Wellman. I'm sorry.
William, where have you been?
I'm afraid I was a little bit at sea, my dear. Or almost. I'm sorry, Mr. Wellman. It was... Oh, good heavens. What's happened to your nose? It looks like a nose again.
Doesn't it, though? Doesn't it? That's exactly what it looks like. That's a remarkable remedy you possess, Mrs. Hall. Horseshoe nail. Remarkable. Entirely remarkable. And may I say, Dr. Hall, that your robe is extremely becoming?
Thank you.
Yes, I hope mine has as fine a drape.
Well, I see no reason why it shouldn't.
And you'll be in the ceremony, Mr. Wellman.
Oh, of course. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Going to read a speech. Darn good speech, too. Dictated myself. Reminded Mrs. Hall of Lincoln's Gettysburg Address.
Oh, I'm delighted. Here, let me help you on with your gown.
Oh, yes, thank you.
There it is. Our caps, if you please, Victoria. Thank you. Are you ready, sir?
I am. My arm, Mrs. Hall. All ready, Doctor?
What are you thinking, Toddy?
What I always think when I hear that sound. Socrates questioning the Athenian youth. Renaissance students obtaining licenses to beg their way through college. Dr. Einstein playing his violin, safe on the campus at Princeton instead of being a bit of charred bone at Buchenwald or Auschwitz. Sir Francis Bacon catching the cold from which he died by stuffing a fowl with snow to test the theory of refrigeration. And astronomers alone in observatories on cold and starry nights. And the inscription carved above the library entrance, "You shall know the truth, and the truth will make you free." Now, Vicky, look. There goes Wellman. What the devil was that shingle nonsense you gave him?
Well, it isn't nonsense if it works, dear. And it did work. Look at him. See how he's squared his shoulders. I just gave him back a little self-confidence, and his nose deflated like a great big red in a tube. It was fascinating.
I imagine it was. Why don't you ever give me a treatment like that?
You don't need it, Toddy.
Oh, I'm not so sure of that today. I'm afraid this speech of mine is a trifle weak.
Your speeches are never weak. How does it go?
Well, I begin by saying, honored visitors, governors, gentlemen of the faculty, and students.
Splendid.
You think so?
Yes, perfect. How does it go from there?
Well, then I say, having but recently been reappointed as president of Ivy College...
Oh, William, that's wonderful. Because you were just recently appointed. Go on.
It is my considered opinion that in the ensuing semester, the plans which we have formed... You know, maybe this speech is better than I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, after that, I say...
Yes, dear?
You can even do it without a nail, can't you?
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
You know, my dear, your choice of that horseshoe nail I thought was very silly at first, but I'm beginning to regard it as being richly symbolic.
Symbolic? For what, for goodness sake?
Well, of Mr. Wellman's being continually underfoot. Did I ever recite my little verse on superstition? I rather fancied myself as a poet when quite young.
Go on, I'd love to hear it.
Well, to the best of my memory, it went, from ancient days the symbols came, the sign, the amulet, the charm, the seal, the ring, the coin, a name to conjure with and shield from harm. Faith in and dread of all these things is one of man's great racial quirks. But down through time the question rings, why scorn the gimmick if it works?
Oh, darling, I do think that's wonderful. But is it just superstition when it works? Do you mean that?
Vicky, that's why poets live in inaccessible garrets, so no one can ask them what they mean. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Herbert Butterfield, Gloria Gordon, Peter Leeds, and Henry Blair. Tonight's script was written by Walter Brown Newman and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolfe, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Next, hear We the People over most of these same NBC stations.
Fowler presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Jerry Hausner, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
It's close to Thanksgiving, and in Mel Blanc's little town, courageous suitors are taking advantage of the holiday spirit to approach prospective fathers-in-law on a delicate subject. In one house where Sam Green has asked Mr. Brown if he may marry his daughter, Mr. Brown is saying,
Sam Green, I'm going to set the date next week.
And in another house where Henry Adams has asked Mr. Jones if he may marry his daughter, Mr. Jones is saying,
Henry Adams, I'm going to make you a junior partner in my firm.
And in the Colby house where Mel Blanc has asked Mr. Colby if he may marry his daughter Betty, Mr. Colby is saying,
Mel Blanc, I'm going to break every bone in your body.
Thanksgiving Eve, and in order to get in Mr. Colby's good graces again, Mel Blanc is holding a Thanksgiving party in his Fix-It shop. He has invited a few of his friends for Thanksgiving dinner. Right now, we find Mel and his girl Betty setting the table. Knife, plate, fork, knife, plate, fork, knife, fork.
Mel, those were the last two plates. Now what'll you do?
Oh, don't worry. Knife, piece of plate, fork. Knife, piece of plate, fork. Gosh, what a beautiful table.
Yes, there's the celery stalks, stuffed olives, candied yams, cranberry sauce, all the fixings.
And in the center, that great big, beautiful 15-pound salami.
But, Mel, Father will be awfully mad. He's expecting turkey.
Oh, I took care of that. I scooped out the center of the salami and I stuffed it with chestnut dressing. And besides, Betty, what difference does it make? Salami or turkey? It's the spirit of Thanksgiving that counts.
But, Mel...
Anyway, the orphans' home needed the turkey much more than I did.
Oh, darling, I love you for giving the turkey to the orphans' home. You always were a softy for children.
Well, Betty, you know how I feel about us. Someday we'll get married and we'll have a little two-room house.
Yes. Then after a while, we'll add another room.
Betty, I refuse to have your father live with us.
Darling, I mean children. After we get married, there's no reason why we can't have 3, 4, or 5.
Yeah, and if we like them, the next year we'll have some more.
Well, if Dad gets mad at you for not having turkey, I'm going to tell him why.
Oh, that's another thing, Betty. I don't want you to tell your father anything. Don't tell anybody. I did it. I'm glad I did it, but I don't have to advertise it.
Oh, that's the nicest thing I ever heard, darling. For that, I'm going to give you a great big kiss. There. Well, now say something.
Such a kiss for a 15-pound turkey?
Yes.
Gosh, I wish it had been 50 pounds. Well, if it isn't our lodge secretary, Earl Ross. Hey, how you feeling, Brother Ross?
Potato salad.
Oh, yeah, Betty made it. Say, why don't you try some?
Well, just a small plate. I don't want to spoil my appetite. delicious. Pass the olives, Mel. No, not the green ones. The pitch or the green ones.
Say, why don't you have another sandwich?
No, thanks. I've already had 2.
You've already had 4, but who's counting? Go on, have another one.
Oh, here comes Father, Mel.
Say, who's that fellow with him?
Oh, that's Willie Murdoch. Father just hired him to manage the supermarket. He's rather nice.
Rather nice. Betty, have you gone out with him?
Well, Father insisted that I go to the movies with him last night.
You and Willie at the movies? Dark places? Betty, why didn't you tell me?
Well, darling, it's Thanksgiving, and I didn't want to upset you. Now, you be nice to him.
Hello, Mel. Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving, Mr. Colby.
Oh, Mel, I want you to meet my new manager, Willie Murdoch.
Hello, Mr. Murdoch.
Hello, Blank. Heard a lot about you from Mr. Colby. Don't let it get you down.
Willie, this is Mr. Ross, secretary of our Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras. Mr. Ross is a very good friend of mine.
Oh, well, Mr. Colby, any good friend of yours is a good friend of mine. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Ross.
Pass the mustard.
This is a very nice fix-it shop you got here, Blank, but I've got a couple of ideas to improve it. First of all, it's too stuffy in here.
Well, it could use a little air conditioning.
Blank, you can't condition this air. You got to get rid of it. And next, you take down that picture of the city dump on the wall.
Murdoch, that's no picture. You're looking through the window.
Oh, well. Oh, I see Miss Colby is unattached. Better go over and attach myself. Get it?
Thanksgiving. Why couldn't the Pilgrim Fathers have landed on him?
Oh, here's Zookie. Hello, Zookie. Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, hello, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Merry Christmas.
Hello, Zookie.
Oh, hello,
Betty.
Thanks.
Say, how do you like my new dress, Zookie?
Oh, gosh, Betty, you're the most beautiful. You're the quintessence of lovely, and you're the acme of
Oh, by the way, Zookie, I got a letter from my cousin Dottie and a new picture of her. Here, look. Cousin Dottie is so shy and sweet and coy. What do you think of her bathing suit? Zookie, can I get you a little something before dinner? What would you like?
I'd like some potatoes here. I'd like some some candy there. Yeah. I'd like that picture of Dottie.
Say, Betty, did you know that Mel invited us here for Thanksgiving dinner and there's no turkey?
Well, you're right, Mr. Colby. Mel invited us for Thanksgiving dinner and there's no turkey.
Why, Thanksgiving isn't Thanksgiving without turkey.
That's exactly my thought, Mr. Colby. Thanksgiving isn't Thanksgiving without turkey.
Huh. This guy can easily be replaced with a sheet of carbon paper.
I tell you, this is preposterous. Zookie, where's Mel?
Oh, he went back to the kitchen.
Oh. Well, I want to talk to him. And Murdoch, Willie, you take care of Betty.
Oh, well, if you say so, Mr. Colby. Anything you say goes, Mr. Colby. I'm your boy, Mr. Colby. You know you can count on me, Mr. Colby.
Mel is in a jam again. I got to go and explain everything to you. I got to go and warn you. I got to go and tip him. I got to go.
Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
No dates for you this festive season? Could a breath of trouble be the reason? Maybe, because that breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, has brought unhappiness to thousands.
Don't let it mark you down. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate Tooth Powder. For Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. For Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate Tooth Powder. Remember to buy it first thing, and remember the name, Colgate Tooth Powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Now, Victor Miller, the Sportsman, and their holiday arrangement of Good Night, Ladies.
Good night, ladies. Good night, ladies. Good night, ladies. We're gonna leave you now. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep blue sea, o'er the deep blue sea. Farewell, ladies.
Goodbye.
So long.
Good night.
Toodaloo. Farewell, ladies.
Goodbye.
So long.
Good night. Toodaloo.
Farewell, ladies. For we're gonna leave you now. Merrily, merrily we roll along. Merrily, merrily we roll along. Merrily, merrily we roll along o'er the deep blue sea. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep blue. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep, deep blue sea.
Well, Mel Blanc is giving a Thanksgiving party in his fix-it shop to get in the good graces of his girl's father, Mr. Colby. But so far, everything is going wrong. Mr. Colby is mad because there's no turkey. Willie Murdoch, the new supermarket manager, is making a play for Mel's girl. Right now, the party is in full swing, but we find Mel disconsolately talking to Betty's kid brother, Tommy, in a corner of the shop.
Boy, is my dad sore at you, Mel.
Yeah, Tommy, and I gave this party just to make an impression on him. What can I do to please your father?
Mel, I know something you can do that'll surely please him.
You do? What is it?
No, you're too young to die. Oh, anyway, my papa's mad at you for having salami instead of a turkey at this party.
Yeah, I know.
Mel, why don't you tell my pop you gave the turkey to the orphans' home?
Now, you keep out of this, Tommy. The reason I'm not saying anything is because this year your father forgot to give them a turkey himself. And if I said anything about it, it would only embarrass him.
Oh.
Oh, Mel, here comes our large president, Mr. Cushing.
Good, I'll go over and welcome him.
Holiday greetings, Brother Blank. Ugga-boo-boo-wugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. How are things?
Wonderful. Happiest Thanksgiving I ever had.
Well, where's the wife?
Home in bed with laryngitis. Happiest Thanksgiving I ever had.
Gee, that's too bad. How's she feeling?
Darn that penicillin.
Say, how did you get laryngitis?
Well, Mel, we went to the UCLA-USC football game. Little woman went completely berserk, kept screaming her head off.
She did?
Yeah, with the first opportunity she ever had to yell at 22 men all at once.
You mean now she can't talk at all?
Not a word. She just lies there in bed and hisses. Empty the garbage pail, shake out the carpet sweeper, clean up the kitchen. I wish she wouldn't tell me what to do.
I have my own system for doing the housework. Gosh, Mr. Cushing, it must be tough living with your wife.
Mel, if you only knew. Last night we went out, and she said, "Look at me, John. I'm dressed up to kill." Gad, what a temptation. I tell you, Mel, I'd leave that woman in a minute if she didn't have all that money. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I've done all the talking.
Oh, cheer up, Mr. Cushing. When you get your wife a Christmas present, everything will be okay.
Well, she's already hinted about a present. She wants some beauty aid. Ha!
Now, Mr. Cushing, after all, beauty is only skin deep.
Mel, she's already been peeled. The nerve of that woman. She asked me for a beauty makeup kit.
Well, what are you going to get her?
With her face, a box of Dr. Scholl's foot pads. Nothing help that woman, Mel.
Well, I have to let you in for another disappointment, mighty potentate.
Huh?
I haven't any turkey.
What a relief.
You're happy not to see a turkey?
Mel, are you forgetting? I've been looking at my wife all day. Well, on to the party. Oh, I see Brother Colby here. Greetings, Brother Colby. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
And there's Brother Ross. Greetings, Brother Ross. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Ugga-boo, ugga-boo, pass us all, ugga.
And little Tommy. Ugga-boo, ugga.
All right, Mr. Cushing, all right.
Well, I'm sorry. Sort of run away with Ugga-boo, huh?
All right, come on, everybody. Let's all have fun. Does anybody want to hear me impersonate Charles Boyer? All right, I'll sing a song.
Anybody hear the story about the cop in Brooklyn?
Shall I sing now?
You've never heard this story before.
Is it about the cop finding the dead horse on Kosciuszko Avenue?
Uh-huh.
And he can't say Kosciuszko, so he moves the horse to Main Street? Shall I sing now?
No! I'll tell another one, and I know you don't know this story. A fellow was having soup in a restaurant, and he called over the head waiter. "See here, sir," he exclaimed. "There's a fly in this soup." And what do you think the head waiter said?
Did he say, "What do you want for a dime, an elephant?"
Yes, I wish you'd drop dead. I'll try one more story now.
All right, everybody quiet now. Mr. Colby's going to try one more story. Go ahead, Mr. Colby. Everybody keep quiet.
Thanks, Murdoch, thanks. Well, it seems a man in a restaurant called the waitress over and said, "My cocoa is cold." "Well," replied the waitress, "if your cocoa is cold, put your hat on it."
Oh, very funny. Very, very funny.
Shall I sing now, Mr. Colby?
I've had enough from you, Mel Blanc. You've ruined my entire evening.
His entire evening.
Father, let's...
And you've got a nerve inviting people to a Thanksgiving party and not even having any turkey.
Yeah, not having any turkey.
But, Father...
Hey, when do we eat? I'm starved.
That's a good idea. Come on, Father, let's eat.
Oh, all right.
Okay, everybody, sit down now.
There's a fine, yes. This food looks wonderful. No home cooking.
Well, everybody seated?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. I'll carve the salami. Who wants a leg?
I do.
I do.
Everybody wants a leg. I should have gotten an octopus.
I'd rather have turkey. Colby, will you stop? Everyone knows salami is much safer than turkey.
Safer?
Yes, no bones.
Oh.
Well, Tommy, what part do you want?
I want the part that goes over the counter last.
And how about you, Brother Ross?
Well, I don't know. I'm losing my appetite.
Just give me the dark meat.
The salami is all dark meat.
That's what I said. Just give me the dark meat.
Oh, Murdoch? What part do you want?
I always let Mr. Colby choose first.
All right, Mr. Colby, what part would you like?
Oh, this has gone too far. I refuse to sit here and be made a fool of.
Oh, but Mr. Colby...
Well, this can't go on any longer. I'm going to tell Father.
Betty, please.
Huh? Tell me why.
Why we haven't any turkey tonight.
Oh, come in.
Is Mr. Blank here?
I'm Mel Blanc, little boy.
Mr. Blank, I'm from the orphan's home. I brought you a piece of your turkey.
You did?
Yes. It tasted so good, all the boys wanted you to have some. They wanted me to tell you how much they appreciated you remembering them on Thanksgiving Day.
Gee, thanks.
They also asked me to give a message from all the boys at the home. Do you mind if I give it?
No, go ahead.
2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Mel Blanc, hooray!
Thanks a lot.
So long, Mr. Blanc.
So long.
Gee, wasn't that sweet?
Mel, you gave your turkey to the orphanage? Oh, why didn't you tell us about it?
Well, you're right again, Mr. Colby. Mel Blanc, why didn't
Oh,
you...
shut up!
Well, Mel, he didn't want to tell you because you forgot to give your turkey this year.
What? Why, I always give a turkey to the orphanage. In fact, I told Willie Murdoch to... Murdoch, didn't you deliver that?
Mr. Colby, it slipped my mind.
Oh, it did. Murdoch, come here. I'm going to break every bone in your body.
Quiet, everybody. Mr. Colby's going to break every bone in his body. Gee, it sounds good on somebody else. Oh, forget it, Mr. Colby. It's Thanksgiving. Let's forgive.
Yes, you're right, Mel.
Yeah, let's forgive and let's eat.
All right, here. Sit next to me, Mel, my son.
Thanks, Pop.
Nothing like the smell of salami on Thanksgiving.
You see, Betty, it's like I said. What difference does it make, salami or turkey? It's the spirit of Thanksgiving that counts. This is Mel Blanc saying Happy Thanksgiving, and that's all, folks.
This is Bud Houston reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for breath is sweet and teeth is sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure and join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Fred Allen Show, brought to you by Pana Toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. An hour of smiles with Fred Allen, folks. 3,600 seconds of fun and music. Fun with our star comedian, Fred Allen. The inside story of the World's Fair's greatest attraction, the Aquacade, by its producer, Billy Rose. Music with Peter Van Steeden, with the masters of hot licks, the Merrimacs, and with the sensational singing star of the boys from Syracuse, Win Murray. And the time has come. It's the Fred Allen Show. The curtain rises. Peter Van Steeden and the Merrimacs start our overture, and it's Baby Me.
Because I love it when you
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we give you the winner in the big contest we forgot to announce last week. The first prize, a stucco muffin cutter, goes to Mrs. Leafy Knoll of Crandall, Texas. To all of the losers, to prove you are still losing, we give you Fred Allen in person.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, say, Harry, now that you mention it, it might not be a bad idea if we did have a contest on the program.
Yes, we're about the only radio show that isn't giving something away these days.
That's right. The new Pot of Gold program is giving away money if you've got a home and they can catch you in it. all of the quiz shows are paying people to send in questions. The Milton Berle program is buying old jokes.
Yeah, well, that's the trouble, Fred. People can't make any money listening to our show.
People are actually losing money, Harry.
They're losing?
Losing. Now, look, a man sits home by his radio, he listens to us for an hour, and what has he got?
A headache.
Exactly. Why, a headache can lead to sinus trouble. A man goes to the hospital, day and night nurses, an oxygen tent. Say, it runs into money.
Hello?
Oh, Portland, were you eavesdropping, were you?
No, I was just listening to what you were saying.
I was listening too, Alan.
Well, I should hope so. Your ear was practically in my mouth.
Tender, wasn't it?
Yes, I must say it was.
That's me all over. Tender Van Steeden.
Especially between the ears.
What were you saying about the program, Mr. Allen?
Well, Harry and I were saying audibly, foolishly as it turned to develop now, but Harry and I were saying that people can't make any money listening to this program.
I'm on it and I can't make any money.
Yes, and I wish you'd tell your cornet player to stop passing the hat in the studio after each number.
If I knew where I could get another job, I'd take it.
Well, you'd have to beat me to it, Van Steeden.
You know something? If this was only a quiz program, we could all send ourselves some questions and pick up a few dollars that way.
Mama made $5 sending a question to a quiz show.
Really?
My wife sent a joke to Milton Berle.
Well, how could she make a bundle out of you? You have no string section in the band. You can't make bundles without strings.
If that's comedy, I'm a flat-footed floogie.
Well, that's comedy.
I'll get my arches lifted.
That is a dead exit if I've ever seen one. You really couldn't fix that exit with a pull motor the way he sneaked out, get his arches lifted. Who ever heard of a heel with arches?
Say, I've got a joke for Milton Berle, Mr. Allen.
No, never mind. Not now, Portland. Last week, you remember, I promised my fan I'd put back the newsreels. Now, I have a couple of newsreels here tonight. One newsreel it developed after it was all cut out. But I've got one newsreel left, and I'm going to keep my word. A fanfare, Mr. Van Steeden. The Ipana Weekly Newsreel brings you the news cavalcade. Boston, Massachusetts. Wait a minute. Now start that over. Start it all over again. You can't try out anything new on this program. Everybody's working from memory here. Now, I don't want the megaphone. Start it again, Peter. Boston, Massachusetts. During the past week, mild earth tremors were felt in New England, New York, Ohio, and eastern Canada. Ipana News interviews folks in New England area who were vitally affected by last week's minor earthquake. At Rumford Falls, Vermont, a truck farmer, Wharton Bain, was inconvenienced.
Yes, that earthquake sure changed my plans.
Changed your plans? In what way, Farmer Bain?
Well, last spring I planted 10 acres of corn and 10 acres of beans.
I see.
Along comes this quake and shakes the daylights out in my land. I didn't reap no corn and no beans.
What was your harvest, Farmer Bain?
Succotash.
Thank you very much.
Quite all right, anytime. Say, whatever become of Orson Welles?
He went that way. Thank you. Thank you, Farmer Bain. At Dulcet Pond, New Hampshire. See, I forgot. I should have had the megaphone now. I'd mixed my voices up. At Dulcet Pond, New Hampshire, a housewife, Mrs. Dolores Bevins, had definite proof of quake.
I knowed it was something.
Well, how could you tell, Mrs. Bevins?
Well, my husband got the palsy. He's been shaken 40 years.
What happened during the quake?
I seen he was standing still.
Yeah? What did you say?
For the land shakes.
Sounds like an old fortune to me, I'm not sure. At Conatrance, Rhode Island, a part-time scientist, Waldo Gould, explains the cause of the Earth's disturbance. What causes earthquakes, Mr. Gould?
It's the glaciers that's doing it.
Glaciers?
Yep. 2 glaciers break up. They don't see each other for 30,000 years. They meet again. It's like 2 Oddfellows.
Oh, glaciers. Glaciers and Oddfellows experience the same reaction when they meet?
Yep.
Well, what is it?
They shake, brother. They shake.
Thank you. Confidentially, what is a glacier, Mr. Gould?
A glacier's an ice cube that's had a chance.
I'm sorry. At Wet Snag, Maine, a prominent campfire girl, Miss Tansy Whap. And she looks it. Had a distressing experience.
I was a campfire girl in good squatting for 30 years. Today I'm an outcast.
On account of the earthquake? Or what happened?
I was standing in front of the YW when the ground started shaking. I shook, too.
Yes?
A patrol wagon drove up. I was bundled in.
And thanks to this earthquake...
I got 30 days.
For what?
Jitterbugging in the open.
Are you leaving town?
Yes, I'm joining Unit Number 7 tomorrow.
Thank you very much, and good luck to you at Fendel Funk, West Virginia. I'm visiting tomorrow. Thank you, Miss Tansy Webb. At South Crud, New York, the oldest inhabitant, Phineas Hobb, laughs at recent tremor scare.
This tremor was nothing.
You recall a worse quake, do you, Mr. Hobb?
Back in 92, we had what I call a tremor.
Violent, was it?
Violent. It shook my cow so bad she was giving pot cheese.
Really? You don't say. Did you seek cover?
Well, I run into a saloon, but I weren't seeking cover.
You required spiritual reassurance.
Yeah, and I was willing to pay for it. I started drinking, and bang, the earth gave a tremor, and the ceiling of that saloon just caved right in on me.
You stood there cold sober?
No, I lay there plastered.
Radio City, New York. Miss Wynn Murray steps to the microphone at 9:11 Eastern Standard Time. Peter Van Steeden raises his baton. Miss Murray prepares to sing The Man with the Mandolin.
There's a funny little man that society won't let in, 'cause he's always picking on his little mandolin. Beedly-um-bum-bum, beedly-um-bum, here comes the man with the mandolin. Beedly-um-bum-bum, beedly-um-bum, he'll cheer you up till your ship comes in. Lovable old fella playing an old tune. He comes around every afternoon. Raggedy old minstrel wearing a big grin. You'll love the man with the mandolin. All the kids holler, all the kids holler to the windows above. Mama throw a nickel and the man will pick our little tune we love. Beedly-um-bum-bum, beedly-um-bum, open your heart and let the music in. Beedly-um-bum-bum, beedly-um-bum, there goes the man with the mandolin. He plays Santa Lucia, and he picks on Rigoletto. But it sounds like this. Beedly-um-bum, here comes the man with the mandolin. Beedly-um-bum, beadly-um-bum. He'll cheer you up till your ship comes in. Lovable old fella playing an old tune. He comes around every afternoon. Raggedy old minstrel wearing a big grin. You'll love the man with the mandolin. All the kids father, all the kids holler through the windows above. Mama throw a nickel and the man will pick a little tune we love about the stars above. Beadly-um-bum-bum, beadly-um-bum. Open your heart and let the music hear. Beadly-um-bum-bum, beadly-um-bum. There goes the man with the mandolin.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may, I'd like to ask a rather delicate question.
Don't say another word, Fred. You can count on me for anything up to $2.
Me, too. If you leave your watch as security.
Well, thank you, fellows, but the question I had in mind has to do with quite another subject. In a word, girls.
Oh, well, what about them, Fred?
Well, I think they get better looking every year, Harry. There seem to be more pretty girls per capita these days than there were when I was a gangling youth. Now the question is that a mirage or a stigmatism?
Oh, well, I don't think it's either, Fred. I think it's the truth. Because modern women not only put more accent on styles, but on smiles, too. You see, ladies and gentlemen, an attractive smile is really the keynote to beauty. That's why so many thousands have adopted the regular use of Ipana toothpaste to help them have the kind of smiles that make for more attractiveness. Because Ipana is especially designed not only to clean and brighten teeth, but when used with massage, to help give gums the stimulation they need for firmness and health. So, ladies and gentlemen, follow this easy modern routine.
Every time you brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums. Notice the remarkable difference the very first time you use Ipana this way. Notice the pleasant, tingling sensation as circulation speeds up and lazy gums start to waken.
So make up your mind right now to stop at your drugstore for an economical tube of Ipana toothpaste and help yourself to healthier gums and brighter teeth. The perfect combination for a winning smile. The Ipana smile.
Thank you. Peter Van Steeden and his sophomores of swing have just concluded Volvistu Gaily Star. Imagine in years to come, a little boy grows up and later says, songs my mother sang to me, Volvistu Gaily Star. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present our question of the week. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Roundtable, where 3 persons selected from our studio audience are asked to give their opinions on a question of national interest or vital importance. Now, the question of the week will be announced in just a minute, but first, let us meet our committee. Portland?
Yes. First, we're having Mr. Arthur Hershkowitz from New York City.
Good evening, Mr. Hershkowitz.
Good evening.
May I ask your profession or occupation?
I'm a lawyer.
You're a lawyer, are you?
Yes, sir.
You look rather young to be a lawyer, I would say. How long, perhaps you haven't had enough troubles in the business. How long have you been practicing?
14 years.
14 years, really? It's a peculiar thing about doctors and lawyers. No matter how long they're in their professions, they're still practicing. Don't they ever get perfect in them?
I hardly think so.
But I'm glad that a lawyer finally has showed up at our round table, Mr. Hershkowitz. I'd like to ask I'd like to have you explain something to me, if you'd be kind enough to, would you?
If I can, I will.
There won't be any charge involved. Well, what I'd like to ask you is, whenever you go out in the country, out driving around in the country, you see those signs on trees and fences, no trespassing under the penalty of the law. Now, just what constitutes legal trespass?
Well, there are several kinds of trespass, such as trespass on a case, trespass de bonus asportatus, trespass vi et armis, and the trespass to which you are specifically referring to is known as trespass quaere clausum frigit.
Oh, that... Now I'll have to hire another lawyer to find out. But I noticed, Mr. Hershkowitz, that most lawyers here in New York seem to have sidelines. Some of them handle actors' business, others are investment counselors. Do you have a sideline along with your...
Yes, I have.
Have you really?
Really, yes.
What is it, may I ask?
Well, I'm interested in the real estate development.
Oh, in a real estate development? In the city here?
No, in the suburbs.
Where?
In Westfield, New Jersey.
What is the name? I'll have to get it out of you by cross-examination. I'd have to, at Westfield, huh?
That's right.
What is the name of it?
Colonial Homes in Westfield.
Oh, the Colonial Homes in... Well, you could have said that right away and saved me all that conversation. But there are so many housing projects going up, it's really fine that all the building is in the offing. I guess it's much nicer to buy a house in a development than it is to buy one of those houses you get through the mail. I was down in Nantucket last summer. I saw a house there a fellow bought through the mail. There was some little mix-up in his general delivery packages or something. When he got the house together, he found out he had 6 bathrooms. The attic was on the first floor, and the front door opened into the fireplace. Very confusing. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Hershkowitz. Who is our next guest, Portland?
Mrs. Nora Amaluth from the Bronx.
Mrs. Amaluth, happy to have you here tonight.
Thank you, Miss Allen.
You live in the Bronx, do you?
Yes, I do.
They tell me that certain swanky families uptown are now calling the Bronx Lower Yonkers. Is there... What is your profession, may I ask?
I'm a secretary.
Secretary here in New York, are you?
Yes, I am.
Where?
In the Empire State Building.
Oh, really? Al Smith's townhouse. How is the governor these days?
Why, he seems quite well.
Oh,
he
that's
looks
fine.
splendid.
Looks fine. I'm glad to hear it. Has he seen that picture, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington? Do you know? If he wants to sue, I'm quite sure Mr. Hershkowitz here would be glad to take the case. Well, I guess the Empire State's been pretty well crowded with tourists this summer during the fair, hasn't it?
Yes, they've had a big season.
Oh, there's a friend of mine came over from Boston, a lady who had a friend working on the 80th floor. And she didn't know there were elevators in the Empire State, and she was gone for 3 months before she... There's one thing I never could understand about the Empire State Building. People will come over from Jersey and pay $1 to go up on top of the Empire State Building to look back at Jersey again. Have you got any vacant room, any space down there to rent?
A little.
A little, huh? I wanted to tell Mr. Whalen he'll have to have a place to put the trial on after Tuesday, you know.
We'll see what we can do for him.
All right, I'll appreciate it. And now, Portland?
Mr. Edward Parks from New York City.
Oh, Mr. Parks, you joined our committee last week and wrote in again asking to be with us again this week.
Yes, Mr. Allen. Last week, if you remember, you wanted to know what was the idea of the return of corsets for women.
The corsets, yes.
Well, you know, I had a long talk with my wife.
Oh, well, the only thing... The only thing is, Mr. Parks, I'm sorry to have to shut you off, but you see, this week we have another question.
Well, I just thought I'd tell you because I had to figure it, straighten it out with my mother-in-law. You know, I'm...
Well, I'm sorry. You see, each week we have a different question, and I'll tell you the question we're going to have tonight a little later on.
Well, the only thing, I just wanted to tell you what she said.
If it concerns last week's question, of course, we couldn't take it up now because then we wouldn't have time to take up the question tonight. And I'll try to let you have enough time to finish tonight, Mr. Parks.
All right, Mr. Allen.
Because if you're on the program another week, you'll have to join AFRA, you see. Our question tonight concerns a holiday that arrives next month. Now, as we all know, since the days of the Pilgrims in this country, a day has been set apart each year for Thanksgiving. In 1864, President Lincoln proclaimed the last Thursday in November to be the official day of Thanksgiving. Now, each president since has appointed the same day. This year, Thanksgiving Day has been moved ahead a week. Now, our question tonight is, do you favor the recent change in our Thanksgiving Day date? Mr. Hershkowitz?
Yes, I do.
You do? Why?
I think it'll help business, and with Thanksgiving not crowding up on Christmas, why, there'll be more days for people to do their shopping.
Mrs. Emilus, do you agree with that?
Well, I think it's a slight blow to tradition, don't you, Mr. Allen?
Well, of course, I'm only asking the question. If I get so I can answer them, I won't need the committee. Mr. Parks, what do you think about the change in Thanksgiving Day?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Allen, naturally, as I told you before, I'm just married, and I've had nothing but eggs ever since
you don't really care whether Thanksgiving Day
don't make a
is
bit of
changed
difference
or
to
not.
me at all.
Well, do you think... Of course, you're a difficult man. Do you think there is there any other holiday you would rather see moved than Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir.
Well, which one is that?
Christmas.
You would rather see Christmas move back into the next year?
Yes, sir. I'd rather see it move either way, as long as it's moved somewhere.
I think you've got something there, or you might have a way of keeping Christmas where it is and moving the whole year back. Get it away from Christmas. But an economist, I noticed economist in Washington has an excellent idea. He wants to put all of the holidays together and let everybody in the country sit down for 2 weeks and do absolutely nothing. Well, I think that we've gotten someplace with our committee tonight. I want to thank you all a lot for your courtesy and your kindness, and I'd like to present you each with a gift box containing all of the Bristol-Myers products, including Ipana and Salapatica. And thank you an awful lot for your kindness. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Merrimacs, whose vocal antics lend a certain dignity to swing. I'm not overdoing it, am I, folks? The Merrimacs, their song, We're Off to See the Wizard.
Follow the yellow brick road, follow the yellow brick road, follow the yellow brick road. Follow the rainbow over the stream, follow the fellow who follows the dream. Follow the yellow brick road. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We hear he is the Wiz of a Wiz, if ever a Wiz there was. If ever a Wiz there was, the Wizard of Oz is one because of the wonderful things he does. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We hear he is the Wiz of a Wiz, if ever a Wiz there was. If ever a Wiz there was, the Wizard of Oz is one because of the wonderful things he does. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We hear he is a Wiz of a Wiz, if ever a Wiz there was. If ever a Wiz there was, the Wizard of Oz is one because of the wonderful things that he does.
we're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We're off to see the Wizard of Oz, the wonderful Wizard of Oz.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we present a midget Allen mystery. The central figure is a woman, young, fairly intelligent, and always dressed in becoming clothes. When men first meet her, they think she's very attractive. Then suddenly, her charm vanishes. Why? That's the mystery.
And this is the solution, a very simple and obvious one, too, ladies and gentlemen. A woman is only as attractive as her smile. Every day, more and more women, and men too, are realizing that. That's why they depend on Ipana toothpaste to help them have and keep winning smiles. You see, teeth seldom sparkle when your gums are soft and tender. And the creamy, well-cooked foods we eat do not give our gums the stimulation they need for firmness and health. So frequently, pink toothbrush appears, the first warning signal of tender, ailing gums. When you see that, by all means see your dentist. You may not be in for serious trouble, but let him decide. Usually his verdict will be,
your gums are robbed of work by the soft, well-cooked food you eat. They need more exercise to keep them firm and healthy.
And very often, as so many dentists do, he may add,
your gums will respond to the healthful stimulation of Ipana toothpaste and massage.
So brush your teeth and massage your gums with Ipana regularly to help your gums to healthful firmness and to have cleaner, brighter teeth. Help give your smile a new and sparkling loveliness by faithfully using Ipana toothpaste. Ladies and gentlemen, while your local announcer is taking a deep breath to remind you of the station to which you are listening, may we remind you that this is National Pharmacy Week, a tribute to the druggists of America. And we pay our deepest respects to these men who serve their communities both day and night in time of sickness and emergency. Your patronage is your appreciation of the capable service your druggist is always ready and willing to render. The Fred Allen Hour will continue immediately after a short pause for your station identification.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present as our guest tonight the most fantastic and colorful gentleman rampant in modern show business today. To the millions who have visited the New York World's Fair, he is known as the man who presented the fair's outstanding feature, the Aquacade.
We're ready, Mr. Allen.
Ready for what, Portland?
Harry's Trio is waiting to introduce Mr. Rose.
No, not again. Now, Harry's Trio sang last week to bring on Gene Autry. We have got to wait for that rendition to blow over from last week. Go away. Go away with
gee, we've been rehearsing all week.
Well, no, it won't help, Harry. The answer is no.
Well, look, Kay Kaiser has singing song titles.
Why can't we have singing introductions?
Yeah. Oh, well, which one of Billy Rose's numbers were you going to sing?
Well, we thought we could do without a song.
We could do without a song is right.
It's okay, Harry.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, all right, come on, boys, let's go.
Without a song, the day would never end. Without a song.
To the polluted strains of his favorite song, we bring you the outstanding showman. Up with the melody, boys, the melody. You're letting down the melody. I know, but you've got two stowaways in the verse there. To the polluted strains of his favorite song, we bring you the outstanding showman in America today, the man who produced the Aquacade. Get away, boys, you bother me. That's all, men. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet Mr. Billy Rose.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Fred, for that flamboyant introduction.
You certainly didn't spare the adjective.
Well, I meant it, Billy. Your activities would cause a thesaurus to slink into a corner and hang its glossary in despair.
Wait a minute. I never heard of a glossary hanging its head.
Say, do I know what a glossary is? I heard the word on information, please. You know, Billy, this is the first time I've seen you since you opened your aquacade, and I am agreeably surprised.
You mean at my appearance?
Yes. Spending so much of your time around water this summer, why, I expected to find you with webbed feet or smoking a cigar with fins on it or something.
No, I'm still normal, Fred. Of course, that's only one man's opinion.
Now, you don't want to mention the gentleman's name. Now, to make this a real radio interview, Billy, we'd like to have you give us a few highlights from your colorful career.
Certainly, Fred. Now, first I went
You were born, you adolesced. At an early age, you became the world's champion exponent of shorthand and typing.
Yes, then I really
became a songwriter. You wrote such hits as That Old Gang of Mine, Don't Bring Lulu, Me and My Shadow.
Yes, and then I really
produced musical shows. You startled the amusement world by opening New York's first theater restaurant, the Casino de Paris. Then you,
Now, wait a minute, Fred. Who's interviewing whom?
Well, I'm sorry, Billy. I was carried away by your colorful career. Say, tell me, what was your first gigantic production in the theater?
A musical trifle called Jumbo, starring Jimmy Durante and an elephant.
Whatever became of the elephant, Billy?
Well, I don't know, Fred. You know how it is, and I've been busy, and we sort of drifted apart.
You know, that show Jumbo always puzzled me. I never figured out how you could tell Durante and the elephant apart.
It was easy, Fred. One of them worked for peanuts.
That would be Durante, of course. But after Jumbo, you really gave the country some spectacles.
Well, I produced the Fort Worth Frontier Centennial in Texas, the Water Carnival at the Great Lakes Exposition in Cleveland, and finally the Aquacade in New York.
Well, you know that so many people marvel at the expert presentation of your Aquacade at the World's Fair that I'm sure folks would like to know a little about the inner workings of your liquid fiesta. Now, you won't resent a mild cross-examination.
No, not at all. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, how did you stage those beautiful chorus routines in the water? Did you have to jump in personally and tread water while you were directing them?
No, Fred. All the chorus routines were worked out on paper. Then we had a swimming master teach them to the lads and lassies.
Well, how about a few statistics? How much water do you need to maintain high tide at your Aquacade?
The pool holds approximately 1,100,000 gallons. But, of course, the water's being constantly changed.
1,100,000. Why, over the summer, you've used millions of gallons. Say, if all of the water you have used at the Aquacade was stood on end, you'd have another Niagara Falls.
Gee, I wish I had produced Niagara Falls.
Well, why, Billy?
Well, for one thing, I think it'll run longer than the Aquacade.
No, I doubt it very much. Well, what about the attendance figures on your flooded follies to date? Can you recall the figures offhand?
Yes, Fred, and I'm rather proud of them. The Aquacade is probably the biggest hit in the entire history of show business. So far, it has played to a little over 4,800,000 people.
Well, is that more than A.B.'s Irish Rose play, too?
Yes, sir. It's even more than the Yankees, Giants, and Dodgers combined played to all last season.
Say, perhaps the Yanks will take a tip from you. Next summer, they may flood the stadium. They could tie some water wings on Joe DiMaggio and use 3 chorus girls in the infield.
Yep, and I still think they'll beat Cincinnati.
Yes, if they beat them on land, they ought to beat them on sea. But tell me, Billy, when the Aquacade closes next week, what are you going to do with all of that used water you're going to have on your hands over there?
Well, I haven't decided yet, Fred. Have you any ideas?
Well, I know that you can't turn that much water loose in Flushing, or it's going to look like it did before Grover siphoned it off.
I think I'd better hold on to it, Fred. You know, the fair starts again in the spring, and I'm presenting a new show at the Aquacade.
And I'm sure it'll be the talk of 1940. Confidentially, now this is off the record, that thing Al Smith likes to look at once in a while. Will you tell me one thing? As the creator of the Aquacade, did you ever go for a swim in it yourself this summer?
Confidentially, I hate the water.
You hate the water? Well, on those hot days, you didn't even take off your shoes and stockings and get in a little bunion dunking?
No, sir. No, sirree. Everybody around the show used to undress and go for a dip, but not me.
You were the little man who wasn't bare, huh? Well, thanks a lot for this verbal splashing. Now, before you go, how about a preview of the next idea that the Rose imagination has on the fire at the moment?
Well, I have one little notion. A musical comedy in the sky. Chorus girls in parachutes. 64 airplanes doing a Roxy dance routine. Toscanini directing Borominovich in a Zeppelin.
Oh. Yes. Or vice versa.
I think it has possibilities.
Well, you might have to let out the sky a little, but say to Billy Rose, that's nothing. Have you any other ideas?
Well, I have a proposition to turn the steamship Normandy into a nightclub.
Say, you could use the Weehawken ferry as a busboy. But I guess this is all floating trivia you have beached mentally for the nonce.
Yes, Fred. When the Aquacade closes, I'm launching the biggest project of my career. It's something so terrific it has me worried.
Worried? You're not going to put Vaudeville in the Grand Canyon.
No, Fred. I'm going to get married.
Married? Oh, boy, what a wedding that'll be. 600 bridesmaids, 2,000 ministers, 8,000 musicians playing the wedding march, the bride wearing Tiffany's new building on her third finger, and the botanical gardens for a corsage, people throwing old Tom McCann shoe stores at your boat. Say, this is going to be the biggest wedding the world has ever known. Am I right, Billy?
No, Fred, you're not.
I'm not?
No, we're just going to have a simple ceremony. Then we're going to find a nice, quiet spot for a honeymoon.
Billy Rose, the great producer?
Yeah, the great producer. Did you ever hear of a husband having anything to say about the wedding?
I get it.
Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Billy Rose. And now, Wynn.
Yes, Fred?
What is your song?
What's new?
Well, I'm asking you.
What's new? How is the world treating you? You haven't changed a bit. Lovely as ever, I must admit. What's new? How did that romance come through? We haven't met since then. Gee, but it's nice to see you again. What's new? Probably I'm boring you, but seeing you is grand, and you were sweet to offer your hand. I understand, but you pardon my asking what's new. Of course you couldn't know. I haven't changed, I still love you so. What's new? Probably I'm boring you, but seeing you is grand, and you were sweet to offer your hand. I understand. Adieu. Pardon my asking what's new. Of course you couldn't know. I haven't changed. I love you so.
swell, Win.
This program is unfair. This program is unfair.
Just a minute, buddy. This program is unfair to what?
I haven't got time to go into details, Bud. This program is unfair.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. We're entitled to some explanation.
Oh. Well, you see, I'm a member of the Life is Real, Life is Earnest, and The Grave is Not Our Goal Society.
Oh, incorporated? You are, huh?
Yes, sir, and we're picketing all radio programs of the frivolous type. If you're educational, okay. If you're cultural, okay. If you're promoting the public welfare, okay. Otherwise, this program is unfair.
Harry,
Look,
quick,
my
please.
friend, listen. Don't you think advice on fighting a cold at this time of the year is promoting the public welfare?
Well, that all depends. Let's hear how you go about it.
Yes, surely. Ladies and gentlemen, at the very first sign of a cold, take sparkling Sal Hepatica. Because Sal Hepatica helps fight a cold faster. Most people, and you're probably one of them, take a laxative when a cold threatens. But some laxatives work so slowly it's hours before they're effective. And speed in fighting a cold is mighty important. Now, Sal Hepatica, as so many physicians will tell you, is not only quick and gentle acting, but in addition, it speedily helps nature counteract the acidity that usually accompanies a cold. That's why Sal Hepatica helps faster. So get an economical bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist before another day goes by. Then, whenever anyone in your family feels a cold coming on, show them this intelligent modern way to help fight that cold faster. With Sal Hepatica.
And now, bowing to the Western trend, the mighty Allen Art Players tonight present a melodrama of the West. It's called The Prairie Predicament, or The Cross-Eyed Cowboy Had Slants in His Glance. Overture, Peter.
South of the border, down Mexico way, I'm singing in B flat. I want to sing it in A.
Say, somebody swivel eyes. That's you a singing.
Say, Gene Autry, Ma. How'd you like my guitar obligata?
Gitter? You won't play no gitter.
Confound my cross eyes. I must have been missing the guitar with my strumming.
You and them cross eyes. Your peepers looks like two stuffed olives that way about each other.
Well, I may be swivel-eyed, Ma, but I always gets my man.
How you can shoot straight with them crooked blinkers beats me.
I got me a system, Ma. When I look at an hombre, well, I sees two of it.
So?
So, I shoot right between them two guys and always gets my man.
About time you quit shooting and got to earning.
Well, I'm fixing to get some money, Ma.
Well, you better quit fixing to get and get to getting to get.
Well, I'm fixing to get.
Yeah, well, Sheriff Todd sent word again.
Yeah?
If you ain't got the mortgage money on this shanty by noon, out you go.
How'd we go, Ma?
Out you go, Swivel Eye. Me and the sheriff's got plans.
Plans, eh, Ma? You ain't got no more oomph than a busted French horn.
Well, you ain't no narcissy. I'm sorry I ever married you.
If it weren't for my cross eyes, you wouldn't have got the chance.
You sweet-talked me into it at the dance, didn't you?
I was proposing to the gal next to you, Ma. The little gal with the burlap snood. You accepted me. Well, I was hooked.
Oh, well, wrangling ain't getting us nowhere. We'll be dispossessed by noon.
I'm going to get us some chips, Ma. I got some boys a coming up here later for a poker game.
You gambling again?
I'm feeling lucky, Ma. I'll win the mortgage money and enough to boot to buy you a new handle for your butter churn. You won't have to take off your stockings no more to get in that churn with the curds and ball the jack. Somebody's to the door, Ma. Entree.
Good morning, folks.
Yippee, it's a tenderfoot, Swivel Eye.
I got your kivers, stranger.
Put down that gun.
I'm telling you to get.
All right, I'm going.
Not you, Ma.
You was looking at me.
But I'm talking to him.
Talking to me?
You heard me.
Who, me?
No, him. Confound my swivel eyes. Now, look, stranger.
Yes?
I'm closing my eyes.
Yes?
I'm starting to talk.
Yes?
I'm talking to you.
Fine.
Who be you, Bub?
Well, Nipley's my name, Bob Nipley.
You got truck with Swivel Eye Allen, Bub?
Yes. Now, I know your reputation, Swivel Eye, a cross-eyed desperado who's never missed a shot.
That's me.
You will be a great attraction at my auditorium. I can pay you $200 a week.
200 what?
Dollars.
What's dollars?
Well,
it's money, Ma. Looks like lettuce, only it's dry. I can pay off the mortgage and keep the Sheriff Todd from foreclosing there, can't I, Mr. Nipley?
Yes, indeed. Now, you understand, of course, that all my curiosities are authentic. I'll have to check on your prowess.
Well, I'm cross-eyed, ain't I?
Yes.
And I'm a sure shot.
Well, with those cross eyes, how do you do it?
It's my system, Mr. Nipley. When I aim, I see two of my man. I shoots between them, and I never miss.
Well, I don't believe it.
Well, I can show you. Now, here's my gun, you see?
Yes.
Here in my hand.
Yes?
I see two of you.
Yes?
I aim right between you. And...
Yes?
Oh! You drop dead.
So I do. Believe it or not.
You and them cross eyes. You shot yourself right out of a job.
Plumb forgot myself, Ma. Well, I'll put the body in the closet.
Here, set me down.
Confound my swivel eye. Come on. In you go, Mr. Nipley.
You and your doggone shooting. What are we going to use for money?
When my poker game gets going, Ma, the money'll start rolling in. Come on, give old Swivel Eye a kiss, Ma.
Oh, I ain't in no mood for lip bumping.
What's them hoof beats yonder, Ma?
Why, it's Sheriff Todd.
Whoa! Open in the name of the law. You're entering at your own risk, Sheriff. Ah, there you be. I've come to get you, Swivel Eye. I'd laugh at you, Sheriff, but my teeth is in my other pants.
It ain't noon yet, Sheriff. You can't foreclose.
No, I ain't here for that. What then?
You shot that tenderfoot outside of Dandy Dan's saloon last night. I'm charging murder.
Oh, shucks, Sheriff. I had to plug that galoot. It was a question of etiquette.
Etiquette?
Sure was. Three-toed John and me was a-drinking at the bar. Time come to pay, both of us was insistent. Instead of tossing, I says, John, I'll plug yonder stranger outside there. If he falls to the left, it's on you. If he falls to the right, I'll pay. It was the Emily Post in me a-coming out.
Well, who won?
I fired. The dude's suspenders caught on a hitching post. He died standing up. Drinks was on the house.
Well, that dude's suspenders broke this morning.
Meaning?
His body's been laying next to a fire hydrant for 2 hours. It's a violation. I give the body a ticket.
Yeah?
And I'm arresting you, Swivel Eye Allen, for murder.
What?
Yeah, if you arrest Swivel now, Sheriff, how are you going to foreclose him at noon?
Yeah. I'm bringing him from the hoosgow, putting him back in the house, and then I'm throwing him out. Let's go, Swivel.
Not so long as I can shoot, Sheriff. No pretty joy with no Dick Tracy badge is a taking Swivel. Now get.
I'm getting.
Don't stop that again, Law. It's you. Get, Law.
Well, I'll get, but I'll be back to foreclose.
Well, I reckon I better start packing, Swivel. We're done.
Given action, I'm a-plugging in.
Oh, take the sheriff. It's the three of you no-good friends from Dandy Dan's saloon. What do they want?
Doggone, it's my poker game, Ma. This is where I win enough money from the boys to pay off the mortgage.
I'll open up.
Howdy, Mr.
Allen. Hey, Poison Pete, Sassy Sam, and Filthy Philip. How y'all, partners?
Well, Hudson's just raring to start the game, Swivel.
Well, so am I.
Well, that's what we reckon.
Well, I'm sure glad you did.
Well, we're sure glad you're glad, Swivel.
Well, I'm sure glad you're glad I'm glad, partners.
Well.
have to fall in. Hold on, boys. Let's call it a draw and set.
Well, how are we playing, Swivel? Cutthroat or friendly?
Friendly's my choice.
Well, that suits me.
Yep, me too.
All right, guns on the table, everybody.
Well, here's my hardware.
Mine, too.
Here's mine.
Well, I reckon we can start.
Hold on there now. Just for novelty, how about parking our knives, too, eh? What? You mean no weapons?
Yeah, let's make it strict Culbertson rules.
Yeah. Everybody game? Here's my knife.
Here's mine.
Mine, too.
And mine.
Hey, what was that?
I'm playing square with you, boys. That's the safety pin off my union suit.
Well, reckon I can cut for deal.
Now, hold on, Filthy. Tain't that I don't trust you.
Here, you ain't a-hitting them holding out, Swivel.
The last time you played poker without weapons, Filthy, 4 men was found dead.
Well.
And 'twant from hardening of the artillery.
Now, see here, you can go on and search me if you want to.
And I do want. I'll feel around you, mate.
Swivel!
Oh, confound.
Quit showing, Swivel. Let's get on with the game.
Okay, I got the cards right here. I'll deal a hand.
I'm feeling lucky.
Pick up your cards, men. Oh, if you pick up your hands, men, I can use your money.
Well, money talks, Swivel, and mine ain't a saying goodbye. Wow, what a hand. I'm a betting the Mexican dollar. I'll see that Mexican dollar and raise it $2.75.
I'll see that $2.75 and raise it $20.
Boy, what are you doing, Swivel?
I'm a little short of money, boys. I'm betting more here.
No short-changing, Swivel.
Okay, then, I reckon I gotta see you fellas with shackles. I'm betting my shanty and raising you my RFC loan. Now, what do you do?
Well, I'm out.
Yep, me too.
No, wait a minute. I'm seeing that, Swivel, and I'm a-raising you $500. Here's my poke.
And I'm a-calling you, Filthy, with my Social Security card.
You win this pot, Swivel, and we can pay off the mortgage.
Don't worry, I'm a-winning, Ma. What are you holding, Filthy?
Read 'em and wheat, Swivel. 3 aces. Here's my hand.
Here's mine, Filthy. You lose.
No, sorry, sir, Swivel. I got you beat. Now, look here.
Got me beat? Yes. Why, you ornery, take that.
Oh.
Got me beat.
Well, he did have you beat, Swivel.
You too, Sassy Sam. Take that. You got anything to say, Parson Pete?
Not right now.
In case you do later, take that. Rake in the money, Ma. We can pay the mortgage now. The shanty's saved.
You sure wasn't lucky, Swivel. Filthy had 3 aces.
But look at my hand.
Sakes almighty. Filthy did have you beat, Swivel.
What?
You only got 2 kings.
2 kings? Not the way I see it. With my cross eyes, I see 4 kings. And what I see, I've got.
Then when Filthy put down his 3 aces...
I saw 6 aces.
Well, then
That's why I shot him. No card shopping scum is rooking Swivel Eye Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen, nearly every one of us at some time or other feels sluggish and under the weather. Or we have a dull headache resulting from a stomach that's upset because of overindulgence in eating or drinking. Well, now that's when a glass of sparkling Sal Hepatica helps give you a faster comeback. Just be sure it's Sal Hepatica you take. Because something that's only a laxative does nothing to counteract excess gastric acidity. But Sal Hepatica, as so many physicians will tell you, not only brings you speedy, gentle relief, but it also counteracts excess gastric acidity. And that chases that sickish feeling fast. So get an inexpensive bottle of Sal Hepatica at your drugstore tomorrow. Remember, you look your best when you feel your best. when your step is light and your spirits are high. And you feel better faster when you take gentle, quick-acting Sal Hepatic. Well, Fred, have you got something to say before we fall off the air?
Yes, I was just leaving a lull there. I thought maybe the number would get an encore, Harry. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next Wednesday evening, we bring you beauty hints.
Men, here is how you can keep your mustache neat.
Don't kiss girls who chew bubble gum.
Your song of the week.
Oh, them burning slippers. Oh, them burning slippers, them burning slippers. I go to bed because it's so deep.
Just a minute. That's golden slippers. That's not burning slippers.
I just give the wife a hot foot.
Oh. Our guest stars will be...
The Moylan sisters, the two youngest stars in radio.
And music.
National Broadcasting Company.